Good morning, Realty Texas. Good morning, Mega.
Good morning, good morning, good
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 morning.
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 Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Oh, we're missing a few people. We've got 17 people on the call so far. Hopefully
Morning.
more to come. We're expecting about 30. It is now 9 o'clock. We have a lot of things to talk about. Thank you for those of you who showed up in our morning huddle. I appreciate that. I made a little impromptu visit this morning to a morning huddle to see what's going on in there. That was exciting. All right, so thank you everyone who attended your Mega Mini yesterday and have worked hard on creating this amazing goal board. For some of you, it might be the first time you've ever done a goal board. Some of you may have done them in the past before. I think that doing a goal board is incredibly impactful. This is something that gives you a visual representation of your why, something that you can put above your computer when you're making your calls and look up and see. You can see right there exactly everything of your drivers, of why you're waking up every morning, why you're working so hard, what your goals are, and you can see it every day. So, reminder. How else could you have a reminder that powerful? All of your drivers on one visual thing that you can take a look at that fires you up, that gets you passionate, that helps you keep on track. You know, the purpose of a vision statement and a mission statement is to keep you on track. Same thing as a business plan. The business plan is designed to keep you on track in your business. And what an incredible thing to have your vision board, which helps you keep true to your own mission of what gets you to wake up every morning and starting your day and jumping in income producing tasks. Um, all right, so I want to hear from you. Who had some really cool experiences during your goal board? Who maybe did it for the first time? I want to hear from you. Who's going to go first?
I can dive in, Jack. It's my first time doing one. And I did, honestly, I didn't have any poster boarding like that, but I did use a digital one. Went to Prezi and just kind of created a vision board via online. Um, I found it kind of difficult. I didn't really know how to organize it, I guess. Give me a second. Hold on. My kids are crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, Lisa had a really good example to leverage. I just didn't have time to finish mine because of a meeting with a potential person who is self moving, but I'll get it done. But she is a great example to leverage.
Okay. So how many have it done? Raise your hand if you finished your goal board. Tina, talk to me about your goal board. And then Angela.
I just put things that I aspire to be confident, to grow, to be charismatic, to be inspiring, positive, and I put a house on there because I eventually do want to own a house as well.
We definitely want to make you a homeowner 100%. Angela, how about you?
It was really mind-blowing. My mom died last year and she was my best friend and it was really wrecked me. And I one of the things of coming back is I decided to get my real estate license, and it's like even my husband said, like, this is just woke you back up, like you lit your fire again. And I'm like, he could tell, like, I know you love this, and I do. And it made me really focus on everything I love, it just made me put on the board and made me remind me to be positive and to uh that I can do this. And even though I'm 60 and I'm reinventing myself, I can do this. And I can, I'm going to make mistakes, but I can look at that board and it's everything. It's my faith, it's my dogs, it's my husband, it's my kids, and my partner Grace, and it's like everything I love. And so it's Texas. I love Texas. We love Texas. And so I don't know, it really motivated me, and it just made me have a whole different perspective. And I really, and the other thing was really nice is getting to go inside and work with everybody yesterday. I really appreciate everybody's, working with everybody. The energy was fantastic.
Thank you for sharing, Angela. You know, for those of you who are a new agent, you are everything you're doing in the business right now is doing it for the first time. And you haven't experienced being in the business for a year, 2 years, and kind of started losing track or losing your momentum. Keeping your momentum up and keeping the energy up and um, keeping your why front and center so that you don't lose track and you don't knee jerk and continue. Oh, this person called me and tried to sell me this, and it sounded like a good idea, so I did it. So now I'm on a completely different mission, on a completely different track in my business, and um, keeping yourself focused and grounded, and allowing yourself to operate from a plan, understanding your why and your drivers. Maybe for some of you, it's not, you don't understand the importance of it right now, but I promise you, as the months go by, you're going to understand more and more how impactful this really is. So thank you. That's one of the things I wanted to talk with you guys about. And the other is when you get your real estate license, you become a community leader. You become a business owner slash community leader. That means that people are going to be looking up to you for advice. That means they're going to be looking to you for kind of your position on things, to kind of get a feeling on what you think about things, which means you're sort of an influencer, a role model. We talked about that on Wednesday. Going to your city council meetings is really important because you're now learning what's going on in your city. There's so much going on there. I know a lot of you went to your city council meetings for the very first time. Mind blowing that, it would take me to push people so hard to go to the city council meeting when that's the heart of what's going on in your city. I love agents who are reading their community impact newspaper. I'm always asking that you read it. I'm going to be adding to the Realty Texas Point system for you to read that month's community impact newspaper so that you can know what's going on in the community. But just imagine for those, and by the way, by raise of hands, not your digital hand, but your actual hand, by a raise of hands, how many of you went to your city council meeting this week or plan to be going to the city council the next couple of days? So the amount of information that you will absorb or have absorbed already changes everything for you. Now, when you're in an open house, imagine all of those things that you can talk to people about that's walking in the front door, which means more value. And when people know that you're going to the city council meeting, it puts you in a completely different class of person. And the other business leaders, including your council members, see you showing up and they're interested. Because when people show up at a city council meeting and they've never seen you before, they are assuming you're showing up with a pitchfork because you're mad about something. So they're like, "Oh dear, what do we do now?" But we show up there and then we, let them know, we're just here to support you. We want to know what's going on in our community because we care. Now you're going to start getting to know those people, especially if this isn't a one-off, especially if this is something that you're going to do on a regular basis to know what's going on in your community. So I want to hear from you guys. I want to hear some amazing things that you took away from your city council meeting that you're going to be able to implement and share with your clients. So start with Charlie.
Oh, I guess I wanted to say that it's important to be prepared before attending a city council meeting. They usually put it in the agenda with all the different article items. So, so it's important to know which section that you really like, which article item you really care about. For this week, the item that people really cared about was item number 67 in regards to AI/ license plate surveillance. And it came from both communities of migrant communities, but also from the tech workers that are concerned about the selling of our data and loss of privacy. And yeah, and then I guess I raised my hand earlier is because I think that if our goal is to help people, attending attending city hall meetings, city council meetings are really good because not only do you help when you help a community, you're helping both everyone in the community, but as well as your fellow real estate agents and brokers. So you help more than one person when it matters. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Charlie. Who else? Kyle, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, going to the Leander one was interesting, and so a lot of what Charlie said, but also, you hear about community events more directly and what's going on, how they're doing them, plus more strategic things they're doing about incenting businesses there, or even the Senate bills, or even like the competitive fiber optics. All that was good. And then what I think is going to be good is to hear things over time. There's the city planning meetings. You can hear more detail about that. Then over time, you get more and more information that ties together that really gives you really more insight than probably anybody has, that you can, as you're really then putting in practice what you're talking about, networking, being involved with people in that city or any buyer you meet. Now you know everything's going on. So it's not just a one hit, but a person you can develop out of yourself to be much more helpful in what's going on, how they can benefit from it, information and everything. I think it's just a huge opportunity.
You're also going to learn about the businesses that the city is giving tax incentives to moving to your area. You're going to find out what areas has zoning changes for building that's coming, like the Samsung plant that's coming, or one of the new Amazon plants that they're building, all of the things. The amount of information that's shared with you is really, really cool. And of course, it's incredibly relevant to your position as a real estate person. Now I'm going to keep hearing more. Iris, what do you got?
Hi, good morning, everybody. I think this is an important, I think this is really part of our duties. You know, we make a promise to not only to our clients, but most importantly to our clients, but to the community, to the consumers, to everybody. I mean, we have such a responsibility in what we do, and we have to honor our word. And one of the things that I really think that is important for us to remember is that we are the leaders in the community, so we have to behave and act as a leader. You
Yes.
know, if somebody comes to me and asks me, well, how's the market, what's going on, like especially last night in the meeting in Leander was very informative. I was very grateful to be part of it. I was able to connect with the assistant to the city manager. I sent this person an email, and it was just very informal, you know, like really simple. Hey, I'm here. I'm available. I just moved to Leander, and I love everything that's going on. I'm a real estate agent. I'm available. I would love to volunteer. That's was my offer. And they responded. He responded like, okay, we need help, because Leander is one of those cities. Leander was
They do need.
categorized number 8 in the nation. It's growing dramatically. So there's a lot of opportunity. And right now, they were discussing last night the fact that they're looking into growing, and the fact that they're exploring options to bring funding to the table for small businesses so they can come into the city, because the growing and the expansion is just fantastic. So there's a lot of opportunity. Visibility, it's important. So overall, it was a great experience. One thing that I can tell you guys that really made me very happy last night is they are in the city of Leander. They were working with the June 19th, Juneteenth festival. And this year they changed the dynamic of the festival, and I love it. It's all about quality of life. They're focusing on adult activities, and they are providing information to adults that are taking care of their parents. And I'd never seen this before. It's always been, okay, let's put the kids to play. Let's just do some activities for families and whatnot. But it seems to me that they are looking into creating meaningful activities for families, for people to have a better quality of life. And that's in alignment with my values and my goals. So overall, was a fantastic opportunity.
Thank you, Iris. So the things that I would like you to jot down, for those of you, someone can put this in the notes for us, but these are the things that a business leader, this is something that a real estate agent must do. You need to read your local community newspaper, whether it's the Round Rock Leader, the Georgetown Sun, whatever your local newspaper is, and you need to begin and start reading that. You also need to read your local community impact newspaper. You should also start going to your Chamber of Commerce meetings. Join the chamber as a chamber member, because guess who shows up at chamber members? All the riffraff in town, or all the fellow business leaders?
Business leaders, definitely.
If I could show you if I could give you an opportunity to go to a place where you're going to be surrounded by business leaders who are probably going to be the top 1% in terms of wealth creation in the city, would you find value in that? Why in God's earth are you not going to your city, to your chamber meetings already? Raise your hand if you've ever heard about the chamber in your local marketplace. We know it exists, but how many have you actually gone? So I'm going to challenge you before the end of Mega to also attend a chamber meeting and maybe even join the chamber as a volunteer, because you're going to really, really get involved with other people who are incredible. So read your community impact newspaper, read your local newspaper, attend your chamber meetings, and attend your city council meetings. If you do these things, the visibility that you have, you're going to be shining a spotlight on you that's so bright that you will be impossible to miss. You're going to be part of the community. There are real estate agents who have their light shine on them, and they're getting a lot of the business because they're out there showing the community that they care about their community. Let me ask you the question. Before Mega, how were you showing that you cared about your community? Now that you've enrolled in Mega, what are you going to do differently to show that you care about your community? That part of that is going to be engagement, being interested to know what's going on. Surround yourself with as much information as you can to know what's going on, which is read the information about what's going on, show up to the meetings. And do you think that you should wear your name badge when you go to these meetings? Or should you sneak in the back and be a secret agent the whole time? Well, unless you're the FBI, that's the only time being a secret agent makes sense. I don't want any secret agents at Realty Texas. We want to do the exact opposite, and we want to amplify the message so that you show up to those things. And I promise, after 2 months of you attending 2 city council meetings, 2 chamber meetings, and reading 2 community impact newspapers and 2 local newsletters, you will be a completely different class of citizen, a completely different kind of real estate agent, and you're going to have the amount of information that you will absorb from reading all of that. The amount of information now that you can share with people at your open houses is going to be profoundly different. And do you think that that might give you more confidence? It will give you an incredible amount of confidence. That is really impactful. I can tell you there are a few things that are more impactful than just doing those 3 things. I'm hoping you're going to write those down. I want to see some evidence of you guys doing these things in your MEGA-16 Teams chat. And now just think for a moment, all of those people who attended Mega in the past, my MEGA-15 and my MEGA-14 and my MEGA-13 and my MEGA-12, they went to their city council meetings. They are reading their community impact newspapers. People like Mary Beth Ray, people like Phyllis Forrest, people like Ken, people like insert name here, Kim Dale. And then getting you involved in your realtor organization, it really makes things about bigger just than just you and your business and your family. And it will help you be more known in your community, and it will show up in your pipelines. You will have people calling you when you get involved. When you help and you spend a life of service and service in others, those people will start reaching out to you. Getting involved in your HOA, getting involved in your community, those things are really impactful. Now, I'm going to say something really profound here, and I need you to hear me. You're either going to destroy your reputation in doing this, or you're going to use this as an opportunity to do good. And I have a lot of real estate agents who've been to city council meetings and they didn't understand all sides of things. And they just grabbed the microphone and they started talking about things that they don't know anything about based on what they think they heard, and damaged their reputation. So before you grab the mic and take a position on something, I really would like you to go and talk with your council members and try to understand the issue from all sides so that you can be an informed citizen and be a voice that's an informed voice for good, not a knee-jerk reaction based on something that you showed up, you didn't read the meeting notes, you didn't read the agenda, you've never heard any of the planning, you weren't involved in any of the committees, and then they did a committee report and that doesn't sound good to you, and you grabbed the mic and had something to say. So please be an informed citizen. That is a voice for good, and that is going to help elevate you in the community, because we can use these things and they can backfire, because we're going to amplify and put that spotlight on us, and then we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to behave when we get that spotlight put on us? We have to be good for it. Remember, we are representing people other than ourselves. And so, one of the things I loved about learning from Texas Realtors as a volunteer is this whole idea of your First Amendment rights. And you have a voice. You do. And the Constitution says that you have freedom of speech. Well, there was a lot of real estate agents. I was not one of them, but there was a lot of real estate agents on the board for Texas Realtors who was not happy with some of the candidates that was chosen for the TREC, Texas Realtor Political Action Committee, because maybe some of them weren't really rooted in what we call fair housing. Maybe they didn't have the best track record of respecting all of the protected classes. And for some people, including myself, that's something that's really important to me. That's primary, but that's not important to everyone else. And that's not something that's important to Texas Realtors at all. And for some people, someone who violates fair housing, that's it. You're done. They've written you off. And other people, they'll put a pass for people like that and say, you know what? I don't like their beliefs, but I like their positions on these other things, and it's important to me. And that's how Texas Realtors is. Texas Realtors doesn't really care about what they're saying outside the room. They care about what their positions on real estate are, because they're the purple party. They're not Republicans. They're not Democrats. They stay away from partisan politics. And everything they do is, what is your position on this particular issue? And they will get people seated in positions based on that. So then some of the real estate agents who are giving to TREC said, you know what? I don't like this. This isn't what I signed up for. And Texas Realtor says, look, when you become a board member, or when for the Texas Realtors to become an officer, when you get a seat on the board of your local realtor organization and now you represent that entity, or when you join the National Association of Realtors and raise your right hand and say that you pledge to affirm and protect and uphold the code of ethics, that we belong to that institution, and that we collectively have to have what's called one voice. And people say, look, why can't I be the dissenting voice? And it's, Texas Realtor says, we're not infringing on your rights. You have the right not to be a realtor. You have the right not to be a board member. But if you're going to join a board, then you need to collectively be part of that board. And you all go in a room, you sit down, and you all have a vote. You vote on something. And when you walk out of that room, you don't throw each other under the bus. It's called the one voice. This is what passed, and we support it. That is what being a leader is about. And when you get involved in the Texas Realtor Leadership Program, you find out that leader is about consensus. You take a vote, you grab the mic, you have conversations. In Robert's Rules of Order, someone makes a motion, you go into discussion. Sometimes it's heated discussion, and then someone calls for a vote, and it doesn't go your way. You don't walk out of the room saying to everyone, I didn't vote for this. This is horrible. You guys are crazy. And no, that's not what leadership is. Leadership is you walk out of that room and say, it was voted up 14-6. And so this is where we are now. And I'm going to support my fellow colleagues in this vote, because that's how it went. That is what leadership is about. And that's very hard for some people. So I just want to make sure that you're going out there and that you are elevating your reputation in the world, because getting involved in these things, I've seen train wrecks happen. Okay, so a couple more things I wanted to discuss with you guys. I know you guys, I want to check my notes here. Yoga is up next. How many of you have done yoga for the first time in Mega? Alicia, talk to me about your yogi experience. Namaste.
Okay. It was wonderful. I'm a little sore today. I did this yesterday morning, and it's the first time I've ever done yoga, Jack. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it what
I'm a
you
member.
expected?
Yes and no, but yes. In fact, my son was is a yoga freak and had always been trying to get me to go to it, right? I never realized the impact, I guess, of yoga. I just thought, okay, people are just exercising. Well, I can jump on the treadmill too, or mentally though, it's I just can't explain it. That's how excited I am about it. The way the instructor, they concentrate on your breathing, and it's just great, Jack. It's something that I can't explain it. I'm so excited about it. In fact, I called my son last night and I said, Isaac, guess what? My first yoga class. And he said, I told you all these years, right? And so, man, we're in our gym, offers it. So we're doing that as, my husband's even pumped about it. So we're gonna do it. It's a wonderful experience mentally. It's it's crazy what it does to you. Not crazy, but it's wonderful what it does mental wise, physically. It was great. It was a great experience. Thank you, Jack, for that.
Thank you so much for sharing. It's powerful, because I've done it and I know how it affects me, and the dopamine and the serotonin
Yes.
and the energy that I get and the clarity of my mind and how I feel, like my shoulders feel less stressed. I feel a little bit taller, feels like the air is a little bit more crisp. I feel like I can see colors and just a little bit more HD kind of thing. It's just the whole world just seems like the dullness has been wiped off, and I am so much more aware and present in conversations and calm and just all the things, and I feel better and I feel stronger. And if I could take that and I could get every single one of my agents doing that, that's the biggest gift I could give them, because I know how impactful this is. And I know a lot of people, they don't want to do it, and they think, well, I'm a gym guy. I'm gonna go do the gym and that's good enough. Or I like to run. I'm gonna do that and it's good enough. Or I'm gonna go do push-ups and sit-ups and because what they're thinking is my request of them to do yoga has something to do with me wanting to get them in shape. And whereas I do want to see people get in shape, that's not my motivation. It is the mind, body, spirit that comes with yoga that nothing else does. So thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. And I'm hoping that some other people are hearing this and getting excited about it. I thought I saw a couple of other hands, so I want to hear from you guys as well. Who else wants to share your yoga experience to get some of the people in this class off the fence to go get them in the yoga studio?
I'll just say it's very important to do yoga consistently, because if you don't, you get stiff, and it's such a way to like you said, circulate your body, but keep your body flexible and everything. So if you do it, I'd suggest people do it 3 times a week, because I've done yoga a lot over my last 20 years, but I get out of the habit. And what I'll tell you is getting started again really stretches you, for like no pun intended, but it's really impactful, because after a few times you're loose and everything. It's just remarkable.
Thank you, Kyle, for sharing. Jeff and Iris, what do you got?
Yeah, so this wasn't my first time doing yoga. I started doing yoga about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, and I consistently have been doing it just because, like I said, the mind and body aspect of it kind of go hand in hand with it. Like, don't get it wrong, I go to the gym and I still go to the gym later on in the afternoon, and that's a perfectly good workout. But to start my day off with the yoga, it definitely puts me in the right mindset to get the day going on the right foot and making sure that I'm mentally aware and prepared for any situation that's going to happen throughout the day. So yes, where I applaud you for getting everyone else to start doing it, and I had already kind of been doing it, but it kind of made me revisit, hey, this is where you need to be daily, and keep going and keep going. And so yeah, I'm yoga every day. I've just about I say I haven't missed it since we started Mega.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. That is so powerful. And Christine, thank you. She's been practicing yoga for 25 years, and that's amazing. Iris, you're up. Isa, Indu, and then we are going to move on. So let's hear from these three. Iris, you're up.
Yeah, so I can tell you guys, I'm a yoga instructor, and I started doing yoga when I was like a girl. I am very grateful for my mother because she introduced yoga to all of us, me and my siblings. And I can tell you, as a mental health practitioner, yoga have saved so many of my clients' lives that you guys have no idea. Yoga is not only about a posture, a position, exercise that you have to do. Yoga is a whole entire mentality, but the focus of yoga, the main focus is your breathing. When your mind, your soul, your body are in alignment, everything in life is going to be better. And that's what it's all about. I'd recommend you guys don't focus on the asanas, which is like the posture. Like, you don't have to go do a crow pose if you can't, because you can hurt yourself. It's all about movement. It's all about trying to take this activity as a meditation. You're trying to incorporate your mind and to clear your mind, to express with movement, and you will love the practice. There's a lot of studios that offer classes for free, so you can try it out and whatnot. There's a lot of videos on YouTube. If you need any advice, just send me a message, and I'll be more than happy to share things with you, because
Thank
it
you, Iris.
really helped you.
We
It
appreciate
really
it.
helped.
Thank you for sharing. Iris, Isa, and then Indu.
It's Isa.
I
Um,
know I'm saying Isa. Isa, I'm sorry.
it's okay. So I'm a gym girl, and I lift weights, and I do, my 2, 3 times cardio, sauna, all of that stuff. But I always do this at nighttime when my kids are asleep, and I know they're not going to destroy this place. Um, Now I'm looking into yoga, and I wanted to follow up and see if it's once a week, is it twice a week? Do you prefer we do it every day? And do you know of any, like, I've been reading, there's differences. There's Kundalini, there's
You don't want
Vinyasa, or I don't know how you say
Vinyasa.
it.
My
Which is the one we're
recommendation
looking at?
is your sun salutations. Vinyasa is a great one. I recommend that, but I also recommend that you do this. Find beginner yoga. You need to take a beginner's yoga class. And all we have to do is show up, and the yoga instructor will help you through your poses. They will be telling you to breathe. Just go there, throw down your mat, clear your mind, listen to their voice, and do exactly what they say. And it's actually a meditation that you're in. One of the beautiful things about yoga is you walk in there, and when is the last time you could just really shut the world out and focused on you and your health and just cleared your mind for an hour and breathed and just relaxed? I mean, it is the most powerful mental reset button, because it really is a meditation. And we all know that we're kind of supposed to meditate, but a lot of people don't like this metaphysical idea, and they think it's just a little bit too metaphysical for them. But if you simply just say, you know what, I'm going to go there and clear my mind for an hour, and I'm just going to do what I'm told, I'm going to not push myself, and I'm not going to hurt myself, and I'm not going to go crazy. And if something doesn't feel comfortable, you don't have to do it. Don't feel pressured to do something that doesn't feel natural in the moment. But if you take an advanced yoga class and you show up, you're not going to enjoy it. You're not going to go back and you're going to feel like a complete failure because they're doing things that you didn't know was possible with the human body. I don't even go to those. Go take a regular beginner's yoga class and then do beginner's yoga for a while. And eventually your strength will catch up to them and then you'll want to do more. But it's all about using body weight and this horrible thing called gravity to our advantage. And just doing a plank and just doing a sun salutation, dog, up dog, tree pose, all this stuff. Some of it, your body's going to be shaking a little bit because they've got you standing in a way that's your muscles, but you're going to feel your calf getting stronger and your feet getting stronger, and every single one of your muscles are going to get stronger because the weakest muscle is the one that's going to break first. So no, you can't do yoga every day. If you do yoga every day, you're going to be in pain. I recommend that you do yoga twice a week to start. And it's, 45 minutes. Just show up with your yoga mat and just do exactly what they say. Just show up there with an open mind, do beginner yoga, and you're going to really enjoy the experience 100%. Indu, what do you got?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I am on the same plane with Iris. Iris, from Mind Valley to yoga. I think we are very connected. I've been doing yoga for over 40 years now, and yoga is an introduction in my life, which was like a serendipity. It did not just happen after reading or looking and watching. I just did it because my mind wanted to achieve that meditative state, and I think yoga gave me that. And the first book that I discovered was in Texas A&M while I was doing my undergrad. That's when I realized, oh, whatever I have been doing was yoga. And Iris, whatever you were talking about asanas, yes, of course, you don't have to achieve asanas, but every asana has a significance. Asanas, mudras, and pranayam is the one that I think, Jack, you are trying to say. Pranayam is the breathing exercise. Pranayam has a 5, 6 very important stages that if you go through it, it not only improves your blood circulation, it improves your mind network wiring and also your voice. I'm a singer. I can sing for 5 to 7 hours continuously without a break. So that I give credit to my yoga. I am not only practicing yoga, I can walk with weights on for an hour and more, and then do yoga and be able to sing and then still be able to do my real estate work. So whatever I can speak of yoga is less. I mean, yoga is a blessing that has existed in my life forever, and I will keep on doing that. I am a true practitioner of yoga, and I can teach some beginning classes, but I will add one more thing. What Jack you were trying to say is, I think Jack or Kyle, that mind and body. Yes, of course, mind and body, but I will add soul to it. It aligns your mind, body, and soul,
Mind
and
body.
that gives you. Yes, it is so universal. It connects you to the universe, and you feel so strong and confident. So I would say yoga anytime, any day, any time of the day. Just practice it every day, just even for 5 minutes. Breathing is good enough.
So
Thank you, Jack.
thank you, and do thank you everyone for sharing. I would like to see a hands of people who have never done yoga before, that after today that you're going to be willing to go out and try it at least once. Okay, that's amazing. All right, I can promise you that it will positively impact your business. It will, because it'll give you more stamina, make you feel better, and make you more optimistic when you're at open houses. You just a little bit more crisp. Think about Vanessa Van Edwards and how just those little tiny micro expressions was the difference between liking you a little, liking you a lot. Remember? And so just those little things, when she said, try to focus your mind on positive things, because if you just had a bad phone call, then you go into a meeting and people are going to feel that. And we're a salesperson. So we're selling our services. We're not hostage negotiators. We're not, crisis interventions. So, people are getting married and want a real estate agent. People are, entering retirement and they're looking for next chapter and they want people to mirror their energy. And putting keys and buying a home is all happy stuff. So they want someone who's going to make that process fun. Now, remember, we talked about people buying for pain and pleasure, but no one, people want someone that they can relate to, that's going to be able to listen to them and have more capacity to hear them out. And I can tell you that what yoga does for me is it allows me to have more capacity to take on more information and to help people more. So I know that that is important. It has been impactful, and I don't think I'd be where I am today if it wasn't for yoga. I don't think I would be sitting in this chair teaching others and giving back to the level that I am without yoga. It has impacted me that much. The first time I did yoga was 1999. It's now 2025, so this means I've been doing yoga for 26 years, and it has changed my life and it has brought me to where I am today. And if I could pay that forward, I absolutely will because it's changed my life. I am 50 years old and I have the energy of a 30-year-old and I run circles around everyone else. I work 7 days a week. I'm able to pack more in my life and have more optimism and more energy than anybody I know. And so I liken that to my frame of mind and what yoga has done for me. Today is about relentless conversion. One thing that we need to be as a real estate agent is relentless in our approach to real estate. We have to be relentless, which just means simply not giving up. We're going to actually get put in a breakout session today and talk about relentless and what that really, really means. So we're going to do a quick review of some of the stuff we talked about yesterday, just some of the big stuff. We're going to have a bunch of breakout sessions today. You saw some on Wednesday. There's about 4 breakout sessions. We're going to be doing more of those. You're going to be getting more points today. Lisa's going to be going over points, I believe, first thing Monday. So we're going to find out where we are on the leaderboard. Remember, your class UVP presentation is going to be on the 26th, the last Thursday of this month. It's going to be inside your Mega Mini, which is kind of cool because we're hoping that everyone that can come to the office, do your UVP in person. And it's going to be in our classroom. It's going to be recorded, and your entire class is going to be rooting for you. Just like you want the rest of the class to do well, they want you to do well. This isn't about, trying to embarrass anyone. It's exactly the opposite. It's creating a safe space for you to be able to get up in front of a group of people and do your value presentation where people are not going to judge you for it. Because I'm hoping that you take this into your city council or into your, you go to your chamber meeting. Chambers have breakfast meetings, and when they rotate through the chamber, and someone else hosts the breakfast, which means you'll have the opportunity to grab the mic and tell people about your business at a chamber meeting. And right now, if it was your morning to bring donuts to the chamber meeting and you're going to stand in front of all of those people and talk about your business and why they should hire you, what are you going to say? And would you be super nervous walking into that room? And the answer is you'll be just as nervous walking into that room as you are into our unique value proposition Thursday morning Mega Mini session. But I'd much rather you do that in this session here in front of people who you can start over 4 times and it'd be perfectly okay. But you walk in the chamber meeting, you're going to say, okay, I was just really nervous. Let me start over. That's not a thing. You don't get to do that. So you're going to practice it in here because this is going to feel really stressful. And then once you've done it here, you're like, okay, I've got this. And it's going to give you the confidence. And so that little voice in your ear that says, I can't do this, goes away because you did it. Now, when you walk in that chamber meeting, you're like, okay, I've done this before. I've got the wisdom and the experience. I can go in there and talk to them about why they should hire me as a real estate agent. And I'm going to walk away as a really good experience. And hopefully you actually show up and do it, because a lot of people, they have the morning of the chamber and they're like, yeah, no, I just want to pass me up. I don't want to do it, because they're so afraid of a rejection of getting up in front of people and talking that they don't do it at all. And what a huge missed opportunity it is. Just like a lot of you are making your calls right now and you're telling me I didn't die, that you had a good conversation with someone, maybe even you converted someone, and now you're working with someone that you would have never been working with had you not taken the faith and the leap of faith and me pushing you into making those phone calls in the first place, and now you're working with someone. That fear of making that call is no different as the fear that you have of getting up in front of the class and telling them and telling the world why we should hire you as your real estate agent, which is something you should be passionate about. Lisa and I are not going to grade your value propositions. The staff is not going to grade your value propositions. Your fellow classmates are, based on a Zoom poll that's going to pop up, and these are the point system, so it's very fair. You got to dress professional, so we want you guys to show up wearing your suits or your professional attire. $1,000 means for $1,000, 1,000 points for reciting your UVP without reading it. This can't, sometimes people will record their UVP and we can literally see them reading it in the recording. It will, not allowed. It's not allowed. I need you guys to memorize it. 500 points for why should I hire you? And answering that question, like, what do I get when we hire you? Why should I hire you? That needs to be in there. And then, of course, you must highlight the benefits of using your services. And I'm going to tack onto that, that if you're going to record this value proposition and go from that room directly into Deandra's office and you're going to film the video, remember there's 1.4, as of yesterday, 1.47 million realtors in the United States today, just under 1.5 million. And there are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them that have filmed videos that says, hey, I'm a real estate agent. I'd really like it if you were to give me a call, and they go on for a while. And you're listening to the video and you don't know where it is that they serve. You don't know what their niche is. They don't know if you are working downtown Chicago, downtown New York, or, Temple Belton, Texas. So make sure you say your name. Make sure you say the marketplace that you serve, and because you're trying to tell the world who it is that you're looking for and who you are. Those videos are very helpful. And if you just don't, and people watch the video, they have no idea. So tell them in the video. Someone in this class is going to be our MEGA-16 valedictorian. And I'm really excited to find out who it is. As you know, we had Jason and Phyllis come and talk with you, which is our last two mega valedictorians. And I'm hoping that you will be the mega valedictorian that comes and talks to our MEGA-17 in January. There are some things that you're going to get as mega valedictorian. A crystal trophy. You're going to get put on the mastersalesperson.com website as valedictorian, an Onut coin from Lisa and I. We're going to run some ads for you, and some other benefits that are coming. I know that at least 2 people so far has nailed their 23 contract paragraphs. Raise your hand if you've already completed this and gotten the points for it. Kelly, good job. Who else is almost ready? Andrew's almost ready. Wells is almost ready. Brandon's almost ready. Jonathan's almost ready. Corby's almost ready. All right. What a cool journey you guys are on right now. What an amazing journey. Going to your city council meetings, challenging you to do yoga, memorizing your contract paragraphs, picking up your phone and calling and reconnecting with everyone, doing open houses, connecting with students and talking about being a master salesperson. What an incredible journey. And I know the first week people are really kind of apprehensive coming into Mega. Can I do all of this? But I promise you, by the time you're in week 3 of Mega, you're not going to want this journey to end, and you're going to want to keep this going. A lot of you have watched the Mega videos from before, and it was kind of cool watching the videos, but you weren't an active participant in the class doing the homeworks and doing yoga, doing your Mega Minis and doing your memorization. And it's a completely different experience being in it than being a spectator watching some of the recorded videos from the past. So right now, carpe diem. Right now, just take a moment to allow yourself to really immerse yourself in this and take as much out of it as you can, because later you're going to wish that you had, because this is going to fill your pipelines if you do it right. You've just picked up the phone once and made 20 phone calls and you're already working with a client. Imagine you call everyone you know and you start doing that on a regular basis. This will transform your business. It will transform the amount of money that you make in 2025, which means Mega is going to be partly responsible for you double, triple, or quadrupling your income. That is a huge thing. People come to me and they wrap their arms around me and they hug me like bear hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you for changing my life. That's an amazing thing. It's an amazing feeling. I put my heart and my soul into helping you guys be the very best salesperson that you possibly can, to represent this company well, to represent our entire profession well, to be a better real estate agent and be that top 1%. And we are finishing week 1. After today, we will have finished. We will be 25% done with our mega journey. And there's a lot of things that we're going to talk about today. I'm going to blow your mind as we get back from lunch today with some of the stuff that we're going to cover. This is going to be a very impactful day. For those of you who
Hey,
want,
Jack, can you
Yes.
reshare the screen? The slides are
Yeah,
blinking.
something's going on. It's been blinking now for a good 10 minutes for a
Yeah.
lot of us. Yeah.
how about that?
That's better.
Much better.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't. Also, you guys can throw that in the chat. So if something's going on like that, you can throw it in the chat. I'm reviewing the chat so that I can see it real time. So remember that there is a chat there as well. Thank you for letting me know. So for those of you who have memorized your contract paragraphs, thank you. For those of you who are memorizing your contracts, what an incredible journey that is. For those of you who are wanting to get points, we can do it on one of the breaks today. If you want to be brave, we're going to pick a couple people to do it live on one of our breaks. I am super excited. Also, our 17 articles of our Code of Ethics. These are our article titles that we're going to be memorizing. Treat all parties honestly and fiduciarily. Avoid misrepresentation. Cooperate with realtors. Disclose the realtor status if buying. Disclose present or future interest. No side deals. No undisclosed commissions. No commingling. Agreements in writing. No discrimination. Be knowledgeable and competent. True picture of advertising. Don't practice law. Cooperate with investigations. Gush, don't gossip. Respect agency relationships and agree to arbitrate, not litigate. This is the gist of each paragraph. And it's my hope that after you memorize this, you're going to look at this and say, well, gush, don't gossip. What's that about? And you're going to dive into Article 15 and you're going to want to learn a little bit more about what the Code of Ethics say, because these 17, these are articles. And the article is simply a title, but then each article has SOPs, standards of practice. And the standards of practice means this is a promise that I've made as a realtor that I'm going to go and I'm going to follow these practices. And we need to know what they are. So it's my hope, and it's actually a homework assignment for you guys to actually read the Code of Ethics. And when you read the Code of Ethics, it's my hope that you're going to circle things in the Code of Ethics. You're going to highlight things that's in the Code of Ethics. And you're going to say, Jack, what in the world does this say? I have no idea what I just read on Article 1-3. It doesn't make sense to me. What is this about? I serve on INTRIPS, which is the Interpretations Committee for the National Association. We have our arbitration guide here, and this is the arbitration guide for the Code of Ethics. This is the interpretations of the Code of Ethics. This is 295 pages long. And so your 4-page Code of Ethics has an INTRIPS where you really can dive deep and really become a Code of Ethics nerd if you want. You can actually buy the Code of Ethics arbitration manual from NAR's website for $50 and have it mailed to you. I highly recommend that you do, but let's start here. Let's memorize our 17 articles. Lisa, myself, Cindy Bell, and Marcy Lowry all serve on Texas Realtors Professional Standards Committee. As you know, I was chairman for 2020 in professional standards, and currently I'm an ombudsman. So when complaints are filed, I'm usually one of the first people they call. What an incredible thing that is. What an incredible journey that's been for me, because I've heard so many cases. I have cases that are 10 inches thick of paper of complaint between one person and another that a situation just went crazy. I got to be front and center of all these complaints and learn how real estate agents can get in trouble. And I've seen a pattern. In every single case, the reason it got all the way there is because someone wouldn't own up to what they did and take accountability. And it's all about taking accountability. So we need to be accountable in this profession, because those people, 90% of the people who call, they're telling me, I have to ask them a question. How can I assist you, and what are you looking for as an outcome to this? And almost every time I want them to admit that they were wrong, and I want them to be accountable for this. So do you want me to, oh, great, that's it? All they got to do is admit that they were wrong and apologize? Yes. Are you willing to do that? No. Right. Next thing you know, that they're spending a week in a hearing with a hearing officer, 2 attorneys, and 7 peers who are going to hear the entire story and then have the book thrown at them and have to take 90 hours and pay a fee and then have a permanent record, a permanent file at your Realtor Association for violating the code of ethics and it be posted on the website of the Realtor Association. All because they couldn't bring themselves to own it. So let's start here. Let's learn the 17 articles and then let's go through and read them all so that you know what you're promising so that you don't end up infringing on something. It happened yesterday. We had a complaint coming from another firm for a real estate agent who scheduled a showing and they didn't cancel the showing, which means the seller prepared their home, did all this work to get the home prepared for their showings, and then the agent just never showed up. And then the seller was furious because they had dogs, they had kids, they did laundry, they did their dishes, they cleaned their house, they did all the things. They did all the things. And this was with a Realty Texas agent who did this. Another agency called me personally to complain about one of my agents because they went into the MLS, they scheduled an appointment, and then they rescheduled the appointment for the same day, and then they completely did a no-show and didn't even show up, and the seller was mad, called their listing agent and chewed their listing agent out, making the listing agent accountable for all of us, right? The listing agent then just got chewed out and called me and chewed me out. Do you think I called and yelled at my agent? No, soft on the people, hard on the problem. And now I gave them a homework assignment because we have in real estate pathways to professionalism on NER's website, which is the general respect that we have to others in respecting sellers' property. And we're going to go through that article with them to make sure. But simple is simple courtesy. So that's part of what the Code of Ethics does, making sure that we are respecting the sellers, treating everyone fairly, and that we're following the rules that we promised to follow. The law of business. No, this isn't a law. This is a societal rule. We have to do more than it takes because you've got 30,000 other people that are putting in a minimal amount of work. If everyone is putting in a minimal amount of work, then that one person who is really relentless about making themselves successful are the ones who are going to be successful. And my gosh, is there a lot of opportunity? There is so much opportunity. Real estate agents walking around here and they don't have any transactions going. And I'm just like, man, there is so much opportunity. You could have 9 transactions going on right now if you wanted it. And they come in and they're just like, I don't know what to do. I don't have any transactions. And, it's just, it's hurtful to me because all they got to do is go out there and get the business. And it means they just got to break through the cocoon that they have themselves in because they're so stuck in their cocoon. They don't want to talk to people. They don't want to do open houses. They don't want to get out there. And this cocoon that they're stuck in, no one can hear them because they're inside. They're like, well, if I just do a Facebook post, people will call me. No, they won't. You got to get out there where the people are and have conversations. And it's what's stopping them from finding success. So when I say you got to do more, we got to get our mind right. We got to start our day with thinking about the 5 things that we can be grateful for. And then do our yoga and then come out of yoga and then do our morning huddle. Come out of morning huddle, get through yoga, get through mega. But when you're out of mega in July, it's going to be coming out of yoga and get out there and start planning your day and start having calls with people, filling your pipelines. It's incredible. A mega is about mind, body, health, and sustainability. And the mind, body, spirit portion of this is helpful in your yoga class, but sustainability is a whole other thing. I can show you how to find 5 quick clients, but once you close them, then what are you going to do? And if a lot of you right now are calling from your cell phone instead of your office line, you haven't yet got all your contacts into your CXM database. And so all of you are saying, okay, I'm scared to call people, but I'm going to call someone. And then you called them. And then on Wednesday, I said, okay, it's amazing that you called them, but when are you going to call them again? And that hadn't occurred to them yet. And how are you going to remember when you called them last, which also hadn't occurred to them yet, because they're so afraid of the first initial call. And they're like, okay, I'm going to do this once and I'm not going to do this again. This is the job. This is being a salesperson, is starting your day with income producing tasks and focusing on lead generation and prospecting. We talked about it in the shift book, and we're going to talk about it more as we get in. Our 4 quadrants of the business is our prospect, convert, close, and follow up. Remember, you're going to get all that you want out of life if you help enough other people get what they want. We have our pipelines, and we're going to be talking a lot about our pipelines today in our CRM. Amy McAllister was on Thursday going to take you through and show you CXM. We're postponing that until next Thursday because she is currently not feeling well. So she's going to be in next week to help you, but we are going to be going over pipelines today. The average sales price in some markets are 600. Let's just say right now it's 485. We're going to use these round numbers. 600,000, what the average price was in 2021. In 2025, right now we're looking at the average sales price about 483. So at a 3% commission, and for a $600,000 home, which a lot of homes are selling for, 18 grand commission. If you're looking at making $1 million a year and $600,000 is your price point, 55 contracts is what you need to close in 2025 to make $1 million. If you're going to close, let's say 50 transactions a year, that's going to be 4 contracts a month. That's 1 a week. 4 contracts a month. Then the question is, again, how many leads do you need to find in order to make that happen? We learned in the Keller Williams, the KW Red Book. What did we learn? Out of every 100 leads, people convert 4 of them on average, 24-to-1 ratio, which means we're going to take 50 transactions. We're going to divide that by 12. That's 4 contracts a month. 4 contracts a month, we need 24 leads for each one of them. That means you need 100 leads a month. If you can find or pay for or knock on doors or do open houses and get in contact with 100 people every single month, you're going to be able to close $1 million worth of cash in bank. The question is where these 100 people are going to come from. And if you're going to city council meetings and going to chamber meetings and doing open houses every weekend and calling Opportunity Vault, making a 3-hour appointment in our ISA department, calling every person that you know who knows, loves, and trusts you and ask them for referrals, you're going to be able to generate more leads than this. And remember, $1 million a year is $520 an hour. It's more than $520 an hour. And a good assistant is $16 to $20 an hour. So if you really can't afford yourself, if you really do plug in and get yourself tied into this, just food for thought. So if your goal is $1 million in the next 12 months, you got to prospect to generate 100 leads a month. That's 3 leads a day. And use your CRM to be relentless in contacting them and in converting them and in closing them and following up with them, being a business professional, being a business person. There's a lead life cycle, and it's the 4 quadrants: the prospecting, the converting, the closing, the following up, wearing those 4 hats, and in your business, writing those as part of your business plan so that you can figure out what are you going to do to make each one of those quadrants more and more successful. My motto is better and better, which means every single day I want to be better than I was yesterday. Every day I want to be smarter than I was yesterday. So I'm continually reading books, doing yoga, learning the business more and more, teaching more classes, surrounding myself with people. We talked about Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. We talked about that book on Wednesday just a little bit. I think it was who is it that brought that book to us? I think it might have been Andy who mentioned that
I
book.
did. Yeah.
Yep. And so Andy, there's a line in that book that's very, 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 very well known. It's show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Who you surround yourself with matters as well. So if your goal is to work hard and sell 200 homes and add 200 past clients to your database, and if you can do that, your goal should be, how fast can I close 200 transactions? Because the faster you close 200 transactions, you now have 200 past closings in your database. And now you're going to call those people throughout the year and you're going to get referrals from them, and it's going to make you $1 million a year. Tom Ferry stood up in front of the entire group. As you saw that video, it was a homework assignment to watch the rest of it. All the money is then tech enabled, systematic, relentless scheduled follow-up, which means we're a salesperson, we're a business person. This means that we need to be operating from a business. Our CRM is the database that helps manage our data. And in the world of 2025, data is everything. And your business is your database. And if your database is in order right now, if your database is not in order right now, your business is in disarray. We've built you a CRM that works very well. We put an app on your phone. It's all there. And if you ever want to click a button and download all the data out of it, at least one thing happened for you. You got everything into one place, and now everything is in one spreadsheet. Very powerful. My recommendation is work on that as hard as you possibly can until that task is done, because your business is not together until all of your data is in one place. 5% share in 95% of the business. That's incredible. 5% of agents are raking in 95% of the money, and 95% of the agents are sharing in 5%. So what are the top producers doing differently? They're operating from a plan, and they're not letting any lead go unanswered. They're going to continue following up with that person until that person buys with them and starts getting referrals from them. I'm just going to throw this back here again of when you guys can be making your calls. This is also on your first slide. Do your best to make your calls when you're out of Mega at times that are going to be convenient, are going to have the biggest impact. And a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is when to make the calls, and some studies that were done by Boomtown, a large CRM. They spent $3 million doing a year study, and we're going to see some of the results of that study. It's very cool. Hopefully you're doing open houses. I know we've got one scheduled this week, next week, and the week after for Realty Texas. Elisa St. John has worked with Christina Roberto, who is a neighborhood specialist for Sun City. She's got about 10 listings that we're going to be holding open, so it's going to be a huge deal up there. Kim Dale, listing agent, she farms Star Ranch. She's closed hundreds of homes. Both of them together have closed more than 400 homes. So you're going to be helping two of our top producers and the farms that they operate do listings in their farms, and learn from Elisa St. John, who is an expert. So I'm hoping that all of you are going to be showing up for these open houses that we're going to be doing over the course of this weekend. It's going to be very impactful. We talked about working from home and how that can be so chaotic. We talked about someone who was looking for a cell phone charger, and they went through their house and did a circle and came back and forgot their cell phone charger, and probably spent 30 minutes going into a circle, starting to do laundry, starting to do dishes, starting to look for an outfit, and just completely lost track of everything that they were doing, living in chaos. Not operating from a plan, not operating their business as a business professional. Look, we need to have a plan. We need to plan our day. We need to plan our week. We need to plan our month. We need to plan our year. And I think this is important enough to read it one more time. This book, top producers annually do 3 things. Successful people annually time block 3 things. First, they make a list of all the vacations and time off they want to take for the year, and they block it off on their calendar. This way they've guaranteed to themselves, their family, and their friends that personal time comes off first. Second, they take out their calendar and they time block a few hours every single day devoted to the one thing, lead generation. And third, they time block an hour each day to plan third, they time block an hour each week to plan their week. Page 75 and 76 of Shift, a real estate Bible. Incredible. Successful real estate agents, that 5% that's doing 95% of the business, they're operating from a calendar. I operate from a calendar. Lisa operates from a calendar. We plan our life, we plan our business. It's absolutely necessary that you guys do too. Okay. You guys got an email from me, probably. Maybe some of you didn't. No, actually, I sent it out to the entire company. Last night, I did a blast on my cell phone, and I blasted out our car show. How many of you got that email and watched the quick video that I sent? Did anybody not get that email that I sent out? Okay. So you guys need to be checking your email because I sent it to agents@realtytexas.com, which means it went to everyone. And it was, hey, here's a video on how you can use your Realty Texas app to blast out to everyone, our content calendar. We're going to take a little quick, we're going to take a field trip here. I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to take you to our .me. And I'm going to log in, which I should have done before. Give me a second. My token has to refresh. And I'm going to go down to our social section. Everyone should be very familiar of this. And by the way, June 21st is International Yoga Day. How cool is that, right? So everyone familiar with this section of your realtytexas.me? Okay. So you will notice that the very first item is your content calendar. We have a team of people, Deandra and Jessica, who create and work really, really hard on creating this content calendar for you every single month and pushing every single Friday new advertising pieces that's branded with your phone number and your name and what's going on to stay top of mind with everyone. And every day there's something else going on and there's a theme to every single day. So maybe you want to share Happy Father's Day and you're going to take this post and you want to share it to everyone. There's two ways you can share it. You can click blast. When you click blast, then you can pick users, pick which users you want to send it to, select all users. You can put in a subject and an email header and a little body message. And then when you click preview, it's going to show what it's going to look like in the email browser when it emails to every single person. Just a couple of seconds. It's got a nice header. It's got the footer on it with all of your socials. It's got your information about brokerage services there. And down here is where the message goes. So in here, if I say something like this and click preview, now you're going to see Happy Father's Day. It's real-time live. You can see what it's going to show up in the browser when you send it out. But this is a way to send out really cool content via email in your .me. But we also have a way to SMS that same thing to all your contacts using your office line. So we've created so many cool things for you from your Realty Texas newsletter. How many of you know that we now have a newsletter built into Realty Texas? Okay, awesome. So you click the blast icon here, you click on newsletters, and you select a template. And we have all of these newsletters. They started with 15. We finally implemented this a month and a half ago, and it's been beta tested and tested. So you grab whatever newsletter that you want to grab, and then you pick whatever banner that you want to have on top, maybe poolside. You can click the preview button and you can see the different headers and use the ones that you think is going to be best with that. Again, it's got your phone number, your name, your logo on the top. You can click preview and you can look at the actual newsletter and what it looks like. It's got our trivia questions and brain teasers, and pick one that you like. And then you can click the send button and push it out. When you click send, you're going to do the same thing. And right now it says it's going to send out to 152 people. Nope, I don't want to send that out right now, as a matter of fact. But once it is sent, one of the cool things about it is it will show you on the newsletters tab on history the two new letters that you sent, and how many people have opened it, how many people unsubscribed, and it'll be there for you to be able to track how many people it went to and opens. All right, let me get back to my slides. I'm going to put this video into our chat. I don't know why this doesn't always work. Open in browser. Let me share my screen. Hello, Realty Texas. Super excited to talk with you about an amazing feature that we have in your .me that will help you communicate to your entire spheres that you have moved to Realty Texas. So there is in your .me, in your social folder, there is a section for it that you see the up here and on the dot me in your CXM. You can type keywords. New RT agent is one of them. So for those of you who are a new Realty Texas agent, one of the first things we want you to do is go up here, pick new RT agent, and click it and blast it out to all your people. So this keywords, we have literally thousands of posts that you guys can share. Part of what we should be doing is, you know, communicating, having an active social media channel. And either you're going to pay someone to help you create all this content or you're going to do it yourself. But if you're doing it yourself, it's taking time away from you making your phone calls, and the phone calls are the most important thing that you can do. So this just gives you an entire library of things that you can reach from that are hot topic stuff that are going on that you can just quickly grab and then blast it out without having to put any thought or any time to it. So here is a blast social post, which I showed you how to do already. So you can blast a social post. You can do it by SMS on your cell phone using our Realty Texas app or email. It's staying top of mind. We also have listings, and you can blast a Realty Texas listing. One of the things that makes this company unique is the fact that we remind you guys so much that the listing is taken in the name of the company, and it's the entire company's job to help that agent sell that property, and we should all be co-marketing it. If you don't have a listing, you can share that listing on your socials and via text message and try to help the listing agent. I promise you, if when you get a listing, you've got 50 other people at this company trying to bring you a buyer, do you find value in that? Heck yes. And so we want everyone to be advertising those listings. We have a way to also click a listing and blast that listing to all your people. Hey, new listing just hit the market, and be sending those out. This video, which I'm hoping this is going to run. Yes. Hey, Realty Texas, super excited to share with you a feature in our realtytexas.me that will... Please hold, technical difficulties. I know it's hard to see, so hey, Realty Texas, super excited to share with you a feature in our realtytexas.me that will allow you to blast any of our Realty Texas listings to your entire spheres. Remember, the listing agreement is taken in the name of the brokerage. We all have the right to advertise these listings, and we should be. If you go to our Cesium app that's in your .me, this opens up every listing that we have here at Realty Texas, also every listing that is in the entire marketplace. Find a listing that you like, click on the media button, and then click on the email blast. Once you do, select the Explore Featured Listings button and click on the Users tab and do the Select All feature so that you can select all of your users. And you can always preview it before you actually send it so you can see what it looks like. If you click the send button here, it's going to go ahead and send it out. But instead, I'm going to click the preview feature so that I can see what that would look like. In our realtytexas.me that will... Okay, so I wanted to freeze it at the... but I lost it. Sorry, guys. Just a way to stay top of... Well, anyway. So, within a few seconds, you go to Cesium. You click the red button on a listing. You click the blast button, and you can super quick share a listing with everyone. It's not hard. It's actually super easy. I am not at my .me. There we go. Let's go to Cesium. Find a listing that you really love and think, oh, I want to share that with everyone. Click the media button. You click on the email blast feature. There's only one template that we have. Pick the users you want to send it to. But when you click the preview button, here you go. And this is what it'll look like when it goes out to your entire sphere. You can send these out every day. You've got amazing content that you have at your fingertips that literally just takes 1 second. You can, in 5 minutes, send out your social blast in the morning and send out your emails and your newsletter, and it'd take you just a couple of seconds. And you didn't have to take your data and import it somewhere and go to a third-party flyer and upload the data and upload all the photos and do all the things. It's actually just built for you. And not enough people in my opinion, are using these incredible tools that you have.
James?
Yeah, I had a question.
Yes, I have. Can we share this on the social media?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where do I click? Virtual tool, video maker. What do I do?
So if you're wanting to share on socials, we're going to get to that in a little bit. We're going to show you in your Realty Texas app. Your Realty Texas app has a share feature. Right now, if you use the .me, really you're going to have to download it to your desktop as a file and then do all the things that's complicated to open up your social and paste it over. Whereas in your app, all you have to do is click a button and share it to your socials, and it'll create the post and open the post up in that. So use your app to be sharing those posts.
Thank you.
Yep. So here's our newsletter system. I already showed you about the newsletter already. Here's a video. By the way, every single one of these videos are on our Realty Texas YouTube channel for our agents to go and see. There's also a link in the top right corner. So yes, we have a newsletter. Yes, we have a listing blasting feature. We have all these social posts that you can blast via email or SMS, all the things. But successful people need to plan their calendar, which means you need to have something in your calendar that reminds you to go do this stuff. So maybe you have a 20-minute calendar item 5 days a week, and in it it says post to socials, because every day we have a calendar item and our content calendar is 30 days a month. So grab the item, upload it to socials, and blast one of our listings out and share more information. Maybe that's on your calendar every day. It should be. I think all of us have seen the AI blogging tool that we have. Has anyone not seen the AI blogging tool? Let's watch this quick little blogging tool. This message is 2 minutes long.
Realty Texas is proud to offer our AI blogging platform. This AI blogging tool does all the heavy lifting. Watch as we create a blog in just seconds. Step 1. Click the blog link on your agent dashboard. Step 2. You will see a list of your blog posts. At the top, simply click the New Blog Post button. Click the AI Generative AI button. Step 3. Enter some text about your next great blog idea. Something really broad, like create a blog about rates in May of 2025. Click the Generate button. Our tool will generate the title, content, and URL automatically. Please read and proof your blog. Step 4. Time to select a blog image. The generative AI already added text to search for your image. Click the search button at the bottom. Search for an image that best represents your blog. Then click the green Choose button directly under it. The system will automatically embed the image into your blog for you. Step 5. The last step is to set your blog status active and to save your blog. After doing this, your blog will be live on our website. Want to preview your new blog? Scroll to the bottom of the page and click the blog URL. Your blog will open in a new window. Each blog displays the image at the top, the blog content in the middle, and at the bottom are the blog tags. All of our blogs accept user comments by default. Want to share your blog? From our blog app, find the blog you just created and click the blast button located to the right of the blog title. Now that the blast blog feature is open, simply select which of your CXM users you wish to share your blog to. We always recommend adding yourself to this list. Our batching system runs every 5 minutes, so it can take up to 5 minutes for your blog to be emailed. Our blogging platform was built for ease of use, to be easily shared, and has great SEO. We hope that you get a lot of use and leads from your new blogging tool. Happy blogging, Realty Texas.
So super easy. The AI is going to create the blog. I do recommend that you read it to make sure that it's not hallucinating and putting some crazy stuff in there. So proofread your blog. But this is a way to create content that you can then share via email. You can take the link, you can put it on your socials, and again, putting more content out. What's great is this content is associated with your Realty Texas website, and our SEO is incredibly good. The more blogs that you have, these show up on our listing pages. So people will find you based on your blog and your content. So when people are Googling that particular topic, they'll come across your blog because our blogs are built for SEO. They're also showing up in position 1 for the blog topics and driving people back to your website where people can register right on your website by clicking a link. It pulls in their email. If they're when they create a new account, they can click the Facebook button. When they do, it takes their information from Facebook, their email address and phone number, automatically enters it into our system, and it creates an account for them. Then you receive a notification on your app that someone just registered on your webpage, and it creates a call task, which sends them a text, thanks them for registering. You click the call button, and then you call them. And then after you hang up, it sends them an email. And so we also even have automatic voicemail drops. Couple questions. First, Wells, hi.
Hi, good morning. I just had a question. I understand it's all real estate in the blog, but can we also put in some fun stuff like our experience to my first time in yoga? Because I
Yeah,
need
I
it
mean,
because real estate can get you a little crazy.
it's going to
Can we
relate.
blog about that experience or is it just strictly real estate?
We get that question a lot. We have a monthly blogging class from Deandra, which she kind of helps as well. People have also gone to AI and said, give me the top 10 most important blogging topics today in real estate, or give me 5 topics that buyers need to know about in real estate today, or what is the 5 hottest search terms in real estate right now that buyers are searching for, and then figure out those and then go and say, create a blog on this search term. And so it'll relate it back. But the answer is yes, you can. In our AI prompt, though, we did, because you're typing in a message and you're clicking send and it's creating the blog. We have a lot of code that's creating those blogs. So whatever, Miguel did one on David Sunflower Seeds as an example, just as a test. And it turned out to be a really terrific article, and it had nothing to do with real estate. But we are telling the prompt to somehow relate it back to real estate. But if it's completely off topic, like doing yoga, it probably won't relate it back to real estate. But we are asking AI to take your topic and to relate it to real estate in one way or another. But it's smart enough to know what it is you're trying to accomplish. So try it, play with it, create it, and bring it back. And if you have questions or need assistance, always go and ask Deandra. Again, we have a goal right now to hit 100 blogs. We're 1,000 blogs rather. We're at 991 blogs right now, so we're 9 away from 1,000. We talked about that this morning at Morning Huddle for a moment, and I know that we might have even already hit 1,000 because if I know Michelle LaFortune, she has already created 9 blogs and already reached the 1,000. But 1,000 blogs is pretty
Thank
amazing.
you.
Thank you, Wells. And play with it on break. Do a yoga one and just see what it does and read it and share with the class when we get back. I love it. Okay, SMS touches. This is your ability in your app to send out a group SMS. I did send and create an email about this yesterday, and I sent it out to everyone. I hope you watched that video. It's super easy to send out an SMS. Hello, Realty, Texas. In fact, the reason why I created this tool for you is because for the last about 6 years.
Yep. Later.
Hey, Lisa, are you on? Can you grab that? The last 6 years, every holiday, I sent out everyone in my phone a greeting, whether it was Happy New Year's or Merry Christmas, and I found a company called Promote It or something like that. And it was a app that would allow me to blast to every one of my contacts. The problem with it was that I had to say yes after everyone that sent, and I had 2,500 contacts in my phone. So I would go to the movies, maybe on New Year's Day with Miguel. And under the blanket, I'm just keep clicking my phone like this because I have to click it 2,500 times for the whole thing to click out, because both the iOS Apple Store and the Play Store, both for Google or for the Android phones, the Google Play Store, they don't allow text message blasting software to exist. You can't blast to everyone in your phone. You have to acknowledge each one. And I realized what a pain that was. I created a system that will allow you to do it. You literally push one button and it blasts to everyone in your contacts in seconds, and you don't have to confirm each one. This personally has saved me an incredible amount of time. And every time I blast this out, they're remembering me. And every Christmas, every holiday, every major event, I'm sending this out and I'm touching my clients and they're responding, "Oh my gosh, Jack, how are you? It's good to hear from you." And I get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of responses. That is what a salesperson does. That's what we have to do, is to continually be communicating with our SOI and staying top of mind. You can try to farm this out somewhere, but my recommendation is that you're on the front end of this, and these types of tools really help you with that. All right, I owe you a break. I wanted to get to 10:30.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I am going to share my app real time. I have a new monitor in here, a third one, and it's causing me some glitches. So hopefully I have addressed that. Can everyone see my app pretty well? Great. In the bottom right-hand corner, you see the three lines, which we lovingly call the hamburger. When you click the hamburger, it takes you over to your tools and settings page for the app. You can click on the media item, and on the media item, you can grab something like the car show, and you can click the bomb. And when you click the bomb, it's going to blast it out. You can say placeholder by grabbing their first name. If you don't like deer, probably put hi in there instead. If you are free this Saturday, we would love you to come to our car show. And then you click blast, and it's going to send it to every single person in your CXM contact list. So that is one way. You also have a couple of other ways to share content as well. So we have this contact list. You can click on clients, all clients or Realty clients that are leads of yours. You can also click the bomb up here, and you can attach a specific property if you want. So we can blast out SMS a listing, perhaps. So this is going to query all of our company listings, and you're going to click an attach button, and then it will attach it to this blast, and then they will see a picture of it. And you can do the same thing. Hello, first name. If you want to put hello. Just brought this incredible property to the market. If you know one is looking to buy a house, please let me know, because I really need to get this sold. I really find that that message helpful when I send the properties to my clients. I say, hey guys, I just listed this property. I really need to get this sold for my seller. If you know anyone that's looking or would be interested, let me know. When I ask them for their help regarding the listing, I get a lot of responses, and people are like, okay, if I know anyone, and then people even say, hey, can you send me information about this? So super helpful. I recommend that you guys look into doing those. If you don't have any listings, maybe this is something you do once a week. Obviously, if you do that every day, it's going to drive them crazy. So this is something you're going to do on occasion. But I like to do this once a week or once every other week. So lots of ways to get information out there. Yes, sir. Jonathan, hi.
Is that using that bomb, is that a text blast or an email blast, or is it like both?
That bomb is only SMS.
Okay.
Yep. So we've got two different types of blast. One is email and one SMS, and they're in different places. That way, our email blasts are in a different place than the SMS blast. Exactly right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Earlier, we talked about a recap from yesterday. NAR studies show, not yesterday, but rather Wednesday. NAR studies, they do this cool. Have I shown you guys our publications in the NAR home buyer and seller report? Some of you are saying no, some of you are saying yes. One more field trip. How about that? I'm going to take you to our realtytexas.com website really quick, because I've put that here because it's your .me is not forward facing to the consumers, but the realtytexas.com is. When you go to the footer of our.com site, or even your subdomains as well, your own websites, you have this annual reports and guides list. These are all of NAR's reports. 2013 profile of home buyer and seller, 2014 profile of home buyer and seller, and we have all of them in here. And so let's just grab 2023, for instance. Every NAR queries about 8,000 home buyers and sellers every year, and they compile this report, and it costs them millions of dollars to do it. But they ask really important questions like, what did you find valuable in your agent? What were you looking for in an agent? What were you looking for in a house? What are things that you didn't like about your representation? If you could do it all over again, what would you do better? So first, it's a characteristic of the home buyers that are in the market now, the characteristics of the homes they purchased, the whole home search process that they went through, home buying and the real estate professional, their financing, home seller and their selling experience, home selling and real estate pros, and then they have a whole for sale by owner every single year. Then methodology, and then all of the exhibits and where they got their data. And it's really cool. It talks about the competition, and this report is the secret sauce. If you wanted to go and read this report before you did your marketing, it would really help you target your marketing in the right area that's really relevant in today. So when I talk about a lot of the stuff in Mega, it's going to be taking into consideration our most recent home buyer and seller report from NAR, because I take that into consideration. One of the things that it talks about in there, it has year over year, is that who is sending referrals. And what's interesting is those people who are 18 plus and even younger have a huge propensity in sending you referrals, because oftentimes they're more social than the parents are. They're going to school and they're taught, they know who's they're just listening, and oh, I know this person was talking about buying a house. Really? So moms and dads, when your kids are in soccer practice, that's a really good pool of people to pull from when you're looking at prospecting. In any event, 20% of people are going to buy this year. 20% of your database is going to buy this year. If you're looking at a 5-year cycle, they're buying once every 5 years. So over a 5-year cycle, they're going to buy or sell once. That's what's happening right now. So if that's the case, we know that 80% of the chance they're not going to transact with us. 20% chance is, but there's 100% there's 100% probability that they're going to send you a closed referral that year. Maybe you call them 3 times over the year. One of those 3 phone calls is going to result in them saying, "Oh, I do know someone." So if you call the entire database once, you know that there's 1 in 3 chance that they're going to give you the referral. You know, you got to call them 2 more times before you're going to get to the probability that NAR is talking about. And the more times you touch them with this phone call every about 90 to 180 days, which is long enough ago that it's like, oh, I haven't heard from you in a while. That's kind of that perfect pinpoint touch, which is why we built our smart plans around this alternating 3-month, 4-month, 3-month, 5-month, 4-month, 3-month cycle. So it's not just always, on the 14th of every other month we're calling them. It doesn't work that way. It's kind of staggered out, so it feels a little bit more natural. And we're touching them on that consistency and reminding them about referrals every single time. And you'll start getting more and more referrals as you put that in their ear. You're programming them about how important his referrals are. And then when they hear something like, oh, I remember Kelly Pratt was just asking me about this the other day. And then they call Kelly and say, hey, Kelly, actually, I do know someone and I thought of you. And Kelly's going to say, thank you so much. That means the world to me. And then Kelly's going to take her out to lunch or him out to lunch on a Friday for thanking him, and then thanking the person for giving them the referral, and then call the actual referral and find out who they also know that's looking to buy, sell, lease a home, and maybe it doesn't pan out. Maybe they don't all pan out because, oh, yep, I already hired someone or already looking or whatever the case may be. But that's what we're trying to create, is an army of raving fans that are sending us leads. This is where the $1 million is going to come from. If we can get our 4% conversion rate to 5%, just a little bit of a tweak by learning our scripts and really focusing on our database well, man, that is going to generate you an extra $900,000 in income. That 1%, that difference in 1%, it's an incredible difference. So because that's going to be an extra 2 closings every single month over the course of the entire year. Okay, so when we're talking about motivation and we're talking about being a salesperson, how many of you are starting to really feel this mindset thing being so important? Okay, how many of you remember Kobe Bryant? Okay, this is a video about Kobe Bryant at the apex of his career. Here is a guy that didn't have the biggest hands, didn't have the longest legs. He really, really had to turn to skill to become one of the greatest basketball players of all time. I love basketball. It's one of my things. When I lived in LA, I'd always have tickets to the Lakers. In fact, I would sit right behind Jack Nicholson and Penny Marshall back when Shaq and Shaquille and Rice and Green and all of them were playing for the Lakers. So something that's, I'm pretty passionate about. But obviously, when I remember exactly where I was when Kobe's helicopter crashed, I was coming back from Egypt, and I was just mortified. I mean, here is this all-star person. I mean, he just never saw that coming. So how does someone like Kobe, who's not the tallest, not the strongest, doesn't have the most strength off the line, how does he become one of the greatest basketball players of all time? And he's going to tell you in this video, he had to figure out how to get more skill. So we can apply this to our real estate practice. How do we become, maybe we're not the greatest social person, maybe we're not the greatest communicator, maybe, whatever we know that our deficiencies are, it means that we need to really focus on that and we need to practice. And there's something I want you to pay close attention to. He talks about when he's practicing, when he's in the zone. Don't leave me alone. I'm in my zone. Gladiator, Maximus, I'm in my zone. Leave me alone. And I want you to equate that to your phone calls that you're making, because that's your prospecting time. That's your filling your pipeline time. Lock yourself in the room. Make the phone calls. Don't bother me. I'm in the zone right now. I spent my entire morning and afternoon or morning preparing myself for this moment to be on the phone with my clients. This is an important time of my day. Please relate that to that. We're going to watch this video and then I'm going to give it to you for homework. Brandon, I see your hand up.
Hey, quick moment to share with you, Jack. I actually met Kobe Bryant's personal trainer. I actually have his jersey hanging up right there. You'd be happy to see that. But the biggest thing that he said about Kobe was, like you just said, that when he practiced, it was like game time. So I think we could kind of take that into our own practices, and that anytime we're going to even just practice like we're doing the thing for real. So I love that you brought that up. Love to hear it. Can't wait to see this.
You really want me on the team. What's your approach to recruitment?
You want first place, come play with me. You want second place, go somewhere else. Like I would watch Magic play. I'd watch Michael play. And I would see them do these unbelievable things, and I'd say, can I get to that level? I don't know, but let's find out.
That's why he's the best player in the game.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you to become better at your craft.
So because you know what you want, the world's giving you exactly the information you need to become better at it.
Because you know what you're looking for.
So many guys tell stories about your work ethic.
Yeah.
What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay disciplined?
Well, I mean, I mean, every day. I mean, since, for 20 years. I mean, it was an everyday process and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. Now, my vertical was a 40, it wasn't a 46 or a 45. My hands are big, but they're not massive, right? So you got to figure out ways to strengthen them so your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast, right? So I had to rely on skill a lot more. I had to rely on angles a lot more. I had to study the game a lot more. And, but I enjoyed it though. So like from the time I can remember when I started watching the game, I studied the game and it just never changed. It's a good separation for me, emotionally, to be able to put myself in a place where at practice or when I'm training or during games, I switch my mind to something else. I switch my mode into something else, right? For me, it's the equivalent of Maximus, Decimus, Meridius, and Gladiator picking up the dirt, smelling the dirt, it's go time, right? So that was my mental switch. It was like an actor getting ready for a film. You gotta put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. And then when you leave there, it's something completely different. But when I'm in that cage, bro, don't touch me, don't talk to me, just leave me alone.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation. Like for me, it's not, you kind of got to get over yourself. Like, it's not about you, man. Like, okay, you feel embarrassed. You're not that important. Like, get over yourself.
That's where you go.
Get over yourself, right? Like you're worried about how people may perceive you and like you're walking around and it's embarrassing because you shot 5 air balls. Get over yourself, right? And then after that, it's okay, well, why did those air balls happen? Got it. High school, year before, we played 35 games, max, right? Week in between, spaced out, plenty of time to rest. In the NBA, it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I didn't have the legs. So you look at the shot, every shot was online. Every shot was online, but every shot was short. Right? I gotta get stronger. I gotta train differently. The weight training program that I'm doing, I gotta tailor it for an 82 game season so that when the playoffs come around, my legs are stronger and that ball gets there. So I look at it with rationale and say, okay, well, the reason why I shot air balls is because my legs aren't there. I go, well, next year they'll be there. That was it.
Done.
Done.
The rest of this, I'm going to put in your Microsoft Teams. You can watch the rest of this. Things that are pullouts of this that I want to put you in a breakout room and talk with your fellow students about is how many of you felt nervous to make your calls and scared? Get over ourselves is a great line that he had. And what are you struggling with that you can identify in your business that you need to get stronger, whether it's your voice, whether it's your mental, whatever is going on, how can you get better at your craft? Because this is your craft. This is the profession that you're in. You want to be the best. You want to sell like a top producer. What are you going to do to prepare for that? I'm actually going to put you in a breakout room here for 10 minutes. Oh, we could probably spend the rest of the entire day talking about this topic. Group 1, we have Andy and Chin, Iris, Isa, and Tasha. Now that I have that correct, Isa. Who's our group captain out of Group 1?
That will be me.
Okay, Isa, what did you come up with? What did your group talk about?
So we talked about all the words that describe relentless, right? So it's kind of within the same thing. Our number 1 word is flow. In his video, he describes of getting in the zone and getting into character. And when he's in there, he's just focused on that. So flow means in the zone and staying in, in that headspace. We have unyielding, which is unstoppable. Persistent. We have unstoppable. We have determined. We have ferocious, which is you're chasing something with such a big, energy. Driven, consistency, resilience, and then we have implacable.
Ooh, I love it. So was your group, were they able to relate this video to their business? Did they see a parallel?
We mainly focused on what it means to be relentless. And we talked about how, that's what we want to do when we're, in this business.
Okay. Thank you, Isa. Thank you, Group 1. Group 2 is Angela, Brandon, Charlie, Rosny, and Yana. Who is the captain for Group 2?
I am. I think we were a little confused. We didn't do the relentless part. We were mainly talking and discussing about what holds us back
Yeah.
and keeps us from being relentless. The biggest thing I think that was kind of holding people back was the time management. So we have personal things going on. One of our team members, two of them actually, was saying that they have family members that they have to tend to, that sort of thing. And then also the technology, it is a lot to learn. We did come up with solutions, get with Katie, get with Miguel, see what we can do to have them help out. They're some of the best people to go to. And then also just simply time management and being organized. So those were some of the things that held us back.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, so agents came to us and said that, they didn't have the ability to do anything, so they were really struggling with that and they needed a way. So then we built it, and then they came and said, well, how do we learn it? So we have once a week training on our tool system. We've got staff who are standing by 5 days a week wanting to help. They answer questions in the evenings. We have an entire learning center designed to drive videos to you about how to use the tech. We've got all kinds of stuff. So yes, time management is really big in real estate. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, one last thing, Jack. Charlie was also saying that the only thing that was holding him back was himself and kind of putting himself forward. But he feels like after going through MEGA-16 that he's definitely learning everything he needs to know to get started. So that's what I think Charlie was trying to share.
Thank you, Brendan. Yes, so hopefully we are going to put ourselves out there because we absolutely must if we're going to be a real estate agent. I know when we went to real estate school, we figured we would handle all of that later and it'll somehow come together. But guess what? As Kobe said, it's game time. It is 100% game time. All right, good job. Thank you. Group 3, Ariel, Indu, Kyle, Wells. Who is the captain here?
I am. They selected me, but it was a team effort. So to put it in 8 words, it's basically be the character of what you want to be. And that's about enjoy it, the mindset. Don't dwell on perceptions, focus on what you can do better. We discussed through this all, finding out what you have as an insecurity and put it in the skills to be stronger. If you mess up, don't dwell on it, but figure out where you can be better at your skills versus the personal. So to say it again, be that character of what you want to be, and then your mindset aligns very, very well to that.
This is a topic I'm super passionate about because you can take something that you are not good at and beat yourself up about it, or you can figure out why and make it better, period. I love it. Thank you. Good job, Kyle. You represented your group well. Group 4 is Andrew, Darlene, Kelly, Lewis. And then after we're done with this, I'm going to ask for a couple of volunteers specifically. But group 4, who's your captain?
Hey, Jack, it was me.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, so we talked about a few things. We talked about what holds us back. A couple of us said that it was mainly us beginning to look unlikable. We have a hard time reaching out to people just to ask for that business. Like we know in our minds that's literally what we're asking for, but we don't want them to think, oh, well, here they are just calling me again for this one thing. So we want to stay genuine, and I think that hurts us a little bit. Also, some of us said time management. It's hard to kind of juggle things. And then some of us said also developing better communication skills. We might feel that maybe a career path that we had in the past didn't allow us to communicate as much as we would want to. So developing those skills, we feel that might be holding us back in making those calls. And then as far as being relentless, we took from the video, we said nonstop, just staying on it all the time, no matter what it is, just find a way to stay on it. We said maintain that focus, no matter what you're doing, whatever it is, always keep that focus on top. I added in top of mind because I feel like that's something that I forget to do sometimes. I need to try to keep it on top of mind so I can be relentless. And then I feel like I'm always studying what can be done. And like Kobe said, studying the game, I'm trying to figure out what we can do to make be a better realtor, do better than something else or whatever it might be. And so I'm always studying and trying to figure out how to make myself successful as a realtor. Oh, and then lastly, we said, be like Jack Stapleton. We noticed you show to be very relentless. We show that you're doing so much, and we see that, and so we're like, maybe we can just copy what he's doing.
There's a story, there's a saying around this place that came up in about MEGA-10, WWJD, what would Jack do? I did
understand
not.
why.
Thanks. Good job. All right, so you were group 4, yes. Yes, group 5, Aki, Christine, Jonathan, Tina. Who is our captain out of 5?
Tina is.
Hello, Tina. First of all, I haven't heard this yet, so if you wouldn't mind, did your group, were they able to relate this video to their business?
Yes. I mean, we went over our Relentless stories, which I found really inspiring. We didn't go over like how it relates to our business right now, kind of how it related before we got into the business.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
So we did the synonyms of Relentless. So I think they've all been spoken about, which is focused, determined, driven, tireless, intense, unstoppable, and fierce, and to not give up and be unyielding.
So I have this being recorded, by the way, just FYI. So we're going to hold you all accountable for these words. How about that? Good job, Tina. You did great. Group 6, Isabel, Luckinson, Mohammed, Wong. Who is the captain in 6th?
We actually forgot to choose a captain, so I guess I'll volunteer.
Okay.
But we talked about how making calls was awkward and how to get past that nervousness. And I kind of chimed in and said that, once you get past the initial fear, people start to open up. And if you keep doing that, relentlessly, your mind will get more resilient to that awkwardness. And so we were just saying that the more you do things, treat it kind of like a game, like you said. The more you keep calling, the more you keep trying to break past that awkwardness of meeting new people and talking, the easier it actually gets. And then eventually you can just do it second nature.
Okay, thank you very much, Wong. All right, moving on to group 7, Corby, Lizette, Rachel. What did your group talk about?
Yes, so we all kind of agreed on like similar things. We talked about what we struggle with and how to overcome it. We talked a lot about mostly the phone calls and how we don't want to bother people, and how do we connect with them, because we don't. It's for us, it was all kind of hard to get out there and making those calls. And then we also talked a lot about self doubt and lack of confidence and how we can overcome that. And we were talking about how we can, just be genuine with them, connect with them. It's just, to make a connection, and then hopefully they'll come back around. And we also related to the video how he said getting over yourself, more in the sense of, your fears and things like that. So I think we all collectively kind of are similar in that way in that group, but that was the main points.
Okay, thank you, group 7. Lisa is intently listening to all of this because she's the one who's going to be handing out your points on this one. So, all right, group 8. Alicia, Jerry, Gabriel, Jeff, who is my captain?
We didn't really elect a captain, but I kind of just facilitated what we were talking about, and we talked about the fear and then how to overcome that fear to be relentless. And with the fear, a lot of us are just trying to be okay with being uncomfortable and trying to break out of the shell so that way when you're making these calls, you can be yourself a little more and be a little more relatable and understanding and confident in these roles. And so, two of the people in my group were actually military people. So they both were able to relate this to military, where they're able to break out of their shell and kind of use this as an aspect where they can be a team, but also be relentless in what they're doing. You know what I mean? And so I kind of summed it up a little bit with being confident and understanding and relatable and knowledgeable of what we're doing and shell shattering. So the way we're shattering that shell to kind of become this. And in that confidence aspect, I actually used you, Jack, as an example, because I go, even in the fact of how you teach this class and how you're going about showing us these different directions, you always exude the confidence in what you're saying and believing in what you're saying to get us to all understand and be related to it this as well.
Thank you. Did your class, were you able to take this video and relate it to your business and say, you know,
So-
I see a one-to-one here between what he's talking about as a basketball, as an athlete, and relate this as to a salesperson?
So that was the finding the understanding part, was from being able to see how he used his daily mentality for us to find the own understanding in our world, how we can use that in our calls and so forth like that.
Thank you. Excellent job. All right, so Lisa's gonna put the winner of the breakout session in the chat. So we will figure out who is going to win 50 participation points for this one. So does anybody here who was not a group captain want to mention anything about this video and maybe how it impacted you or made this relatable to your profession as a salesperson? Okay, good. All right, Corby, Luckinson, Wells.
So I think it was America's Got Talent. I was watching this. This video reminded me when Kobe said, "Get over yourself." It reminded me of this. There was a young woman who had cancer and it was terminal, and she had written her own song, and the song was "It's Okay Not to Be Okay." And I think taking that into the phone calls, it's okay, like Jeff was saying earlier, you know, hey, we're anxious about it and uncomfortable. It's okay.
It's okay. It's natural. Just like being anxious to jump in a pool for the first time and swim, it's okay. But then just like anything else that's fear, when we jump in, we find out that we didn't die. And that's such an important lesson for us to all learn. So thank you. That's beautiful, Corby. Luckinson, thank you for raising your hand as well. What do you got? I can't hear you though. Okay, so Luckinson, you're going to have to find your toolbar and on the audio, select your microphone because you probably have the speaker selected. So I'm going to move on until you get that fixed. Wells, your hand's up.
Yes, so I just can relate to that gladiator moment where he picks up the dirt and it just brought, I love that movie, but it actually set in my head, like that's literally how I can stand my ground and believe in myself, knowing that we can all be great. It's that we all have those emotions, but it's in the actions that really speak volume. And so I took that in as standing my ground in what I think are my insecurities can turn out to be the greatest things about me. And so it got me excited.
Thank you, Wells. Ooh, that's very powerful. If you were your group captain, I would have just awarded you the points. Good job. Angela.
I grew up in Los Angeles, and my dad had season tickets to the Lakers. So, and Kobe was huge, like everybody's favorite. And he would come, you know, he'd always be speaking about, and he'd speak to groups, to schools and stuff. He was awesome. He always gave back. His number one thing was practicing. He was very humble. He was always about you practice and skills. And my dad was my broker, and he always would talk to me about that. He always said, you recover, you practice, train, study, keep going, win. And so it's like he always instilled that in all my brothers and me. And I think that it was always the Kobe, you've got to practice more than, anybody else, because you may not be the tallest, you may not be the fastest, but he obviously, he was one of the best players.
I mean,
that's what I got from it. It reminded me.
Thank you, Angela, because that's actually what I was looking for. Both, you and Wells, both. Iris, give me 1 second. It's being humble and saying, you know what? It's not that I'm the best. It's that I identified why I'm what I have to work on, and I'm gonna study. It's about not just, oh, I'm good at this. It's how I got good at this. It's the practice. It's identifying what we're struggling with, what we have to overcome, and then focus on that and bridge a gap to make sure that we are functioning at the best level that we can. And if we have something that we're not good at in our practice, that we figure out how to become good at it, which means we've got to study, we have to learn. If we're not good at prospecting, we have to figure that out. If we're not good at converting, we got to figure that out. If we're not good at the actual transaction itself, we have to figure that out. And we need to reach out to the spheres of people, figure out who is good at this. I want to mimic them. I want to learn from them, and then put myself in the situation of an athlete and let myself be coached and humbled and then get better. And so I think it's so beautiful to see arguably one of the best basketball players in the entire world say, I'm not the strongest. I'm not the fastest. I'm not the tallest. I don't have the biggest hands. These were all my shortcomings. And that's pretty much everything. He could have used each one of those as an excuse for failure. 100%. Excuse for failure. My hands are too small. I'm not a good basketball. I'll figure something else out. But he said, okay, there's got to be another way because I'm going to be number one. And so I got to figure out, I got to study the game better. I got to figure out how to figure this out because I'm going to be number one. I got to make myself stronger. How are you going to make yourself stronger? All right, Iris, and then Jeff, and then we're done with this one.
Yeah, so I love this quote that he said, and it's just so powerful. And I'm going to read it really quickly. It says, those times when you get up early and you work hard, and there's going to be those times when you stay up late and you work hard, and those times when you don't feel like you're working, you're too tired and you don't want to push it yourself, but you do it anyway. And that's actually the dream. So that sentence that says, when you do it, you don't want to do it, but you do it anyway, that should be really powerful for all of us. Because for me, that's what everything starts.
That's where success comes from. When you have 5 things that you can do, but you decide to do the hard thing and you focus your attention, that is the definition, my friends, of relentless. Good job. Iris. Oh, I'm sorry, Mohammed.
I like when he says that figure it out, what are your weaknesses and what are your strengths, and when are you on that gauge, then don't talk to me, don't touch me, and leave me alone. I like
And hopefully we are relating that to us making our phone calls or in class or whatever's going on that we need to be focusing on our business. Distractions. This is my time that I get to make the money to do the things that I want to do in life. So respect that this is me getting better at my craft. Everybody in your sphere is going to be perfectly okay with you bringing in $1 million a year. They're supporting us and helping us with that. We got to let them know how they can support us in that, and hopefully that's leave us alone when we're in that zone so that we can go and do it. Amazing. My definition of relentless is that you are so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. Nothing. That you're so laser focused that there's not a force on earth except for death that's going to stop you. It's going to happen. That is relentless. Excuses are a disease, and fear is you allowing some kind of false evidence to get in your way to destroy your dreams. And fear is not big enough to stop you. You have to be bigger than the fear. And if you let fear be bigger than you, then you're going to always be catering to your fears, which means you're not going to do the hard thing. You're not going to make the calls. You're not going to build the database. You're not going to show up to the city council meetings. You're not going to show up to the open houses. And eventually you'll be in a completely different profession, making probably not $1 million a year. And all of this faith and trust that you put in yourself to get yourself where you are right now, you didn't take it all the way. And the only person that can do that and push yourself is you. Test questions. Prospects receiving a call within 20 seconds of their initial query were 391% more likely to convert. I know the math side of this, I've already lost the yellow personality type. Like, ugh, numbers. I don't know. I don't want to hear that. But I need you to hear this. When you have someone who registered on a website, let's just look at what they've just gone through. They had an idea. Something was profound enough to find their way to Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com, and click on a button because they had an interest level high enough, and then you received the email. Or they were on the internet and they found your website and something piqued their interest in a grand enough scale that they clicked that button. People don't have much of an attention span, and we're going to prove that here in a few seconds. In fact, let's just go ahead and do it right now. So can everyone hold up your phone? 3/4 of you already had it in your hand, so you didn't have to reach for it.
I can't. I'm actually using the video on mine, Jack.
Okay, well, push the video aside for a moment because I want you to go to that place that you're never supposed to go. I want you to go to your social media account for a moment. And give me a second as I'm trying to figure this out. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. I'm going to set not a 30-minute timer. I'm going to set a 30-second timer. So I want you to have it already open because when I hit start, I want you to start scrolling. And we're going to spend 30 seconds scrolling.
Which one though?
You pick the one that what's your, pick your poison. Whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Facebook, which one do you gravitate to? Which one is the one that takes up most of your time, screen time, whatever that one is. And we're going to play a game. All right. Start scrolling now. Okay, put your phones down. Okay. Go away. I'm just going to close it. Okay. So, how many of you had, I guess it just added my audio players. Let's show it here. I can do that. There. Is that someone else or is that literally me? Because mine is not open.
Look at you.
Oh, I don't have any browsers open.
Definitely you, Jack.
Maybe your cell phone.
My cell phone is also on.
Check under your clock. That's where you had your time.
My clock is closed.
It's so weird.
I have nothing open. No browsers. No text. We kill teams. This is nuts.
It's off now.
Okay.
Stop. That's all good.
Okay. So I had a notification open and the notification was open even though the clock was closed. So anyway, all right. So you spent 30 seconds scrolling, and in that 30 seconds that you spent scrolling, someone raise your hand if you saw more than 5 ads. Okay. So Rosie, let's start with you. What are some things that you saw on your scroll? What are maybe a couple different topics of things?
I was just looking at the real estate side on Facebook, agents that posted things. I saw Andrew.
Okay. So let's take the consumer for a moment. They are spending 30 minutes on a break, going for 30 seconds on a break, and one of those ads, pretend them that was yours. Let's just say one of the ads that you saw was a real estate agent's, or let's just say something that you were interested in, and you clicked a button. And then 30 seconds later, you saw how to make pasta. You saw someone screaming about some political person they were upset about. Someone was mad because this. Then you saw some inspirational puppy, someone saving a shark, someone flipping a turtle upside down, all the things. And by the time that 30 seconds goes by, that first one impacted you. But now you've been impacted by something else and something else and something else and something else. And so understanding the buyer's journey, imagine an hour, imagine a day. In fact, it very well could be that you were so far, that person is so far outside of remembering they even clicked that button that's no longer relevant to them. And that's what can happen in an ad that you're running. Someone click it, it was relevant to them in that moment, it impacted them in that moment, and then they registered, and the next thing you know, they got busy, a phone call, they went back to work, they're driving in the car, they're dealing with a screaming child, they're in the oven is going off because the casserole is done, whatever, they've moved on. So in this slide, it says they're 391% more likely to convert in 20 seconds, which is, by the way, a third less time than we had in our entire clock. So knowing this, it hopefully when you look at the buyer's demand and what they're going through when they get into our database, that is why it's so important that we call so quickly, because in that moment, they were focused on that and we let so much time go by not calling them back quick enough. They've lost it. So if a lead comes into the company and you check out that lead, but then you wait for 5 minutes to push the call button, you are 391% less likely to convert now. 40% success rate calling them on the first call. First time we reach them, we have a 41% chance of getting a hold of them. 60% chance of getting a hold of them on the second call. 70% chance on the third call. This is what it looks like, and this is the actual Boomtown study. This was directly out of that Boomtown study. They did a 3-year study. Well, they did a 1-year study, and they spent $3 million, and I keep getting that backwards. But in any event, Boomtown spent $3 million. And remember, this was the big realtor, real estate agent CRM. And so they reached into all of their agent accounts, and they did a study based on the registration date of all of the leads and the first call that they had and what was the success of that first call attempt. And they found that people who answered the phone within 20 seconds of the registration of that lead had a 341% greater chance of getting a hold of them. And based on the follow-up note of call, voicemail, left message, that people who called a first time, the first call attempt, they had only a 40% chance of getting a hold of them. The second was 60%. The third call was 70%. The fourth call and the fifth call are both 80%. But the sixth call, now they had a 90% chance of getting a hold of the contact. Maybe you decide that you want to get into Zillow Flex. Those leads are between $300 and $900 per lead. Now, when you look at the size of a transaction, maybe it's worth it. But it really depends on what is going to be your conversion rate on those leads in order for it to be worth it. Because if you spend $2,000 a month, you get 6 leads a month, and none of them converted, that's a huge loss. And that's a $24,000 loss if you've paid all that money and not gotten any of it, not gotten any success from it. So how you approach lead generation and responding to a lead and working your leads really matters. So if you want to increase your conversion rate, call more times, more call attempts. We have 9 call attempts that we have in our smart plans. Our smart plans is 9 calls. And then we find a 90% success rate in getting a hold of our contacts. And for a lot of reasons. I shared a story about Lisa and I buying a pair of Jeeps and me registering on their website while I was in the middle of MEGA-16. And I knew that there was no way that I was going to be able to respond to them, but they were calling me every day, leaving me messages. And I didn't take the call because I knew no matter what I said to them, they were going to still pressure me to stop what I'm doing and go down there. And I didn't have time for that. So I just didn't answer the phone. But I was listening to some of the voice messages, and I found it very interesting that every voicemail was super positive. And after the month later, when we finally did go down there, they still can stay in contact. And I asked them, I said, you know, your follow-up plan was really good. I registered once and I got a call from you every day. And she said, yeah, well, here's the thing. We have to make 100 phone calls a day or we're fired. That's what they require at the car dealership. People are registering on their website. They have to make 100 phone calls a day, come in, pound the phones, do your 100 calls. If you don't make 100 calls, you're fired. That's how it works there. And Lisa and I are like, wow, we got to put some thought into that rule. But it's an interesting one, isn't it? That's how they make their money, is based on that follow-up plan, because eventually they're going to answer the phone and check in on with them. So the next question I get a lot is, when is the best day to call people? There's are some days that are better than others, obviously, but there's never a bad day. And by the way, that's going to also be a test question, that what's a bad day to call your leads? And the answer is no such thing as a bad day. I made my calls 5 or 6 days a week, always. Sometimes if no one was in an open house, I would spend a couple of minutes making calls there as well. So I was always finding a good opportunity to, when I had downtime, to make my calls. Monday and Friday are the lowest days, and having a conversation on the first attempt. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are your better days. So if you're looking for what day maybe you're going to take off during the week because you're working Saturday and Sunday doing open houses, so you're trying to figure out what day I'm going to take off, maybe Friday is a good day. Because Friday is the day that you can get a day off on a Friday, and et cetera, et cetera. Most people are out there, doing their plans. So 11 to noon in the morning is the best time, and from 4 to 5 in the afternoon is the best time. By the worst time is between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. in the morning. Most people are not going to answer the phone that early in the morning, and they're not happy that you called them during breakfast. So Wednesday, Thursday is the best. Friday is the least. 11 to noon and 4 to 5 are the best times during the days. So when you're hard coding your schedule, remember, successful people annually do 3 things. They time block their vacations, they time block their power hour, and they time block one time during the week to plan their week. That you take this information into consideration when you plan. When you're going to do your power hours. And when this time comes up, just like Kobe Bryant said, I'm in my zone and don't bother me because this is my game time. You grab the dirt, smell it, close the door, get on the phone, look at yourself in the rearview mirror of your phone so you can see that micro smile that's on your face. Put yourself in the right mindset. Think of something positive, push the call button, and have amazing conversations with people who know, love, and trust you. And keep those conversations to 5 minutes. How many of you heard that in the video homework that I asked you guys to watch? 5 minutes. And sometimes we think, well, the longer we keep them on the phone, the better. And studies have been, it's quite the opposite. There's a quick hello. Haven't heard from you. I was just checking in to see how things are going. I'm in real estate now. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, it'd mean the world to me that you would let me know, and then figure out a way to help them. You're going to expand that and be a lot more personal and can talk about things and memories and all the things. But those are the components of the call. It's your job as a salesperson to make that call the best call that it can. Someone in my MEGA-14 said something that I loved. It said, during my calls, my goal is to make sure that when I get off the phone with them, that I was the best part of their day. Powerful. They got extra credit points. We've got about 10 minutes here. There's a video from our friends at Wailopo. And I want you guys to hear about this, because how often do you contact real estate leads? How often should you be contacting your real estate leads? Let's see what Wailopo is, which is right now considered #1 in the business for lead generation.
I recommend contacting online leads at least 7 times in the first month. We did a survey of all of our Wailopo users and examined that conversations normally don't occur with a new lead until after 7 contact attempts have been made. And you know, look, I mean, a lot of this has to do with time of day. Leads don't answer the phone at lunch. Agents love to call at lunchtime. And so it's about calling at the right time of day. It's also about, you know, mixing up your messages, sending text, making phone calls, having well-crafted voicemails to get the lead to call you back. But yeah, I would say at least 7 times. What we've discovered is most agents only call between 1 and 2 times. So they're far short of what's needed to actually have a conversation.
Sometimes I really need you to hear it from someone else other than me. So here we have most agents are only calling 1 time. We have a 40% chance of getting a hold of them, which means you're more likely not to get a hold of them ever than you did getting a hold of them. So they talk about calling 7 times. The average is 90% chance of getting a hold of them after the 6th call. They say 7 calls. We call in our smart plans 9 times. So I'm going to talk and show you guys what our smart plans look like, but we're going to hear a couple more videos before we run off to lunch, because I want you to hear from 3 people regarding your lead and your prospecting and calling.
So I just got off the call with my team, and we're talking about lead generation, and more specifically lead conversion. If you are generating leads from Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, Google Display, any of the sources, and you are struggling with conversion, this video is for you. Okay, so check it out. There are only 2 components you need for obscene lead conversion. And when I say lead conversion, I mean anybody who has exchanged contact info in exchange for something else that you are giving them. It doesn't matter whether they're top of funnel leads or bottom of the funnel leads. A registration is a registration. The first thing that I wrote down is that every single client is a ready to go, easy client that's going to pay full price, that will buy with no contingencies, no issues, no fighting, no objections ever, until they tell you otherwise. You see, oftentimes we look at Facebook leads or Instagram leads or Google leads or YouTube leads. We say, oh, the cost per this registration was only $4. They are a top of funnel lead, or they are unqualified, or they take 9 months to convert. Everybody is a ready to go, all cash, full price, no contingency, no objection client until they tell you otherwise. The second thing that I wrote down is that the way that you show up to all of your calls, your Zooms, your emails, your in-person meeting, your virtual pitches, anytime that where you need to ask for a deal, the way that you show up will significantly impact the outcome that that client has with you. When people are excited, that's very contagious. Now, on the opposite side, when people aren't excited, that's very contagious as well. So going back to the beginning of this, if you don't believe that every single prospect you talk to is the best prospect that you've ever talked to in your life, you will show up accordingly. They will feel that, and they will respond with objections, quietness, and reserve. So my suggestion to you, if you want to significantly increase your lead conversion in 2024 and 2025, believe that number 1, this is the easiest client you will ever work with in your life. And number 2, the way you show up for all these calls will significantly impact the outcome the client has with you. If you master those 2 things, sales is totally easy.
So mindset. Mindset is so important even in making your calls. This next video I also find very interesting. Who is this person?
Vanessa.
Vanessa. 5 killer sales techniques.
So you have something to sell. It could be your business idea, your product, or even yourself. In this lab chat, I want to teach you how to sell anything to anyone. And of course, this is our lab chat, so it's all based in science, baby. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I run the Science of People, a human behavior research lab. While my team and I were researching for my body language and sales course, I came across some fascinating science on selling, and I had to share it with you for one of our Science of People lab chats. So here we go. Here are 5 of my favorite research-backed persuasion techniques. First, always start with a bang. One study tried to figure out how to increase room service tips for waiters in hotels. They found there was a super easy thing waiters could do to increase their tips. All they had to do was start with a positive comment. When hotel guests opened their door, waiters said good morning and gave a positive weather forecast for the day. Just that one positive comment increased their tips by 27%. How does this help you? Never start a sales meeting or pitch by talking about bad weather, traffic, or being busy. Always begin with a positive comment or anecdote. Great weather, fun weekend plans, or a favorite sports team winning a game. Just that gets you off onto the right foot. Number 2, don't self-sabotage. The biggest self-sabotage mistake you can make in sales might be a bit counterintuitive. It's speaking ill of a competitor. Research has found something called spontaneous trait transference. They found that whenever you say bad things about someone else, people can't help but put those same traits onto you. The brain can't help but associate your gossip with you, even if logically we know you're talking about another person. So if you say your competitor is low quality and unreliable, your potential client can't help but associate those traits with you. So no matter what, when it comes to gossip, always say, no comment. Number 3, use awesome labels. One of my favorite studies about people found that when you assign someone a positive label, like having high intelligence or being a good person, that actually cues them up to live up to that label. In one study about fundraising, the researchers told average donors they were in fact among the highest donors. Can you guess what happened? Those donors then in fact donated above average. We live up to our positive labels. So when you're with a client or a potential customer, give them genuinely good labels. I never want you to be fake or manipulative. So stick with positive truths. You can say, you are one of our best customers, or you are such a pleasure to do business with. In that way, they will actually want to be one of your best customers and try even harder to be a pleasure to do business with. Number 4, use your body. Study after study shows that you have to use nonverbal communication to be an effective salesperson. In one study, salespeople who used power body language increased their sales numbers by 56% after only 1 training. Power body language is super easy to learn. We have a whole video on it right here. And be sure to check out our course, Supercharge Your Sales with Body Language. Watch the video to see what I mean. Lastly, always end on a high note. Okay, let me explain a really gross but fascinating study involving one of my least favorite topics, colonoscopies. Bet you didn't know where this video was heading. I've only ever heard one thing about colonoscopies. They're super unpleasant, and doctors know that they have a bad rap. They wanted to do research to find a way to give colonoscopies a better reputation. Stick with me, I promise there's a point to this story. A colonoscopy is only a few minutes long, but they are pretty uncomfortable. They found that if they added 1 minute at the end of the procedure that was totally pain-free, people remembered the entire experience as more pleasant. In other words, even if it takes a bit longer, ending on a better note makes someone recall the entire experience better. So before someone leaves your pitch, end on a high note. Gift a final perk, offer them a mint, pay them a compliment. It will make the entire time with you even better. Since I said I have to end on a high note, I better practice what I preach and end this video on a high. While I unabashedly promote my body language and sales course, I'm going to show you my favorite high school dance moves.
Okay, we're going to cut it off there. But in any event, we're going to talk about this as a group. What is our big takeaway from the 3 videos that we just saw back to back to back? Raise your hand if you want to share. Corby.
I would say upbeat and positive. Be upbeat and positive all the time. No matter what comes at you, turn it into a positive and be upbeat.
Kelly.
Mindset definitely matters.
Angela.
I like the awesome labels, like giving people and that they live up to their label. I thought that was just golden info.
Gabriel.
I've always just learned if you start with a smile, make them smile, you end with a smile.
I love it. Isa.
It's energy, baby. We got to have positive energy. All of this is just energy to me. You got to start with the bang, then you obviously have to start with amazing energy, and you have to end in amazing energy in order for it to be a positive experience.
Ooh, love it. Thank you. Wells.
No matter how it starts, just always end on a positive note.
Silver lining stuff. Exactly right. Charlie.
If you're worried about how difficult it is to become the best, just know that go for above average first, and then you can see the positive returns.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to go to lunch in 2 minutes. So I'm going to take us to lunch with this topic. On Monday and Wednesday, I showed a bunch of videos about the importance, and we talked about the importance of preparing yourself for your calls. You're a salesperson, and our ability to prospect to our clients and our spheres is most likely where our business is going to come from. Knowing that the phone time is really the most important time you have in your day. So how you show up to that phone time then really matters. So the things and the exercises that I gave you about waking up, finding 5 things that you're thankful for, starting your morning huddle and hear from other people talking about great wins and great things, being inspirational, talking about positive things helps. Starting your morning with yoga for that reset for the mind, body, spirit, putting yourself in that perfect mode, and then showing up to make your calls, and then remembering what Vanessa Van Edwards said while we're making our calls. We want to think about something positive. We want to look at our smile, make sure that we're smiling before, because if we focus on all of this, what Kobe Bryant talked to us about today, about how can I become the best? He had to study and make his legs stronger. What I'm trying to do right now is help make your energy stronger, how to make your likability stronger. And that is 100% based on how you prepare yourself for the calls. No difference than how Kobe Bryant prepared himself for the game. And he said, I know that I've got all these things going on, and this is how I had to address it. My height and my hands, size, and all of the things. Just like you have stresses in life. We've got kids, we've got aging people that we're taking care of. We've got all of these things that is a fact in our life. So we have to take that fact and work around it and have to figure out how can I craft my skill and allow myself the space and the freedom to be able to have $1 million income and work with the facts in my life and be able to take from that and still be able to do my job expertly. So what does that mean? Starting your day with success, focusing on positive things, and continuing to have the best mindset possible. I can't tell you to be happy because that's not the thing, but I can give you the tools to help you be happy. And what are those tools? Focusing on more positive things help a more positive outcome, help a more positive life. Clients want to work with people who are happy. People want to be surrounded by people who are happy. People want to associate you with good things. So we have to be positive. Talk about positive things. Start the meeting positive, end the meeting positive, give them inspiration. And really, if your goal is, how can I help this person have the best day possible? Whew, man, that is the apex salesperson right there. That is someone who's probably going to make more than $1 million because their role in life isn't how can I use everyone as my counselor so that I can feel better and get out all my dirty laundry and get out all of the thoughts and all the negative energy and pour it all over everyone so that you can have a better day. It's exactly the opposite. You try to make them have a better day, which then you're focusing on positive things, talking to them about positive things. Now they want to be around you more. You're going to be uplifting. Your own energy is going to change. How you approach the world changes. How you approach problem solving changes. How you approach your business changes. All very powerful. And with that, let's go to lunch. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
He has those huh?
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. It is 1:03.
And I'm doing coffee so the lunch doesn't drag me down. I'm ready.
Ooh, there we go. Let's keep it positive. All right, so let's keep our energy high, get some caffeine, just exactly like Kyle said, and hopefully
I was following up on my lease appointment from yesterday.
Ooh,
Good. How'd that go?
Really good. The lady's out of Dallas, and it's a kind of like a probate sale, and so she's not looking to lease put them on the market till the 9th. And I was just giving her ideas. They still have a lot of stuff inside the house, and what to do. Who takes it? Like Habitat Humanity takes a lot of it.
Yep.
Salvation Army will come with the truck, and I said you could always load it on the curb. And the metal scrappers come Sunday night in our neighborhood, so. But anyways, so she's, I'm getting, I sent her an email and I called her today. I sent her an email, thank you email yesterday, and then today I called her. I don't know if that's too much,
Hey,
Jack,
Angela,
but.
we are officially back. Can you guys hear
Oh,
me?
okay, sorry.
Mic check. Okay, I didn't know sometimes people can't hear me. No, we are officially back. We're gonna go on break again at 2 o'clock. Congratulations, Angela. We definitely want more of that. More points for Mega. More clients, more prospects, more conversions. We have a lot of things to go over in the next 4 hours before 5 o'clock. So I am hoping that we can get through all of this content. We spoke on Wednesday a little bit about how God is not making any more land or any more time. We get 40 hours a week to try to invest in our real estate business and make as much of that 40 hours as we can. Mindset and how we go into it is everything. We spent the first half of today talking about mindset and how important it is. Now we're going to be talking a lot about lead conversion, our pipelines, our CRM, and what pipeline in the CRM, what it all means. What does DNC mean? What does Park mean? All of these pipelines so that you understand how to use the CRM correctly, so that every client is in the right status, so that you're managing the data properly. Part of our work forever is going to be managing our database, working on making sure that the close dates are entered, that our rooms documents are properly labeled, and all of our clients have a source. And if if that client was referred by someone, referred by is filled out. And the client rank, ABCD, is filled out. So you know which client is giving you referrals. And then relating the clients together. Maybe you have a husband and wife, and you can relate clients together based on a client related field so that you can see how they're related and even relate rooms together. So using the database, using the CRM, this is going to be a general overview. And in fact, this was supposed to be an overview because Amy McAllister was supposed to have already taught you guys the CRM class. Many of you have already gone through Ready, Set, Sell. That's great. That means you've already heard her CRM training twice. So this will be a review for you. For those of you who have not yet, then it's going to be new. And Thursday of next week, we're going to go back over it again. So we know the importance of making our 20 calls a day. It's 100 calls a week, 400 calls a month. That is what we're trying to work out in terms of a good conversion rate and make as many connections as we can. Check out 3 leads a day, for the 500,000, 6 leads a day for $1 million. That's kind of where you are. So try where you're going to figure out where you're going to get 3 leads a day. And that's not a lot of leads, by the way. When you look back and say 100 leads a month, that can seem overwhelming. But when you look at it under a microscope and really zoom in for your tasks for the day, that's a little bit different. Isa.
Thank you. I got this down and I'm writing everything and I feel like it helps me stay aligned with everything. Where exactly are we getting these leads aside from the contacts already on our phone? Because right now I'm just contacting everybody on my phone. And when I run out, I want to have another plan.
Okay, well, that's a great question. Let's do a little quickie little field trip. And let's find here it is, CXM. Have you seen this right here? When you go into your .me and you click CXM and you see opportunities, what does that number say? What is that number?
27,000. But I don't think we can call those, can we?
The entire company has free and unlimited access to our opportunity vault. 24/7, 365 access to our opportunity vault. These are people who come into our organization where we've never been able to contact them before. Everyone has access to the opportunity vault. And when you click the thumbs up button, it's going to automatically grab the next person and serve it to you, and you make the call, and it's just going to randomly grab one. And our system automatically rotates through the opportunities vaults so that we know that when you call someone, it's been the longest since we've called that person, right? So we sort it by last call date. So the next person to call it's been the longest time since we've spoken to them. And I think there's about an 8-week separation, if not just a little bit more, between the last time we will have attempted to call them. So when you look at 27,000 people, that's a lot. I mean, that's a small town. So you don't have any lack of leads to call, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. You can also run Facebook ads. You can also get and Facebook ads are cheap. You can spend $20 a week on Facebook ads and get 5, 6, 7 leads in Facebook ads, and just from that small amount of money, which means you're trying to get 3 a day. So that's already 1 a day, if not 2. So that's 2/3 of it. So yeah, I mean, there you go. So Opportunity Vault, knocking on doors, doing open houses, and talking to the people who come in is also part of that number. And then once you are in our system and you come in and make a 3-hour appointment, you'll probably make 100 calls while you're in the appointment, and then calling all your people. So there are so many people to call that you could spend the entire day calling for the next 2 months and still not have even put a dent in it. Well,
We call those people, do they become then our lead, or does it just go right back into the system?
so you call them, and if you get a hold of them, then you can check out. Now, this is CXM training stuff. So if you get a hold of them, then you can say create room, and it will create a room. The lead is still associated to the company, but the room is created, and now you're working that transaction. And if you get a referral from them while you're working that transaction, the referral is yours. The client is Realty Texas's, but that transaction is yours. Make sense?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And then if a couple months goes by and it doesn't turn into anything, then you can ask them to take that room back, because as soon as that room is created, you're going to get a call from Lisa Ormsby, who calls for every company room that's created. She calls and gives you some inspiration, some advice, tries to help create a plan together of what we can do to try to convert that person, because you will have spoken with them, and as much as you've learned up until that point, she's going to try to help you put a plan together, because she's lead registration or contact to contract. And then once you get under contract, you then go into contract to close, where either you have a mentor or you don't need a mentor because you are already competent. And then Michael Potter would be the sales manager, contract to close. All right,
I
good.
recently added 13 leads into the system. Would that be for everybody, or does it stay on my end? Like if I don't call them, they're just not going to be called at all, or how does that work?
I don't understand what you just said, Isa.
I added 13 leads from the phone calls that I've been doing every day into the CRM. My
Those,
question.
those are assigned only to you, and you're the only ones that can see it.
Okay.
Yep. Now, we have a recommendation that you in the CRM assign your smart plans to them. And so let me show you what I mean by that. When you are in our CRM, and again, Amy McAllister is going to walk you through this step by step, but the CXM is our CRM. You click on the gear button, and then you see action plans applied, and there's an install button. And so you can see green means applied. I've applied our smart plans to the new, applied our smart plans to the attempt to reach, applied our smart plans to the incubate and the nurturing and the under contract. And so when you click the install, then it's going to take that smart plan and it's going to install it on that pipeline. So our action plans, though, are I'm going to go through now and show you what those action plans mean, but how you install our smart plans on the pipelines, that is important for you. I'm going to go through and show you guys all of this. So I know you have a lot of questions, so let's just then go back to the slides and walk through it step by step. Okay, so trying to find that 3 to 6 leads, and there's all kinds of them out there. New leads, we're trying to check out 3 to 6 as quick as possible. Intent to reach, you're gonna see in the smart plan of and whenever we've got a DA status, we have a room status, and then we have a pipeline status. So DA status is about the DA, the disbursement authorization that goes to the title company. You get a DA approved, draft or approved. So when you submit a DA to Miguel, the compliance department, he's going to review that room. And once it's approved, he's going to send it to the title company. So that's what the DA status is for. But then you have room status. Room status is open, draft, and then closed. And that's when the transaction actually closed. So open or closed. And then you have a pipeline, which is the status of the client. Could be new, and we're going to go through all the 7 different statuses of what the client is. And these are the pipelines for the client. New lead, intent to reach, last chance, incubate, long-term nurturing, agent nurturing. So we're going to go through these pipelines in a second. First, let's talk about the new pipeline. Well, that's next. We have found a statistic that in all the leads that we get, let's say you generate 100 leads a month. Do you remember how many I said you're going to convert and close out of that 33 out of that 100 leads? Look at Corby's fingers because he's exactly right.
Just 4.
4. 1 out of every 24. So you can just make it simple math and say 25 to 1, meaning that out of every 25 leads, you're going to get 1 closing. So out of 100, you basically have 4 or 3.9999. You want to increase your conversion rate and do 5 out of 100. That's a really big deal. We talk more about that. But out of every 100 leads, this is where we see when you fast forward it and take it all the way out past 365 days of nurturing those 100 leads. 33 of those leads end up in dead leads. Dead leads is all about, it begins and ends with one thing. The consumer said, don't contact me again. It's our do not contact list. And the only time we put a lead in dead leads is when they ask us to not contact them again. So, but what happens if someone says, I don't want to buy a house? Not interested. Thank you. Is that a dead lead?
That is not. That's just not the timing for it at this exact moment. We can set that up for them later.
That's right. That's a not right now lead, but it's not a dead lead. Now, if you were thinking, well, yeah, it is a dead lead, then we need to shift our thinking because it very well could be that we are thinking transaction instead of referral-based business. And so earlier in the Mega series, Mega 1, we're talking about the importance of starting today with building a referral-based business. New agents who are in the business, they're really looking for someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease today. And if you're not interested in buying today, they don't see a lot of use in that person being in their database or contacting them again because they're really thinking about right now. But if we can shift that just a little bit from day one, and it's much more impactful once you've been in the business for 10 years and you have someone who you help them buy a home, and now they sent you their friend and their sister, and they sent their coworker to you, and now they call you and you're going to list that home because they want to buy a bigger one. That's when the light bulb goes on that, oh, these people are long-term clients who are going to use me over and over again. So we need to kind of step back and look at the whole thing in a different perspective, because if we're looking at everyone as a today transaction and we're not taking the time to put them in the database and call them on a regular basis, then we are throwing away the cherry. We grab the low-hanging fruit and threw away the rest of the fruit that's on the tree. Which means that the abundance of the closings we threw away to forsake for the one. And that's the biggest mistake that we need to make sure that we don't find ourselves in. So 33% of the leads will end up in a dead lead, which means they said, I don't want to hear from you again. Then that's a dead lead. They're done. 33 of them haven't answered the phone yet. 27,000 people in our opportunity vault. That's where that came from. And we have about 116,000 leads. 25,000 leads is about 25%. So we actually have a little bit higher ratio right now in terms of our rates. So 33% of them non-responsive. They haven't answered the phone yet. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to answer the phone. It means that they are getting our messages. They have not unsubscribed, and we're being super respectful and leaving good messages. And sometimes we've even shared a text message, but we're really trying to get a hold of these people before we turn them into a client. Now, convert. 33% of them means we've converted in some way. Convert may not mean what you think in this situation. Convert may simply mean that we had a conversation with them. They're not interested in buying right now, but they're okay with having a continued dialogue with us. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton over at Realty, Texas. Thank you so much for registering on our website. Looks like you were interested in 123 Main Street. What about that property interest you? Or would you like to see this property? Or when would you like to see this property? Whatever script that you're using in that moment. And they say, hi, Jack. Yep, actually, I did have a question. I'm a neighbor. And I was just really, really irritated because their trash can has been sitting out in the driveway for the last 6 days, and that's a violation of our HOA. And I just wanted to call and have someone bring in that trash can. Oh my gosh, Tim, I can see how that could be really annoying, having someone leave their trash can out. Let me see what I can do. Maybe I can get a hold of the listing agent on that property and see if I can help them. Do you mind if I ask, are you currently renting or do you own? And I'm going to take their problem, I'm going to immediately convert it, and I'm going to, boom, get right back while I've got you on the phone. I'm going to help you. I'm going to figure out how I can get this trash can out of the way. But now, are you renting or are you a homeowner? I'm renting. Awesome. So have you considered buying? Yeah, but now there was an objection at some point. Either they came in town and they wanted a lease for a year and they got great credit, or they tried to buy and they haven't been able to, or they don't know anything about buying. In my mind, you're in one of those three camps, and I'm trying to figure it out because I want them to tell me why they haven't bought yet so I can solve that problem and make them a homeowner. And if it's my credit's bad, oh my gosh, I've got a lot of clients that are in that scenario. So I've been able to really be able to help them because I've got an incredible credit repair guy that can help and work with you over time so that we can take those people who are not ready to buy yet and put them on a plan so we can put a roof over their head as a homeowner. Is that something that you might find value in? By the way, is that something you might find value in? Is something you should probably write down and use as part of your script? Because now you're talking about master script stuff here. That's one of the best questions that people will say, well, yes. And as soon as you get a yes out of them, you're on the right track. So converting doesn't necessarily mean that they said, I want to buy today. It could be that, he's like, well, look, this is the thing. I work for Apple. I'm here for an 11-month job, and I'm not sure if I'm going to stay. I might end up back in San Jose. Got it. So when are you going to find out? This is going to be my next question. Well, I'm going to find out next month. Got it. So what do you think of Austin? Do you like it so far? Because now I'm trying to figure out, are you on your way back or are you going to stay? Oh my gosh, my wife and I absolutely love it here. We think we're going to hang around. Awesome, awesome. So boy, if you get to be a homeowner, That would be amazing. What area of town have you been looking? And now I'm just going to start asking them about their home search because I don't want to make it about me. I'm not going to be, a tool and say, so would you like to hire me to be your agent? Because that's not what I'm going to do. The exact opposite. So what are you dreaming about in a house right now? You looking for that pool? You looking for that third car garage? What are you looking at? I want to know what it is that their dream is about so that I can paint that picture and I can start sending them eye candy in terms of a client gateway right to their inbox. Say, hey, you know what? I've actually seen 3 properties I can already think of that match what you're looking for exactly. What's your email address? I'm going to send them over to you. I want you to take a look at. I mean, these are how these conversations go. What do you think so far? Is this something that you can do? Is this sounding hard? I'm just having a conversation with the guy. And I don't care what he brings at me. I got a solution for it. So he finds out I find out he might be leaving town. So I'm going to figure out what does he want to stay? When is he going to find out? Now I'm finding out about the 3 things. Is he ready? Is he willing? And is he able? So is he ready right now? No, not till next month. Is he willing? Sounds like it. Is he able? Don't know yet, but the other 2 is pretty important. So I'm building a case right now. Or something else could pop up. Yeah, no, actually, I'm living with my parents right now. I don't have a job, and it doesn't look like I'm going to be finding a job anytime soon. Got it. So what did you do in your last job? Oh, I worked for Dell and I got laid off. Got it. So now I'm going to start asking him. So, are you on the job hunt right now? Or are you just taking a little bit of time off? No, I'm just going to start chit-chatting with them and ask them questions. Well, I'm really looking for something. And I'll tell them, well, you know what? I'm really well connected, actually. What line of work are you in? Because I know people over at Dell, and I know people at Samsung, and I know people at Apple. I know them well. Have you been sending out your resume? Is that something that, do you need to be connected with someone over there? Because I can get you in touch with some people. I'm going to try to connect them. If the answer is no, I'm good. Fine. So let me ask you, do you know anyone who's looking for a rockstar real estate agent? I'm going to ask for the referral. A lot of people are going to tell you, don't ask for the referral. A lot of people, Andrew might even tell you this. He might even say to you, our sales manager, wait for them to thank you and then ask for the referral. And I'm going to tell you, from someone who sold more than all of the staff here put together, don't wait to ask for a referral, because half of my business have come from asking referrals for people who never bought from me. Half of the homes that I've sold have been referred by people who never bought from me, but they referred me to someone who did buy. There's been times where I've been on like a 5 chain where I was referred to someone else, referred to someone else, referred to someone else, and downstream sold someone a house, and the first 3 people hadn't yet bought with me because they weren't ready. And so had I not asked all those people, I would have never gotten to the second one that led me to the third one, that led me to the fourth one, that made me got me a paycheck. So half of my 20-year income has come from me asking every single person for a referral. So just let me ask you this question. In 20 years from now, are you willing to forsake half your income? Your lifetime income of your career? Is that worth it to you? Because that's what it means by not asking for referrals. Forsaking 50% of the amount of money you would have made. Remember when I said you got 2 options coming into 2035? Building generational wealth on the ultra wealthy side, or finding on the poverty line, because the middle class is literally disintegrating in front of our eyes and will completely be gone by then. That's what it takes. Asking every single person. Okay, all of your leads are going to land in one of these 3 buckets long term. Either they're going to be in your database and you're going to be getting referrals from them. Either they transact, or so they're going to give you someone who does, or you still haven't been able to get in touch with them. These are a lot of people you're going to be continuing to call. So maybe you've got 400 people in your database. That means 100 of them you've never been able to get in contact with. That means that some of these people, you may even try calling them for a year before you get a hold of them. Literally, that's happened to me before. And then the dead leads. Those are the people who you never call again. They go in your do not call database. Realty Texas has handed out over 30,000 leads. 1,971 of those leads resulted in a closed transaction, with $3,760,192.73 going into our agents' pocket after split to help their business thrive. $3.7 million that our agents have put in their pocket and taken home that they would not have taken home and put in their pocket had it not been for our lead program. I do not think, and I do not wish any agent to feed and to live off our leads. That's not what it's for. My leads program is to help you have closings between your own natural closings. And so I don't want people to not call their spheres and not do open houses and not go and prospect and not farm. I don't want them to forsake all of that and just come in and call leads and just do that business only. That's not a healthy, sustainable business. But we're trying to get to a certain production level. We want to close a home a week, 52 a year. We want to make 500 to $1 million. So we need to supplement our income. And this is a great way to do it. And there comes a point in which you get 200 past closings and you don't need a lead. In fact, someone says, hey, you want to buy leads? No, I'm referral only. Well, what do you mean referral only? You don't want a lead? No. I have my own database. My own database gives me $1 million a year. And I have right now 200 phone calls to make throughout the year. And I don't, I only have 114 business days. So I'm tapped out. I'm good. I don't need any more. That's what you're trying to build. Right now, we have 88,140 leads in our system. 35,000 we're still trying to make contact with. Now, this was as of Mega in January. There's 27,269. So actually, we've improved that number by about 6,000. So 35,000 leads that we have not yet been in touch with, we convert about 10 to 20 of those a week. Turning those people who have not been able to, some of those people might have registered in the last week. Sometimes they've registered in the last month. Sometimes they've been registered since 2017. We always track the registration date, and there's not a month that goes by that we don't sell someone a home through our leads program. That was a lead that had been in our system for 3 or 4 years or 5 or 6 years. And so it's pretty cool to see a lead that's been in the business in our system for 6 years, and we never sold him a house, and boom, all of a sudden we sell him a house. That's a very cool thing. It happens every single month. If you take that 35,000 leads that we have in our, what I call the opportunity vault, with a 4% conversion rate, just, we know that you break them into 100 people groups, and in each 100, you're going to have 4 closings. You're looking at 1,425 transactions that are sitting in there. More transactions than all of you combined can close in a year. That's $425,000 sales price. Let's just say that's our average right now. The 3% commission, $12,750 commission dollars from each transaction. You multiply those 1,400 transactions times the 12,000, you got $18 million sitting there. And we could take $18 million and divide it by this count of this room, and that is a massive amount of money. But guess what? These people are going to buy and sell every 5 years. So it's not like that's it, it's done. This duplicates itself every 5 years. This is 18 million every 5 years if you're doing it right. This means if you close 10 of our leads per year for 10 years in a row, you'll have closed 100 transactions. And each of those 100 transactions should provide you one closed deal every single year, because they know someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. So when you look at your database is incredibly valuable. And if you haven't been focusing on the database, hopefully today is the day that we understand the value of our database and do what Tom Ferry said, no more memory. And we're going to operate from a business. Whether or not you're in our leads program is different than using the CRM. Amy McAllister is our CRM administrator. She is there to answer any questions that you have about how to use this system, how to make calls, how to turn on the smart plans, how to turn on our automatic voicemail drops, and all kinds of other things that are super cool. This means all right, so now private leads. We don't mess with private leads. There is a bit filled, meaning 1 or 0. It's called RT lead. RT lead equals 0 means it's an agent's transaction, and those are hard-coded out. They're not in part of our leads company. We don't make phone calls. We don't send text messages. We don't touch them. They're not communicated with. There's a firewall between those leads and our leads. Just like there's no way for you to see RT lead equals 1 unless you called the lead, they want to work with you, and you created a room, and that room is now sitting in your system. Which is why if you go to your Realty Texas app and you click on the contacts section, you're going to see in the contacts clients, and under clients you have all clients and RT clients. When you click on the RT clients, those are going to be the clients that are company leads that you checked out and that you're working a room on. Every one of you has a data as a website with Realty Texas, and you have your subdomain, which is the part of your email address before the @ is included in your URL of your domain name of your website. So Jonathan-Ramirez.realtytexas.com, Sherry-Insult.realtytexas.com, Brandon-Taylor.realtytexas.com. That is your website. On your website, you have all of the company listings. You have all of your blogs, all your designations. And on top of that designation, you've got your mission statement, your vision statement, your value statement, and there's over 600, well, right now there's over 800,000 web pages that we have on every single one of your site that's driving leads. So when someone registers on your website, that goes into your CRM as a private lead. Even though it came from our company website, we built a website for you and someone registered on that website, we're considering that a private lead. The only company lead is if they go to realtytexas.com, not your subdomain, but the company's website, the main company site, and they register there. We're running Facebook ads, we're running Google ads, we're running all kinds of ads all over the place to bring more leads into the system. So the people who are making phone calls are registering those leads. But anything, you use your website, you put it on a QR code, or you're emailing it out, or you're putting it on Facebook, or you're running ads, all of those that land in your system, we don't get notifications as a company. We don't see the leads. They're landing in yours. And if you've turned on the smart plans, auto emails go out, auto text messages go out, a call task gets generated, shows up in your app, push the call button, and then you're calling them. Each agent has been provided their own IDX website that's ranking page 1 on Google. And each time a consumer registers, boom, you get that notification. We are in a social department, who is Deandra, will show you how to run ads using the ads manager. When you go into your website, you can go to Google and you can create an account with Google, which will then show you how much traffic that's going to your website. So you can see how many people a day are hitting your website. And then you can go to Facebook and you can run ads that will take people to your listings on your website so that you can do your own lead generation. We spend about $1,000 to $10,000 a month on Facebook, depending on what other advertising we're spending that month. And we get anywhere from 1 to 800 leads from Facebook a month just from that dollar amount. So you set aside 500 to $1,000 a month and you run Facebook ads and you rotate those ads on a regular basis, you're very likely to get 150 to 300 leads. Last month, we received 187 leads from Facebook and we spent $1,000 from that. So remember, you're trying to get 4 transactions. That four transactions is going to generate a $10,000 plus check. That's $40,000. Was that 1,000 in Facebook ads worth earning $40,000? That's a 40x. Of course it is. So we built you a website where you can run your own leads and run your own ads. And if that's something that's interesting to you, we can jump into showing you how to do that. Okay, so for those of you who are in our department and everybody in Mega, here is our current dialer app totals for your MEGA-16. Rosny, congratulations, you are our number 1. You've made 97 calls through your app in the month of June in the last 6 days. Denise, you've made 57 calls in the last 6 days. Jonathan, you've made 15 calls. Tina, you've made 14 calls. Marcy Lowry's made 14 calls. Eric Meza has made 12 calls. Paul, you've made 9 calls. Belladonna made 7 calls. Lewis has made 5 calls. Yana made 4. Angela's made 4. Iris has made 3. Now remember, this is everyone who's registered in the Mega and then a sum of how many outbound calls they've made using their app. If you're making your calls from your cell phone, they're not being recorded. We're not tracking it. And more importantly, they're not showing up here. Isa.
And that's exactly what I did. So I won't do that anymore.
Awesome. Got it. You're like, I made phone calls. How come I'm not on here? That is why. If it's not through the CRM, then we don't know. Angela.
I did the same thing. I was making calls on my regular phone and I realized yesterday that I was like, oh my gosh. And so I'm like, now I'm starting to, because I'm putting them I have to put them in all into the CRX. So it's like, I realized, oh, I messed up, but it's okay. I mean, I'm recovering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. It's gonna, if you follow the video that I sent and I put in the MEGA-16 group Teams chat, it shows you how to easily import your contacts from your phone directly into the app. What's cool is that when you saw the app, it says, do you want us to have access to your contacts? You say yes, and then you have to, per contact, decide which ones you actually want to pull into your CXM just by clicking a button. So you don't have to copy the data. You just go through and make a choice of which ones you want to add. Lewis.
Hey, I think I noticed a bug on the app. So I noticed that when I get a call, it goes straight to voicemail. So I never even hear the ring through the app. But that's why I've been using my other phone and it works like that. I just wanted to report that. Is anybody else having that issue or is it just me?
Lewis, what phone are you using? Because first of all, we need to know what version you're using. We need to know if you're using an iOS version or if you're using Android, and a long list of things. So I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it once, and I'm only going to say it one time for everyone to hear. If your app is not working, you're not to wait to come to Mega and tell me it's not working. You have an obligation to yourself and everyone else to pick up the phone and call Katie Wright immediately and say, I need help. I've got a problem with my app. Help me fix it, so that she can fix it. There's nothing that irritates me more, and I'm not beating up on you, Lewis. I'm just using this as an example. So thank you for allowing me to use an example here. For someone who has an issue and doesn't go to our help desk, if we're not going to call our help desk, we'll just shut the help desk down. Of course, I'm not going to do that. But the whole team is, you've got a team of people here that wants to help you with this. So please get with them. And Christine, I see your hand up.
Yes. I wanted to know what's the best way to track or show proof of the calls that we're making, because I did see my name on that list, but I as someone who, I've had my license for 3 years, transferred from another brokerage, was actually with 3 brokerages in January of this year. From my first one I was with for 15 days and then came to Realty Texas. I am trying to reduce the phone numbers that people need to store for me. So I use my VoIP, my Google Voice number, for some consistency so that people pick up. So what's the best way to share the record of my calls, given that I'm trying not to confuse my clients?
I see. So you're basically telling me that you're not using your office line?
I use my office line for leads that come from Realty Texas, but not my past clients. No, that's correct.
So all of those phone calls, then the whole purpose of them being recorded, so to help protect you when things go south, your system has that?
So the phone calls being stored, I mean, Texas is a one-side consent state. So like I've been known to record calls. It's not automatic. Everything that is texted to me gets sent to my email, but it is not identical to the technology that you built for your brokerage. No.
Well, it is a company policy that agents use the office line for their business. So I would like to visit with you offline about that.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So in moving forward, let's talk about our database again. And how do we backfill our database? How many database entries does a salesperson need in their database? What is that number I keep telling you guys? Okay, Corby.
200.
Corby said 200, so that's right. The agent should work to try to get 200. And when we talk about database entries, I'm really talking about you're probably going to have 5, 6, 700, but I'm really trying to figure out those people that you're going to focus on. And for me, it's those people who are my A clients, those people who have bought with me before, leased with me before, sold, transacted with me. So I'm trying to get my database to that point. So what is the agent's intent for each person in their database? What are we trying to do with them? What is our goal with each of them?
Nurture them, get referrals.
Put them in the incubate.
Make an
So
appointment with them.
out the gate was correct. Primary intent is to get referrals from each of them. And the secondary intent is to transact using you. So those are our intent, is try to get them on the phones, keep in contact with them, figure out how we can provide them value, how we can help them, and important, how can we help them? But who do they know that could benefit from our services? Because we know that there's a lot more people in their sphere that we're able to transact with than just them. And maybe they're not ready, and they're not going to be ready for years from now. So maybe they've got a friend and other people who are looking to buy right now, and they would be more than happy to refer us out. Huge thing. And then second, to answer their questions and be there as a resource to answer real estate questions as they come up and to transact using you when the time comes. What is the dollar value annually for each person in your database that transacts? Well, okay, let's just use $500,000 for an example. That's a $15,000. So does that mean that the value of your database has a per person value of $15,000 each what they transact? Yes. Means you got a pretty valuable database. You know, if you are running a clothing shop, you might have a $30 t-shirt that your cost is $6. You know, your margins there maybe $20. Maybe $20 after taxes and shipping and packaging and all the rest, right? So that means that the value of the database is less. You're going to have more people in it, but certainly less because each transaction yields a much smaller number. But in real estate, these are much larger numbers. What is the dollar value annually for each lead in the agent's database? That's different. Not about transacting, but the value of each person. Well, if 20% transacts with you this year, that means you're going to have 40 closings. Because remember, we said that out of a 5-year cycle, 20% is going to transact this year, which means you're going to get 40 closings from that 200 just from them cycling through their normal transactions. That's cool. So you multiply that by 15,000, 40 transactions at 15,000 each is $600,000. So if we're not getting any referrals and we're just focusing on repeat business, that's what you're looking at. And you know that number consists of a lot of things. It might be that people are buying every 5 to 10 years, and so you take that average and it's actually a little bit more. But not everybody is only buying a primary residence. You'll have a few people who do buy 2 or 3 investment properties from you, and some people who never buy an investment property. So when you sum up all of the averages, it is 20% is going to transact in your database. The number of transactions divided by the number of people is going to equal that 20%, almost always exactly to the number. So one of the conversations I have when I find out my clients have kids, what do you think I tell my clients who have kids? What's good advice that you would give them?
I would imagine they might care about where schools are and things like that.
Well, Charlie, I'm going to blow your mind. So let's hear from someone else too.
Buy a house from everyone for each of their kids. That's what you told me.
Yes.
Good night.
Exactly right. Mr. and Mrs. Client, there is no wealth building like real estate. And I know this kid is going to be 18 before you know it, and you're going to be looking at the daunting task of figuring out how you're going to help them buy their first car and get them through college. One of the best pieces of advice I could give you right now is to come up with 20% down, on a rental property and lets the let over the next 18 years, let the tenant pay it down as the property is increasing value over time, which means you're getting twofold. You're putting 20% down and the tenant is paying it off while the home is increasing in value. And I can help you manage that property over time and help keep a tenant in place year over year. That way in 20 years from now, we can sell that property and you're going to have a nest egg there that's going to help get your kid through college. What do you think about that? You think that's good advice? Your client has 3 kids. What is our goal for them? Charlie?
For them to become successful?
3 houses.
Thank
One
you.
house
Good
each.
job, Tasha.
Oh,
3 houses.
oh.
That was
I
not a
mean,
difficult
when you
exercise.
said a goal for them, I was like, who? Like,
Okay, so these are the types of things that we need to be looking at. We're a real estate professional. We're trying to figure out how we can help our clients, and I know that that's one of the best ways I can help my clients. Because how many of you have paid for college for a kid? How many of you would have loved to be able to sell a house and pay for college from the sale of that house for your kid? Would have been, maybe you did. Maybe that's exactly what you did. And kudos to you if that's what happened. Okay. What is the dollar value annually for each referral you got from your database? So we talked about what the dollar value for each person if they transact is 15,000. What's the dollar value for everybody who transacts with you in your database? That's going to be about 40 closings, about 600,000. But now let's talk about the dollar value for each referral. How many referrals are you supposed to get from your database if you've got 200 people in there?
I think you said at least one referral per client.
That's right. That's exactly right. 100% refer. So even if your numbers aren't even close to that, even if your database is not even coming close to the 100% of them refer, and you're only getting a 20 to 50% referral conversion rate, that's still going to be 100 transactions out of your 200. You look at 15 grand there, and if your database is yielding 50% of the conversions that it's supposed to be, you got $1.5 million coming in just from the referrals alone. You've got 600,000 from transactions. You got $1.5 million from referrals. What should your focus really be then? Referrals. 1,000,000%. Thank you, Kyle. Exactly right. Referrals. So if I look at all of this and add it all together, $600,000 for transact plus the $1.5 million, you're looking at your database divided. You take the 600,000 plus the 1.5 million, you add that up and divide it by your 200 people. Your database truly is worth $10,500 a person. That is a very, very powerful database. So how many of you understood or realized that your database has this much value? Nobody? Not yet? Today they know? Okay. So knowing this then, is this gonna change your approach to your database? How many of you
Yes.
before you came to Mega can honestly tell me that you have a database and a CRM and your leads are in it and you're working your CRM?
None. No.
Well, Rosny, you've been through Mega like twice, so that's not fair. Okay.
I need
Christina's
time for
only
eye contacts for certain.
okay. So the power of this, if you're going to really run your business, you can see here that you can bring a lot of business into your broker and you could be compensated very, very, very well by focusing on having a real estate license, focusing on that one task, letting the broker run the business, work under the broker's policy, and focus on selling. Don't get caught up on the weeds on everything, and find a broker that you're going to trust and that you're going to stay with long term and partner with them and sell the heck out of real estate and just focus on making your $600,000 to $1.5 million a year and just sell and sell and sell. And when things go out of control and your client goes nuts, you have the faith in the fact that you have a sales manager and a broker that can fix it no matter what, that has your back. The power of that is incredible. And we have a whole bunch of agents here that are selling at this level, that are phenomenal agents. And every time things get in trouble, they give us a call and we fix it for them. So that way you can focus on the one thing, which is selling. Asking for referrals then becomes the most powerful thing you can do as a real estate agent. Period. The most powerful thing, because that's where 2/3 of your money is going to come from. 1.5 million in referrals, 600,000 in transactions. That means that more than twice your transaction amount came in referrals, which means less than 1/3 of your money is going to come from people repeat business. They're going to be sending you referral business. Referrals can and are the most effective way to attract new clients into your business. People are much more likely to recommend and trust people that were recommended from family and friends or colleagues. And when you get a referral from someone, most of the time, you've already been mentally hired. It's the easiest business you can get. There's no fees associated with it. You're not paying, like a lead fee. You're not paying Zillow for those leads. You're not paying Realtor.com for those leads. You don't pay for leads from consumers. It's not even legally allowed to give them a referral fee if they're not licensed. So we're going to love on them in different ways. We're going to take them to lunch. We're going to tell them how impactful it was and how they're changing our life and how we are so grateful for that. And no, you're not going to slide money in their pocket and break state law and put yourself at risk. That's not what top producers do either. Referrals help you expand your network, because when they refer you into, maybe you've got a client and maybe it's a friend that's a client and they're part of your 6 degrees, all of a sudden this person comes out of nowhere and they have their own 6 degrees network, which means now it's expanding you into a different network of people, which means there's going to be a whole new set of people. And most people, like Kirby Hensley said, win friends and influence people. Most people are birds of a feather flock together, meaning that a lot of them are going to, maybe they're at the age where they're having kids, and a lot of their friends are at the age of having kids. So a lot of them will be buying houses and their friends are also buying houses. They're getting retired and their friends are also retiring. And so the spheres of your clients, they're very likely to have people who are going through that same thing. And when they're really good friends, the house hunting fever just might set in on them anyway. Referrals save you a ton of time and a ton of money, because this means that you're focused at home in the morning and the afternoons doing your power hour, having calls with your clients, getting phone numbers of other people and calling them, having conversations with them about what their goals are and how you can help them with their real estate goals. It's not hard. It's not difficult. It just means you physically have to do it and get over the fear of it, obviously. And you will not have more trust and credibility walking into a transaction greater than you will when someone in your sphere referred you. You're the rock star. They trust you. They don't know you yet, but they've heard all about you and they're excited. So like I always say, live up to being the expert and hit a home run for them out of the park. Home run. By being the expert. Anticipate their needs, outpace them, be the expert agent that they deserve, that they're paying for. Fear gets in a lot of people's way. Fear of rejection, a lack of confidence. Some clients kind of feel like, sharing personal information without friends and family, they think, well, people aren't going to want to give me their phone numbers to their friends because of privacy. So no one's going to do it. So they don't even make the call. So rejection, confidence, they're worried that their friends aren't going to even refer them anyone, and they don't have a strategy. They don't have a plan. So they don't make the call. So then they're looking for other ways. Instead of following the tried and true way that we know that real estate has been working for the last 100 years, they try to figure it out on their own. And there is a tried and true method, which is picking up the phone and calling your people and farming your spheres. Asking for referrals, I can respect that it can be challenging. It was even challenging for me as a new agent. Maybe I never lacked confidence, so that wasn't a thing. but I didn't know who I was supposed to call because I fell into the same thing. Well, I'm looking for people who want to buy and sell a home. Until that was ripped from me, and they said, no, you're not. You're looking for someone who knows someone who's looking to buy a home. Huh? Yeah. Ask them who they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. Okay. So I did that. And I was really surprised the first time someone said, oh yeah, I do. I have a friend that was talking to me about buying a home. And my first referral was on the phone at a real estate brokerage, Century 21 Action in Southern California, first out the gate referral I ever got. And I was like, wow, that completely changed everything for me. So luckily I had someone early in my career that opened me up to that. And now I am a torch carrying member that you need to be calling your people because I am first hand proof that it works. Fear is real though. And a lot of you lack the confidence to call because you don't know what to say. You're afraid that they're going to undervalue you. You don't want to call your sister because, you know, that person can be difficult. Or you don't want to call your cousin because you don't think they like you. Or you don't want to call your second uncle on the third cousin size because last time he asked you for money, you didn't give it to him. Call everyone. Call everyone. My recommendation is call everyone. Be confident in your ability. You already have a license. So get out of your own head with that. Your TREC already allows you to be a real estate agent. You got mentors. Trust the process and give yourself the confidence. We got your back. Aki. I can't see you, by the way, Aki.
Oh,
There
I'm
you go.
sorry. All right. Um, I got confused about the calls. I thought that I can call from my phone, but apparently you said a CXM.
You can't call from your phone. You call from your Realty Texas app.
The not my phone number. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I got confused. Is it am I calling from
Lisa,
office
can you
number
give
or
Aki a call? Thank you. Aki, you're going to get a call from Lisa.
okay?
We have a very long conversation with every single person here who onboards about our office line, about our company policy, and every single person has signed their Realty Texas policy regarding our office line, and we don't hide that fact. We have been able to save our agents twice from federal fair housing complaints, 2 TREC violations, and 3 Texas Realtors violations from having a recorded conversation. Every single time we've been able to save our agents from this. And if any of you want to call one of our agents about this, call Phyllis Force. She will be the first one to tell you that she had a situation that she still to this day wishes to God that she had used her Realty Texas app because her client has amnesia on something that she told her client, and her client says she didn't say it. And she wishes she uses it now. She will not use anything other than her Realty Texas app. We have mandatory disclosure things that we have to tell our clients, all kinds of stuff. We get paid for our advice and we give our advice to our clients, but how can you prove that you gave the advice to your clients? When you have a conversation with your client and you explain something and then later they come back and say you didn't say that, what are you going to do? This is why our app records all the conversations and you have it there. When you're calling a listing agent on another transaction, and when that listing agent says something horrendous or says something completely crazy, you have it recorded. When you have a lender who is telling you something that doesn't make sense, there's been many times where I've had conversations with the lender and I sent that conversation with the lender directly to my client so they could hear it. Or I was having a conversation with the listing agent who said something to me and I took that conversation and I sent it direct to my client. This is their words verbatim.
Okay. So whether we are we are in a practice run or looking for a prospect, correct?
Right now, we are talking about your database and how important your database is. That's where we are in class.
Oh, okay. So
Okay, I want you guys to be confident in your abilities. And part of being confident is being prepared. You've got people here. We have 18 full-time staff people. And we have a weekly staff meeting. And the very first question that I raise in our staff meeting every single week is, how can we help our agents make more money? In the 20 years I've been doing this, I know that there's not been a brokerage that I worked at that said, how can we help our agents make more money? It's how can we make more money from our agents? That's not our philosophy here. Lisa and I built this brokerage to help our agents be successful and to dump as much training like this class in tech, like the tech that we've created, in databases and in Ready, Set, Sell and in leads and all of this stuff to help our agents be more successful. And we don't want to be the biggest brokerage in the world. We don't want 7,000 agents. We want a good amount of agents that we can help make successful. And our culture here at this company is absolutely critical that we have a really strong culture. And to me, that's more important than any sponsored agent that I have. Culture is critical. I want everyone to know that your managers and your staff have your back to help you. And so does your broker, me, and trying to teach you guys everything that I know about this profession so that you can be the best practitioner that you can be. So that should help you build your confidence. Asking for referrals needs to be part of your normal routine forever and ever. And hopefully prior to Mega and after Mega, you got a different thing going on from that point forward. Social proof. Social proof is your ability to get good reviews from your clients, having a good set of references from past clients. And if people you can tell is on the fence say, I would be happy to furnish references, and here are my referrals online, or here are our 500 five-star reviews on Google, here are on Facebook. We have, actually just Google, we have the 500 reviews on, and use social proof as well, because we're not like most firms who have 2.1, 2.8% reviews and hundreds of negative reviews. There have been times, there's two of you in this room who I'm not going to call out. Maybe they would like to, maybe they'd like to share a story about a time that we got a negative review about them and your broker made it go away. Someone might want to share with the class, but I'm not going to throw you under the bus. So if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But when those negative reviews come in, first thing we do is call the consumer, and we're working on making it go away, call the agent, then call the consumer, and we get the negative reviews taken down. Because it's not that we don't get them, it's that we care about our reputation so much that we call the consumer, we try to figure out what's going on, and we make them happy. No, we don't pay them to get rid of it, but we try to figure out what's going on and then fix it. That's how important our reputation is. Rosny, I see your hand up.
Yes, that happened about a month ago. I was in shock. I was getting ready to go to my open house. Jack called me. Oh my God. But they don't speak English. So they're from my country. They don't speak English. So they told me that they see the paper, they see the thing sent to them. They just put the 1 star. I was like, okay, even though you don't understand English, you could still put 5 star. Why you put only 1? But they went, and as I was talking to them, they just went and changed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosny. And you're one of 3 people in here that I have helped to get rid of it, because that took our 3.9 stars. No, I'm sorry. That took our 4.9 stars and it took us to 4.8. And I can tell you that Miguel and I work relentlessly. I am so upset that we don't have 5 stars. And I can tell you it's not without me being relentless about making sure, because guess what? We have a collective reputation. The reputation of this firm is the reputation of every single agent. And the question is other firms, have you gone and looked at their reviews and you've seen what's out there? It's messy. And so we work really, really hard for that. Sherry, I see your hand up.
So for mine one, yeah, Realty Texas got my back, and with that potential client, like we have some misunderstanding with certain thing, and I take it different levels, which I should be like the cool one in that situation. So turn out like they screenshot the whole chat and stuff, which is like certain thing that like for me, I didn't really think it's gonna be a thing, and they post it on like city, Facebook city group and stuff. So I didn't know none of that until Lisa called me, and Lisa called like, hey, can we talk? And I thought it's gonna be just like probably about my TikTok or something. And then why I figured out that that's what happened, like she put it out there and then people comment about it. Thankfully Jack and Lisa can get to the bottom of it and then make her understand what happened and then took that post down, which I really appreciated.
There have been times that I have been on the phone for 6 hours straight with someone, being relentless about getting a negative review taken down for our agent. And so I have spent much more time than ever I believed that I would as a broker, helping keep our reputation intact. When I was a kid, my dad put a little poster, put a little plaque rather in my room, and it had my name on it. It said Stapleton. And it said, you got it from your father. It was all he had to give. It's yours to use and cherish for as long as you may live. If you lose the watch he gave you, it can always be erased, but a black mark on your name, son, can never be erased. Make sure you guard it wisely after all is said and done. You'll be glad the name is spotless when you give it to your son. My dad came out of Silver Star, Gold Star, Bronze Star, out of Vietnam, became a sheriff, became a sheriff of a county, very well known, very always the hero. There was a picture of him on the Press Democrat newspaper in Northern California of him with a lady over his shoulder as he was literally running out of a plane that was engulfed in flames. I mean, literally that happened. That was my dad. War hero, everyone hero. And he taught me the value of your name and how important it is that you keep that name intact. And so that's something that I have taken with me all of these years. And I believe that your reputation by far is your most important asset, and keeping it clean is critical. And so every single agent I hire has the ability to affect my reputation as long as their own. So it's something that Lisa and I take very, very seriously. So we didn't beat up Sherry. We didn't beat up Rosny, but we did fix it. And we fixed it for a lot more people than just the two of them. So actually, I'd forgotten about that, Sherry. So thank you for even reminding me about that.
So
Christine.
yeah, moral of the story, guys, don't use laughing emoji. They can take it really, really bad. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for sharing, Sherry. Christine.
Yes, I appreciate Realty Texas in your effort to like clean up people's online presence. My first career was in public relations, so reputation management is where I got my training. And I wanted to tie in the conversation we're having about reviews and reputation management to outreach because I think it's common for brokerages to say, contact your sphere of influence. But here I was trying to figure out, well, what do I like? Where do I start? What's my launch pad, especially if it's been too long since I reached out to them? So with my last brokerage, I went, all in on their systems, and most of my reviews were on their Google page. A few were on mine, but between all of them, I had 28 reviews. And when I left, my Google account had that brokerage's email address as my login, so it was deleted and I lost almost 35 star reviews. So I'm using that as my launch pad to reach out to past clients to check in on them and then ask if they would be willing to write the review again. And that's been working out really well.
That's a really good touch, because those reviews do belong to the other brokerage. So those were tied to a transaction. So those are theirs for sure. And just like those transactions were theirs. So when you leave, then you no longer have the right, according to the independent contractor agreement, to even reach out to that client regarding that transaction anymore because it was a broker's client. Because the job of an agent, according to TREC and the independent contractor agreement, is to bring business into the brokerage, and then that brokerage, then it's that client. So then you go to your broker, say, I'd like you guys to agree to let me contact these people. They put that in writing. You then reach out to the clients, let them know, hey, I've lost those reviews and those were something important to me. Would you just review me as a person, not this transaction, and give me that 5-star review, because that really is very impactful in me being able to move forward with my career. And most of them like, oh my gosh, of course I would do that for you, and then them refer you. It's a beautiful and it's a wonderful thing, and I'm glad
Does
that you
that
did it.
apply when the clients are friends? Because I do understand, obviously, this is my third year, that the transactions belong to the brokerage. But like, as you're speaking, I'm like, I don't have the right to talk to my friend. Like, these are my friends. These are like relationships over decades, that and people who I just talk to on a regular basis about anything. I understand the like the client relationship, but I'm like, I guess a little bit confused about the people who I just talk to often because they're friends.
Okay, yep. So let me I'm gonna turn your attention to the Texas Realtors Form TXR 2301, which is the independent contractor agreement used by Texas Realtors. Paragraph 21, termination. Paragraph 21D, associate's obligations upon termination. At the time this agreement ends, associate must, number one, cease all negotiations and other dealings that concern broker's real estate business commenced by associate before this agreement ends. Provide broker a written list of all current listings and pending sales and leases. Turn over to broker all files related to broker's real estate business and that associate may have or control, and turn over to broker all broker's personal property. And so what this is talking about is, upon termination of the agreement, all negotiations and other brokerage services with prospects commenced by associate before termination will be assumed by broker. You can talk to these people about, technically, it also, it says that all brokers' files and leads, paragraph 10, files and confidentiality of operations, prospects and operations, unless required by law or expressly permitted by broker, associate may not furnish to any person with information about broker's prospects or broker's relationship with any prospect or broker's policies and business operations. This paragraph 10 survives termination of this agreement. So once you turn a client into a broker client, that client belongs to the broker, and you are not allowed to contact that person again unless you get permission from the broker in writing that you can solicit that person. Now, an existing business relationship, according to TREC, can last for up to 180 days before that existing business relationship ends. So can you talk to your friend about transacting? Yes. Can your broker come after you and sue you? Yes. Are they likely to do that? No. But what does TREC say? TREC says that that person, you've turned that friend into a client of that broker, and that broker paid you a split based on you bringing that into the business. And then you take that and convert it and give another broker that person. You've actually given that database to the broker. So what does TREC say about this? They say no. You can't contact those people again unless you get something in writing from the broker saying that you can contact them. And most brokers would be happy to do it because they're not calling these people anyway. But so to cover your bases and to protect yourself, you need to contact that broker and get in writing, and have a conversation with them about your policy with that broker.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
So under paragraph 3 here, use social proof. Exactly what Christina was just saying. How cool is it that we can get on the phone and spend a moment to ask them to review us and use that social proof, which helps us, if this person trusts them, then that helps gain confidence in this person. And then build strong relationships. Real estate should be focused on building strong, long-lasting relationships that span a lifetime. You're helping someone, then they have kids, those kids grow up, you help them, and then you're helping them at different stages of their life. They purchased Amanda Jurin, which I'm gonna take you to break after I tell you the story, but I like to tell the story about Colin and Amanda Jurin. I'm gonna tell it one more time, but this is just a really cool story. So right when I first got my license, I was at a gas station in Round Rock, and I had a little R, Realtor R, on the side of my car. And someone looked at it and said, "Hey, are you a real estate agent?" And I said, "Yes, I actually am." And she said, "I'm looking at selling my house." And she's like, "Where do you live?" And I said, "Round Rock Ranch." She's like, "Me too." And so she lived one street over. So I went over and I listed her house. And her neighbor saw my sign in the yard, and that was Amanda and Jurin. And they said, "We're going to be selling too." And we talked to the neighbor. Her name was Cheryl, and Cheryl said, "You're awesome, and we want to use you." And that conversation spanned the next 20 years. I met them. I sold their home. I sold them a home in Dyer Creek. They found that home on their own, but it was a brand new home from Guillen. They paid a 6% commission. I sold them that Guillen home and sold their home in Round Rock Ranch. 2 years later, they decided that they did not want to be in Dyer Creek anymore. They wanted to be in Barron's Ranch. So I sold them a home at the corner of Arbor and Barron's Ranch. They lived in that home for 5 years, and they sent me all 5 of their cousins, and I sold homes for each one of their cousins. Then 5 years later, I knew that Colin and Amanda was looking to buy another house. I knew that they wanted to be what they called, Amanda's hilarious. She said, "Jack, me and my husband decided we're going to be a Liberty hillbilly." She said that to me. I'd never heard that term before, but I thought it was hilarious. Anyway, she called me and said that, they wanted to go out there and buy some land. So they hadn't listed their home yet, but I had a client that was looking for a property where they needed 2 full bedrooms down and 2 full bathrooms down, but they wanted a 2-story and they needed 5 bedrooms. And we had looked at everything on the market, and I couldn't find one. And I was remembering, wait a minute, Colin and Amanda, that's their house. Like, it's literally their house exactly. So then I thought, well, wait a minute, before I even make this call, I need to get Colin and Amanda a home that they're going to like. So I spent about 4 hours looking through Liberty Hill and found a home that was awesome. I sent it to them. They wanted to see it. I told them I had a buyer for their house, took my client over to their house. My client bought their home. So I sold their home off market in a private zone. They were fine with it because it was at a time where their home needed to be painted and all kinds of things. So that transaction happened. And then I helped them buy their house. And my client had to sell their house, and I sold their house because their sale was in the contingent on that home selling that was contingent on their buy. And that was a $2 million transaction that all funded on the same day. Now they're living in Liberty Hill. Their son, Jack, who was not born when I first met them, I helped them buy a condo for him at UT. Now he's graduating, and I'm going to be listing that condo and selling it. And I just got a referral from them just last week of someone who's moving into town, and it's going to be about a $1.5 million purchase. So when I'm talking about this kind of thing, this is the referral-based business I'm talking about. One person knows another that knows another, and you just put deals together and you just keep connecting all the dots, and there's just more and more transactions happening from it. I could be spending my time dealing with Google leads or Facebook leads, or I can focus on calling these people who know, love, and trust me, who know other people, who keep me fed and make me lots and lots of money. And that's what I wish for you guys. But referral-based business has to be your key. It has to be calling these people. Because if I was afraid to call these people, I would not be getting these referrals, because I talk to Amanda 5 times a year and I call her. And every time I call her, she seems to know someone. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. And then we're going to get into the pipelines, and I'm going to show you guys this slide, and we're going to go through how the pipelines work in our CRM and what each one means and what your intent should be with each person in your contact and everyone in your database, CXN. 218, let's come back at 228. Good job, everyone.
Space it out. I work out every day.
Here where we need you. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, everyone, you got a couple extra minutes there. I had about 26 people standing at my door needing help, and so they have all successfully been helped. Okay. We just finished talking about the importance of your database and how important it is that we get referrals from them, the value of your database, the value of every single lead, how important it is that we're looking at creating a referral-based business from day one. Our first class in Mega was the mindset of a successful agent. Then we jump into power starting your business. And then relentless conversion is about calling your people, but how important it is that you call them. So today is about just really getting rid of the myths and making it crystal clear without any ambiguity that business is about your database and about calling the people and how valuable your database is. And if you don't have that switched flipped on in your brain, that you're going to be part of that 95% that's sharing in 5% of the business. And I don't wish that for any of you. So hopefully, as we get over the next hour, it's going to really become more and more clear what this is all about. The goal of each salesperson should be to get, like we talked about 1,000 times before, and watch 3 videos about getting 200 people into their database that have agreed to transact with them when they're ready. The average time between a home purchase is 5 years. So out of 200 leads, about 20%, 1 out of 5 will transact with you this year. You've heard this a whole bunch, but for the first time, it's on the slide. That's 40. 80 if they buy, sell with you. And a lot of them will become buy, sell later because you'll help them buy a home. And then now you're going to be the listing agent. Your database, because if you are the listing agent, and sometimes people will come through the open house and you'll find the buyer and you refer it off to somebody else and you get a referral fee on the buy side and you do the sell side, which, by the way, Carol Thompson, who is in Kissing Tree, has referred about 7 transactions in the last 2 months to agents, probably our number 1 referrer in the entire company right now, doing tons and tons of intermediary transactions. We have a lot of people, Christina Roberto, doing a lot of intermediary transactions. We're handing that business off to our agents so that you guys have more opportunity, which I absolutely love and super grateful that she's doing that. So your database should be yielding you 40 transactions if you're keeping in touch with them just in terms of transactions, just them transacting with you. So the value and goal of each lead is not to transact, but more importantly, to give you referrals, because you know that there's a 4x increase in business when you look at your people as, instead of a transaction, a referral. Here's what that number looks like again. I put it here as its own slide. Your database should close about 500,000, about 600,000 on its own, about 1.5 million if you are getting referrals from them and asking for those referrals. So if you wait to ask for referrals till later in business, you're going to be leaving a lot of money on the table in business. Okay, so let's talk about Fast Track. We make leads available to assist help agents in building their database. Once you have someone in your database, if you call them, let's say we have a lead that we pay for, a Zillow lead, we pay $500 and we give it to our agent. And that agent then closes that transaction. It's in our database. Our ISA team, our paid ISA 2s, are going to be calling those people on our own smart plans. And we're going to be checking up with them. And we're going to get more referrals from them because it's our company customer. If you're also calling them, which is perfectly okay, and we expect you to, and you find a referral from them and they give that referral to you, that referral is not a company lead. But if we call them later and we get a referral from them, obviously it's going to be not a transaction for you or even a referral for you. It could be that we get it back to you. It just depends on what Amy's department is and what they're looking for and what market they're looking for and all the rest. So we're trying to not feed people, but we're trying to make sure that they have more consistent income through our department until they're up and running. Mary Beth Ray is a good example for that. She is got so much business right now that she can't work anymore. Every time she comes to me, she's like, I'm crazy. She's got 3 listings coming, 2 of them already has offers, and she's just running around like a chicken with her head cut off, closing more transactions than she can actually handle. Well, just enough transactions she can handle because she's very happy and doing an amazing job. So that's an example of someone who came into Mega and was dead set about not calling her leads. In fact, she'll tell you that she said this to me, Jack, I'm not calling these people. And it took me, just like I do everybody else, 3 classes to get it really to get them to doing it. And then she did it. And now she's got more business and she knows what to do with. Now, she's been in the business for a really long time, but she's doing things just a little bit differently. And what it has done is open the floodgates for her. And she's never been more busy. Last year was her best year in real estate. And this year is going to beat last year for her if it stays on the same track. So, in order to be in our CXM opportunities group, you've got to take the either Mega or Ready Set Sell. So Mega will deal with that for you. Make sure that box is checked off so that you can go in right after Mega and start making calls. In fact, you can do that already because after you've taken this class, Relentless Conversion, you're able to go and get enrolled. So you can, after this class, even call Michael Potter. The 3 things that are going to need to happen though is a systems readiness training assessment. Systems readiness is we're going to walk you through our CRM to make sure that you understand how the CRM works. Then there's an ISA core video that we ask you to watch, just making sure you understand how to take notes and all of the things that our system does for you. Then we have you come in and sit with Michael Potter doing what we call the pilot program, where you're in the pilot, he's in the co-pilot, and he sits there and helps you that first couple of hours and make sure that you are good to go so that we don't just throw you to the wolves. How unfair would that be to us and to you and to our customers just to throw you on the phones and let you figure it out? We don't want that. That's not good for you and it's not good for us. So we are spending a lot of staff time helping prepare you for that. Raise your hand if you've gone through a pilot program with Michael Potter. Okay. Would someone like to share about that experience and how maybe it helps you gain confidence? Anybody want to share with the class?
I can. I did the call-a-thon thing first, and then I finished Ready Set Sell, and then they put me in this with Michael and Amy, and very supportive. I took the test online, and that helped me. And then they guide you. They tell you exactly what you need to write down and how to use the tool. So it gave me a lot of confidence. But the repetition of calling helps too.
It's all about the confidence. And yeah, they are very supportive and very helpful. That's their whole purpose, is to help you get the most out of this database that's worth squeezing opportunity out of. I mean, it's pretty incredible that we've worked so hard to get this 100,000 people in our database. Imagine having 100,000 people in the database. We've got over 6,000 people in that database that have closed with us. And so we're calling those people and we're getting more and more referrals. And so we can live just on those referrals. Agents are calling them and checking in with them and doing exactly what you're going to be doing with your own people. But when you come into this department, you call ours. Angela, you even sat
Hi,
with me.
what?
You even sat with me.
I did. One of the ladies, I was making the call. Most of the time you get like voicemail and they have a script for you to leave. But one lady answered the phone and she was so happy I talked to her because her credit rating had changed and she was in Houston and she was really looking forward to getting a house and she was going to contact that month a loan agent to get herself pre-approved, and that way that she'd be ready to buy something. So she thought she'd be ready about like maybe middle July of doing all this. And I guess we have been working with her for maybe like 7 or 8 months. So I just put in all the information. I let Amy know because this lady, she is ready to, as soon as she gets approved, she's ready to go. And that was my I thought it was really good. I thought that was like she was happy we called, really happy. And so it totally changed my mind about calling people because we were both really excited.
So let me ask this question to the entire class. Imagine for a moment you had a real estate company who was a real estate agent and their manager called you just to check in to make sure things were going well with you and your agent. The manager called a couple times, and then just to check in on you after closing, the manager called, just, hey, just want to congratulate you on your home sale. And then about 6 months after your purchase, the manager called and said, hey, just want to check in. How are things going with the home? Do you have any questions? Do you need anything? Would you be offended by that manager calling you? Would you be offended by the agent calling you after your home's purchase? None of us would be, of course not. They're grateful and thankful, like, oh my gosh, these people are following up. How cool is that? Because no real estate ever does that. I mean, who does that except for us? So I want you guys to be thinking in the terms of the consumer as well. They're not going to be upset when they've called. It's you've got some people who are brand new leads who register on our website. We call them and finds out that that's not their phone number, that they've got an old phone number in Facebook from 10 years ago that now someone else is using, and they're like, "We didn't register on your website. What are you talking about? Why are you calling me?" Oh, I'm sorry. Someone registered using this phone number. And then we try to talk with them and see if we can convert them. And if it's no, delete me. Absolutely no problem. We're going to go ahead and mark you. Do not call out of our database. We're so sorry. And then move on. So, Angela, how was your conversation with me? Do you recall that conversation we had?
Yes, you totally helped me to relax, and it was all about being positive, smiling, listening to the music first, and just it really helped because you kind of did like a pep talk, and so it was. I really thought it was you used a lot of your own experiences, and it really relaxed me a lot because I realized like, oh, okay, that sounds good. And the scripts, they have the scripts available for you. It's really exciting being in the little room because there's other people working there too, and it's really fun. So I'm looking forward after Mega to get to do it. I finally just yesterday I got approved to call.
Well, I can tell you that Amy and her department is not ever happy with me when I teach Mega because I pull everyone out of their department and their chairs are empty and they're frustrated because Amy is wanting to stay ahead of the calls, not behind. And so during Mega, they often get behind. And then Mega, after it gets out, there's a swarm of people in there. And then the agents pull up a bunch of transactions and they start closing their own transactions and start pulling away from the department. And we're never going to complain about that because it's supposed to be a little bit of kindling that gets them going on their own, and they're welcome to come back as often as they would like. But we think that they should continue going to the Tuesday sales meeting because whether or not they're making calls from our department, it's really good to stay abreast of what objections they're getting and how to handle those objections. It just makes people a better salespeople when you're getting weekly sales training that's only an hour and a half. So super impactful and helpful. I meet with every person who comes in for a pilot. There's some times where I have emergencies going on, where we've got something in this cockpit of this company that's got me where I can't, but I make best effort. And probably 6, maybe pilots a week, I'll sit down and I'll spend 20, 30 minutes with each person a week. And I just talk to them about that we should be asking for referrals and not to look at them as a transaction, but to look at them as a referral source. And I have a conversation with them about the rates and how it's a positive thing that the rates are where they are because the rates aren't too high and it's putting downward pressure on home prices, which means that people are able to get a home that they love because there's more inventory and they can write off the interest rate. But more importantly, they're able to get their closing costs paid and they're able to negotiate a fair deal and not have to go over asking on a property and get a good home and then refinance the rate later when the rates go down. So it's the best of both worlds. And what happens if they're afraid they're going to lose their job? Would they rather be a homeowner or a tenant if they lose their job? And obviously, if your mortgage company is going to bend over backwards to make sure you're in a deferment or forbearance program, and your landlord is going to boot you out. So obviously, you've got more security being a homeowner, and some other things I talked to you about, talk to each person about. So, anybody else want to share some experiences they've had in either the sales department or with Amy or that department making calls?
I actually had a negative well, it was not all negative. It was just the very first phone call. Oh my gosh, she was so angry. Imagine I was already really nervous.
Oh no.
That I was glad that I got that one out of the way first, and then the rest were positive.
Yeah, I always tell our people, there are people that are at home, lonely, and need someone to talk to and keep you on the phone for an hour, and they're never going to buy a home forever. And so, as a salesperson who really values my time, I would rather someone scream at me and hang up than me have someone be really nice to me for an hour. Put some thought into that.
Yeah,
Bec- The person who's really nice to me for an hour, who's never going to buy a home, has just wasted an hour of my time. The other person, they hung up on me. They made it quicker for me to pick up the phone and call the next person because I'm looking for someone I can help. And they just made it a lot easier for me. That's how I look at it. You think that's a pretty good way to look at it? Yeah. It's like Kobe Bryant says, get over myself. Get over it. It's not about me. It wasn't about me. It was about them. Because if they're so angry, it's not me. It's them. They've got some issues going on, and we'll pray for them and hope that they find peace in their anger in this world for whatever reason they're so angry. Because there's no reason for that. We didn't just call the phone book. They registered on our website, and we have their information, and we're calling them. And every time we hang up, we remind them that, hey, and get their permission to call them again. Okay, I love it. Here's what our screen looks like when you're calling in that department. We have a generative AI that when every outbound call happens, well, actually, when any call happens using this phone number, the client's phone number, we take either an incoming or outbound. We check the phone number of the caller and the callee, and then take that if it and associate that voicemail to this client record or to the client record. If they have multiple records with the same phone number, that voicemail will be put on all of them. We then digitize. We use AI to take the recording and digitize it to text. And then we take the text and we save it as a note. And then next time we call them, we go through all of the notes and then we pop up a box that's kind of got a gist of what's going on. So that when we push the call button, we can know what's going on. And we also have a Blast Connect lender. So if they want to get with a lender, we can click a button. It's going to call all the lenders. One's going to answer first. Whoever gets answered gets pulled onto the call. And now we have a three-way call going on the lender. We can hang up and leave them talking and then call them back as an action plan will be added to the room for us to call them back. Same thing as well. We can blast connect an agent. Maybe it's a Houston thing that we need. So we click a button, blast to the Houston market because we're in Austin and they're looking for a Houston agent. Houston agent gets pulled onto the call. We do a warm introduction and then we hang up and now they're working together. So we got lots of really cool technology here. We also have voicemail drops. So if they don't answer, we can click a button and automatically voicemail drop, hang us up, and then we're on to the next call. Lots of cool features, and we keep adding more and more as we go. So here is what I call the leaderboard for the month of June 2025 in the ISA department. So Rosny, 97 calls, we knew that. Jamara, 95 calls. Gavin, 92. They also are in the ISA department. So yes, they're calling on recruiting, but these are not recruiting calls. These are calls from their recruiting account that they made in the ISA department. Aiden is usually one of our top callers. He's from Houston. He's made 58 calls so far this month. Denise has made 57. And then Gavin's recruiting account made 28 calls, and then Michael Avila. So we're only 6 days into it. So we've got, some of these are encroaching on the 100 call mark. Let's go back to May. Aiden made 691 calls. Kyle made 214 calls. Denise made 214 calls. Rosny made 200 calls. So you're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 calls in a month. In a single appointment, you can make between 50 and 100 calls. Most people are making 75 calls ish in an hour, or I'm sorry, in a 3-hour shift. And so if you're bringing in one shift a month, then maybe you make 400 calls a month, which is really cool. So here is a leaderboard of our best month, which was August 2023. We have not beaten that. Sean Reese made 1,940 calls. Debbie made 1,266 calls. Rashida made 965 calls. And so Sean Reese was the number one. This was his mega month. He was calling the Opportunity Vault, and he was calling about 100 people a day from the office who would come in and just relentlessly hitting the Opportunity Vault. And so he came in, and 2,000 is 100 a day. That's an entire month. So he spent an entire month making phone calls and almost breached the 2,000 call mark. So I hope I see some of you I'm looking forward to seeing the person who beats that because they're going to get a prize. Okay, here are our pipelines. Our pipelines are new, and then nurturing, and then rep agreement, and then under contract, and then closed. I'm going to go through each one and I'm going to explain to you the pipelines. Knowing how to use your CRM and what pipeline to put the client in is really important. So if your database is this hugely valuable thing, then making sure that the people in the right pipeline become very important. So new means we've not yet spoken to them. We have called them though, and we try to call them. So we've never spoken to them and we've never called them yet. That's what new means. Our intent for new is simply to get them on the phone, contact them quickly, and to call them. That's our intent with the new pipeline. So when you go into your CRM, you see all these pipelines and you can get a number to the right of it that's how many people are currently in that particular pipeline. And so all the people in your database will be striped between the different pipelines because every contact has one pipeline. Now, what's interesting about we have this concept of tier 1 and tier 2 pipelines. A tier 1 is a pipeline where we have not yet helped them with a transaction. We've not yet created a room. A transaction room has never been created. But a tier 2 client, they have. So tier 2 is we're either transacting with them now because they're under contract, or we've got them in a rep agreement. So we've got this kind of concept between tier 1 and tier 2, and I'm going to break that down in a second. The nurturing, well, this is someone who we are trying to get them pre-qualified, or we're trying to get a listing agreement signed if it's a seller, but most of these are buyer leads. So for the nurturing pipeline, most of the time we're trying to get them to get a pre-qualification letter. We already have and a representation agreement, by the way. And so then once we have them on a rep agreement, once our goal for a rep agreement, once they're under a rep agreement, so again, nurturing, our goal is to get them pre-qualified. And then once we have a rep agreement signed with them, our goal is to get them under contract. Then once we have them under contract, our goal is to get them closed. And then if closed, everyone knows this one by heart, inside and out by now. Our goal for all of the people who are closed is to get referrals. Here is our, well, actually this slide got put in the wrong place, is to get their referrals. Here is our, what I call the CXM lead lifecycle. The blue is our tier 1 pipelines, new, attempt to reach, and last chance. These are people who have not yet spoken to, we've not been able to get them on the phone. When a lead falls out of the sky, when someone goes to Facebook and registers, if they go to our website and registers, if we're paying for Realtor.com and it imports through the API or Zillow or Realtor.com or Homes.com, all the places, the leads import to our new pipeline, and immediately a text message is sent to them, a pop-up comes up on the app, and it goes out to the entire company that says a new lead registered. And either somebody in the ISA room is going to be able to get to it quicker, or someone on the app is going to call quicker. The idea is, though, we're going to make a phone call. We're going to call them the first time. So the intent on the new is to call them as soon as practical, hopefully within 20 seconds. If it's after hours, then we're going to call them as soon after 8:30 as we can, if not exactly at 8:30, because they registered. They already got a text message. They already know that we're going to call them. Now, they may or may not answer the phone. So if the new person answers the phone, then if they say, I don't know who you guys are, and please don't ever call me again, then we put them where?
Do not call.
Yep. They move to the do not call. So as you can see, the new lead can go into really one of 3 places. It can go into a DNC, a do not call. It can go into attempt to reach, or it can go into incubate. If the new doesn't answer the phone and we leave a message for him, then it goes into attempt to reach. An attempt to reach is a battery of calls over the course of 7 days where we're going to call them 9 times. In fact, we call them 9 times total. So the first call that we did when they were in the new is part of that. So we called them once already. They didn't answer. They go into intent to reach, and we're going to call them now 8 more times in the intent to reach pipeline. And every time we're going to leave a message. or call them, and hopefully they answer. If they don't, we're going to continue leaving a message. After we've called them 6 times, we call them 6 times in intent to reach. So actually, I misspoke. When we call them 6 more times in intent to reach, if they still haven't answered the phone and we've left the 6th message, it moves to opportunities. It moves to last chance. And in last chance, we call them 2 more times. We created the last chance pipeline because I wanted to know who in an intent to reach was about to fall out of intent to reach. Because if we're going to get behind on the pipelines, I want to make sure that we prioritize this last chance. And I wanted to see, all right, Boomtown and everyone else says if you call 2 more times, I want to know just how many more people we converted. If there's truly a 90% better chance of getting a hold of them if we call 9 times, what are those last 2 times that we call them? And Amy McAllister said, Jack, you'd be astonished. We'd be astonished how many people we convert out of last chance. Those last 2 phone calls, we convert a lot of people. We used to go from attempt to reach to opportunities, and we just sit in the opportunities vault, and staff doesn't call the opportunity vault. Only agents call the opportunity vault. So the opportunity vault, we're not actively calling at all. Interesting note, you guys call that and convert those into business. So again, new goal is to get them on the phone as quick as possible. We've not yet tried to call them. Then if we don't get a hold of them, they're going to go in the intent to reach. And we're going to call the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th time. After the 7th time, it's going to go to last chance, and we're going to call 8 and 9. After the 9th call, we leave a message. If they still haven't answered, then it goes into the opportunities vault, and it's open to the company for everyone to call. It's in your pipelines, in your CXM, you can see that. And if any point in this cycle they decide that they don't want to be contacted, or they answer the phone and say, I don't want to be contacted, they go into the DNC. And 33% of our leads are in the DNC, roughly. Now, whether it's new, attempt to reach, last chance, or opportunities vault, when we get them on the phone, they may say, okay, yeah, I may or may not be looking to buy a home. So it becomes whether or not you go from one of these pipelines to incubate or to nurturing depends on them and what they say. If they say, I'm not interested in buying a home right now, I have no interest in that. But if you guys want to keep in contact with me, I'm more than happy to keep the dialogue because I may be interested in the future. They haven't agreed to buy a home, but most people would have thrown that lead away. Of course we're not. We're going to put them in incubate, and now we're incubating those people, and we're going to call them. And at any given time, we have anywhere from 5 to 15,000 incubate calls that we have as overdue. And so we're trying to keep that number down, which is why we need to keep one agent in every single one of those chairs in there. Because if we have 2 or 3 open chairs over the course of a day, it could start getting us behind. So we have to continue making those calls. In any event, every time the agent converts it and gets a deal, we put that deal in their lap. Now they're walking out the door, working with the client and all the referrals that they get from that client. And hopefully it's for a lifetime. You close 5, 6, 7 transactions in the future with that person, and those are all yours. Those are not at a referral fee back to the company for closing one of our company leads, because obviously we have $1 million worth of out-of-pocket expenses. And the money that we spend for the leads and for the CRM and Amy McAllister and what we pay the ISA 2s to be making those phone calls, we break even in that department, by the way. We don't make any money in that department at all. And so we break even on it specifically to have our agents be able to earn more money. And sometimes we actually even lose money. And that's something if you're really interested about that, you can talk with Miguel and Lisa, because that department is in the red all the time because I'm constantly purchasing more leads from more third-party sources. So in any event, if they have no interest in buying right now, they go in the incubate. If they are, or they do say, yeah, we're looking at buying a home in a couple months, or yeah, I would like to look into buying, then we create a room and then we assign an agent to the room and it goes in incubate. You see, the difference between this side is no room was created really. And on this side, a room was created. So they go into nurturing. And once they're in the nurturing pipeline, it gets assigned to an agent. The agent calls them. The agent's going to try to get them with a lender, try to understand what is they're looking for, get them a client gateway set up, and get a buyer representation agreement, meet them out in the real world, and sell them a home. And most of the time, we're meeting them at the first property and getting the buyer rep agreement signed through the mobile app, show them homes, and then they don't like the one that they initially met us at. We then make an appointment to show them everything and then help them buy a house. It might be that they don't find anything and it takes a week or two, or sometimes they're just not going to buy and they stay nurturing for a while. But nurturing, our goal is to try to get them into a rep agreement. And then once they're under a rep agreement, try to get them under contract. And then once they're under contract, we try to get them closed. And in any one of those 4 situations, they can cancel a contract. They can cancel the room and the room get canceled and be returned. And it's a returned, then it goes back to ISA. And then we're going to continue. It's going to go back to incubate. And we're going to be calling that incubate. And maybe 6 more months later, they're interested and we create another room and we get them back with another agent. What we don't want to have happen is hand out 40 rooms to one agent. And all 40 of those rooms are people who are not interested in buying. We created the nurturing room, and for whatever reason, they didn't buy. And now the agent has all these people in there. So we're pulling those rooms back if they're not buying, putting them back in incubate. And then our team is calling that incubate until they're ready, and then get them back with an agent so that the agent's company leads are responsive leads that are actually looking to buy. Here's what the left-hand bar looks like in our CXM. On the top, there's incubate. No, at the top, there's the opportunities vault. Everybody in the company has access to the opportunities vault. Right now, you have access to it. So between breaks and at lunch and all these things, you can go into the opportunity vault and click the call button and get a hold of someone and convert them, get them excited, start showing them homes, done. So you've got a huge opportunity there. That's why we call it that. Then you have the tier 1 customers and the tier 2 customers. We've actually broken it down here. So in this case, there was no news. There was 640 people in attempt to reach, and there were 11 in last chance. 640 means that there's 640 tasks for us to call. So that's 640 calls to make in attempt to reach and 11 calls to make in last chance. And here in our incubate pipeline, 5,673 people are in incubate, and then 7,372 people in DNC. And I think I took the screenshot 2 years ago when I was building this. So these numbers are outdated a bit. They're much higher now than they were then, but it looks something similar to this. And then the tier 2s, this goes back 180 days. So nurturing 137, rep agreement 26, under contract 9, close 433, canceled 45. Tier 2 means money, green, because those where the money is. You got rep agreements, you got under contracts, you got closed, and the blue is cold as ice because we haven't been able to get them into a room yet. They're still just talking with our ISA department, and we haven't even assigned them to an agent. So I broke it down here. This is a good slide for agents. Opportunity vault is 100% up to you if you want to hit that opportunity vault. And then this is a breakdown of what I just told you of what each pipeline is, and the explanation of each one of the pipelines that I just explained to you. Here's a little bit deeper dive in each one of the pipelines. The new pipeline is where all new leads first drop into the CXM system. As they drop into the new pipeline, our system sends a text to the entire CXM opportunity group, letting them know new lead opportunities available. If the agent is unable to contact the prospect, the lead is automatically moved to the attempt to reach pipeline. So I created one of these for each one. This next slide is the attempt to reach. The attempt to reach pipeline is the most important pipeline to focus your attention on. It's your ability to convert leads to clients to make money while building your database on your goal to 200 people. Realty Texas leads are on a self-checkout basis. Agents must be quick to check them out. If they do come in, the average check time right now is under about 10 seconds. But for certainly within 3 minutes, if a lead comes in, if you're waiting 3 minutes, it'll already be gone. We've got more agents now calling those opportunities. Then we have last chance. This means that we've already called them 7 times and we're going to call them the 8th and 9th time. We get in touch with quite a bit of leads in this pipeline, but remember, if you want to have a 90% chance of getting a hold of the lead, we call them at least 9 times. So that's why this pipeline was created, so we could track that statistic, and it's true for us as well. Then we move from the tier 1 to the tier 2 pipelines. Again, tier 2s are where we have a room created. So the nurturing pipeline means the prospect answered. Woo, we got them on the phone. We had a good conversation with them and they're, talking with us. So we created a room and put them in nurturing pipeline because they're interested in working with us. We don't have a rep agreement with them because we just got their commitment, and this room now has an agent assigned to it. And now it shows up in the agent's app. They got the phone number, their phone number, and the contacts in the app. They click a button, and now the agent can call them. The requirements are set an appointment to try to meet them in the real world. Set them up in an MLS client gateway so we can start serving them listings as soon as you immediately find out what it is they're looking for, and send them an RPR report on one of the properties that they favorite, and offer them RPR reports for every property that they're interested in. Would you like an RPR report on this one? If not, just go ahead and send them one. I highly recommend you guys are using RPR on every transaction. It limits your liability and also provides your clients with incredible information regarding those properties. Your status here, first, it means you've talked to the client. Your goal is to set an appointment and meet with them. And the time frame is you want to meet with them in the next week, as soon as possible, no more than a week later. The next pipeline is rep agreement. This means you already have one, not you're trying to get one. So they have a rep agreement. So this is people who you've signed a rep agreement with, but they have not yet bought a property, or rather, they have not yet gone under contract on a property. So a pipeline means a prospect has obtained a letter of a pre-qualification letter from the lender. Goal here is to upload the listing agreement or the buyer rep agreement, whichever one it is, because the rep agreement could be a listing agreement or a buyer rep agreement. You're going to upload the buyer rep or the listing agreement into the room. And now we have a rep agreement signed. We're working with them. And the goal here is to get them under contract. So we got to help them find and source a property. And we should be talking to these people in this status more than once a week, once to twice a week, no less than that. So no less than twice a week is what I meant to say. In the pipeline under contract, now this is contract to close. We have them under contract. They're not closed yet. So we are making sure that they're doing their option period. They understand the timelines, and we're holding their hand through the transaction. Lisa and Michael Potter will be involved with you heavily for company leads that are in the nurturing pipeline, the rep agreement pipeline, and the under contract pipeline. And so they may actually even be asking you about your own transactions that are in those pipelines to see if they can also lend any assistance that you may have or need in your own transactions. But Lisa's calling people every time we hand out a room. Lisa calls and says, "How are you? How's everything with you?" Tries to check in with you, and then helps get clarity on what you've learned so far with this consumer, and try to help strategize with you some good ideas on how you can approach this client's need, whatever it is. So you've got someone built into the company that will help you try to figure out a plan of getting this client converted, taking him to the next level. And that Lisa spends and focuses her entire day on that. And so she's continually on the phone with agents, the productivity coach, helping them get under contract. That's a very important role, and she's very, 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 very good at it. Once they are closed, then of course we are going to be contacting them and getting referrals from them. So we contact them every 60 days for the first year, every 90 days for the second year, and on the third year we're calling them a 60, 90, 120, 60, 90, 120 rotation. So we're breaking it up and just checking in with them and getting referrals from them. And like many of you have already said, we're getting really good responses. They're very happy to talk with us. We're not calling them every week. We're calling them every couple months, and we're getting referrals from them. Now, before we take our next break, the pipeline dead leads. This simply is someone said, "I don't want to talk to you guys anymore. Please delete me information." We'll be happy to delete you, and then we just tell them, "Look, just FYI, there's 3 people you need in life: a really good attorney, a really good CPA, and a really good real estate agent." We want to be that really good real estate agent for you. If you want to be deleted, that's fine. You may not be looking to buy a home today, but we're not trying to sell you a home today. We make long-term relationships with our clients, and we help them, and then someday their kids and their grandkids. We're going to be here forever. We're experts at this, and we'd really like to be able to help you. And if you really want us to delete your information, we will do it. But it's really nice to have a professional firm in your back pocket that you can call at any time and get your real estate questions answered, because there's a lot of crazy going on out there. And when you are interested in buying a home, we can help you. And we check in every couple months just to see how things are going and to see if your plans have changed. And most people, you can turn that DNC around. They're like, okay, I get it. You're not going to hound me. You're not going to be calling me and pressuring me into buying a home, because that's probably what they think. They think you're going to push them into doing something they don't want to do. And if we can make it clear to them that that's not what we're doing, we don't sell people homes, we help them buy. That is what a fiduciary person does, who is an independent contractor, gets hired to advise people, is to walk them through the process on their timeline when they're ready. And that is a very different feeling than when you go to a car dealership and you have people following you around and trying to manipulate you into a buying. That's not what we do. Okay. It is 3:10. We're going to take our next break. Let's come back at 3:20. I'm going to stick around for a few minutes and answer a couple questions, because I'm sure we have a couple. So let's open it up to questions. For those of you, we are officially on break. See you back at 3:20.
Hey, Jack. So I have the app and understand it a little bit, but I'm not really sure on how to truly use the RPR app.
Okay, so RPR is not really an app, even though it kind of is. I recommend that you use the MLS's single sign-on. So when you go into the MLS and you log in, you have the screen that has all the apps. One of them is the MLS. One of them is Down Payment Resource, Builders Update, Realist Tax, Showing Time, boom, RPR. Click the RPR icon, it opens up, type in the property address, click on Buyer Report, or Property Report rather, and then it says, what are your clients' names? You type it, and it gives a 100-page document about everything that you could possibly imagine about that neighborhood, that property, that marketplace, and then heat maps, and demographic information about voting patterns, and how many people walk to work versus drive to work, and the walk score. It's in the school information. It's just like it's like a house fax, but for the
Okay.
community, the property, and you can get that through your single sign on the MLS.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Jonathan, hi.
Hey Jack, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the class and everything. I need to dip out at like 3:30-ish. Is there a way that I can make up the last hour and a half or
Yes.
Yeah.
100% yes.
Okay.
Lisa does makeups, so she will. In fact, she's already here to answer your question. So
Just
Okay.
let
I
me
private
know.
message I private messaged you, Lisa. I don't know if you saw it, but
Well, there's a lot going on during Mega. So if you did
yeah,
it
yeah.
Mega within the last hour or so, I did not see it yet.
No worries.
But
Okay.
yeah, you can make that up. Not a problem. I'll respond to you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lisa, can you call Kevin Restine? He's got a listing that's about to go live, and he needs my advice, but I don't have the ability to help him. Obviously,
Sure,
I'm
I
in a
will.
mess.
Yeah.
Ariel and then Tasha.
Okay, I just want to be sure. So like today, if we wanted to call from the opportunities things, we can just press our Metro, and I have the call-a-thon. I did it before, which I have it saved, so I can just follow that again and do like my calls. I did the other day. I don't really have that many contacts in my phone, so I kind of want to use the opportunity to get my calls in as well. If that's okay.
Yeah, I always recommend that you exhaust every single person in your phone or call everyone you know first, because you have much more apt to get a transaction from them. That's the number one business. And once you run out of those people, then do the opportunity vault. That's my recommendation. Do the hard thing first. Obviously, it's less painful to call someone you don't know, because if they hang up on you, it doesn't hurt your feelings. But if you call your sister and she's like, no, I'm not going to use you as an agent, you're going to be taking around that baggage until you're probably 90 years old. So it's more painful. But we recommend that you go ahead and do the painful thing first and call everyone first. But even though I say that, the decision ultimately is yours to make, and the opportunity vault is available to you at this very moment.
Thank you.
Actually, I mean, as soon as you're onboarded, you have access to the opportunities vault, so it's open to the whole company. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Quick question. I have to pick up some signs. They close at 5, and my son is currently in driver's ed. Can I take you guys with me while he drives? Is that a no-no?
So it it's actually a no-no. If
Okay.
if TREC knows that you're in a car, regardless if you're a passenger or a driver, and you're taking the class for credit, which they are never going to be able to know, we can lose our right to teach. TREC says class plus car equals instructor losing their license to teach. So we can't. TREC doesn't allow it anymore. Now, if you asked me that question a year ago, 2 years ago actually, it would have been a different answer. But now TREC has clarified it, because used to they said if you're a passenger in the back seat, it was okay. And they recently changed that and said, nope, you can't be in a car at all.
And how long are going to be our breaks? Like from here to the class ends at 5, correct?
Yes.
They close at 5. So like the other break, like how long will it be?
We'll be breaking at 4 to 4:10.
4 to 4:10. And the place is 10 minutes away from me. So I think I'm gonna go, and can I come straight back?
Yeah, of course. And pop in and out as you need. And then the class will be recorded. If you miss a little bit, you can go back to the recording and watch what you lost, what you
Okay.
missed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
No problem, Isa. Congratulations on getting your signs.
Thank you.
Mhm. Anybody else have anything from you before I disappear for 5 minutes?
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. I have no idea how that much time went by that quickly. All right, we are officially back. We are getting through, still learning a little bit more about our CRM and how to use it, what the pipelines mean, what our intent should be when the clients are in that pipeline. And again, Amy McAllister teaches a 2-hour class where she takes you through the CRM, and she teaches it once a week. And you can take that class over and over again. She teaches it twice for people who go through the Ready, Set, Sell program. On the first week, she's going to teach it to you on a Monday. And then you're going to get through the call-a-thon. And then after the call-a-thon, she teaches you how to use it again. So you learn the system, then you use the system, and then she teaches it to you again. So what was making sense before becomes clarity. So that first week is very powerful. So if you haven't taken Ready, Set, Sell, it's going to really, really help you understand how to get the most out of your CRM. And we are always excited to receive feedback and user suggestions on features in the system. And we're pretty quick at rolling those back. We're rolling out new features in our system literally every single day. Remember, every call is recorded. Every recording is digitized, then saved as a note. AI provides a summary so that you can then have an idea of everything that's going on with that person when you push the call button. How has any, raise your hand if you've ever used BombBomb. How about ever heard of BombBomb? Aki says yes. Angela says yes. Christine says yes. So someone want to share your experience with BombBomb with the class? Anyone who likes it, who's used it before, who wants to use it? Hopefully someone.
Since I took Mega, I'm afraid now to talk.
Yeah, you've done BombBomb. I've seen
Yes,
some.
I have. I have done it and I love it. It's a good way people see that you are not just a machine talking to them, calling them.
Yes. So very powerful BombBomb is because it affords you something that no other system allows currently that I'm aware of, at least. We are adding this feature to our.me, and that's something that's not going to get rolled out until next year, because right now we're working on a consumer app an app that we can give the consumer that has all of the documents, all of the transactions they've worked on with the company, a little social screen so that we can be pushing videos to them, and ability for us to send messages to their app. It's going to be kind of like a .me app, but for the customer, and everything, and a whole page dedicated to the agent. And so, as well as our MLS Plus search and the client gateway results inside that customer app. So that is in development right now. So my developers have kind of prioritized that. We're going to get past rolling that out, then come back and build our own BombBomb. But BombBomb's not a very expensive tool to buy into. We have one that the company pays for, but it's only a one user account. And agents share it, and it's perfectly okay. BombBomb knows that we use that as a training tool, that agents use it as a beta testing tool. But thing is that you can see everyone else's BombBombs and they can see yours. So maybe you're not comfortable with that and want to just go ahead and pay for your own BombBomb. What this is a way for you to quickly film a video. Hey Tom, Jack here with Realty Texas. Thank you so much for registering on our website. Yes, this property 123 Main Street is still on the market. Fantastic property. Would love to show it to you. When are you available? Click save. It will automatically, now using AI, create a thumbnail image, and it will send a text message to that person. And that video is now inside and will play inside the wrapper of the text message. Most of the time you're going to click a message and it's going to take you to a browser, open in the browser and play, or it's going to try to send a very heavy video via text message. And you got this huge 200 megabyte, 500 megabyte video that it's not going to send. It's just going to keep failing because you can't send a text with a video of that size. So then the question becomes, and if you film a video on your phone, how do you get the video to them? And if you don't have a tool like BombBomb, then maybe you're filming the video and then taking it and uploading it to YouTube, adding a thumbnail to it, and then taking the link and sending it to your client. And then when they get it, they click it and it opens up their browser and they have to click play. That's an awful lot for you. And even for them, it's not playing inside the text message. So you kind of lose the beauty of BombBomb by trying to do it the free way without them. So you click a button, it sends them a lightweight text message because it's only a wrapper that it sends. And in the wrapper is the actual app that's playing the video. You click play and it plays right there, which is really, really cool. That's the beauty of BombBomb. It also will tell you when they watched it, keep reports of how much of the BombBomb video they did watch. So you get an immediate email the moment they clicked play, and then you go and look and it will show you how many people have opened that video and how many people click play. It might be a video that you sent to 20 people that says, hey everyone, happy New Year's. And you send it to 50 people. And now it shows, 25 of the 50 people opened it up. One person watched 3 minutes of it and one person watched 1 minute of it, kind of thing. But if you're just sending it to one person, then you can kind of get just a report on that particular one. And if they open it again, it'll send you a message say, hey, they opened it a second time, and the second time they watched the first 10 seconds of it. So this video is a guy named Jared who works for BombBomb. BombBomb found that real estate is a huge customer of theirs, and they didn't even build it for real estate. And he kind of goes through showing how to use his product. His product has come a long way since they filmed this video, and I'm not aware of an updated video that they filmed since then. Back at the time where he was filming this video, they didn't have AI in it yet, and it wasn't generating the thumbnail. So you'd have to take a photo of yourself and then upload the photo and then type your name on it. But what they were doing before is they would have a little chalkboard, and then you could put "Hi John" on the chalkboard. So when someone opened the thumbnail of the video, it would say "Hi John." And at the time they created this, that was pretty amazing technology because it was like, wow, this person actually filmed a video for me and then created a thumbnail. How did this happen? And they click play and watch the video. But now the AI is doing all that for you. It's taking the name, putting it as a thumbnail, creating it. So it's pretty cool. I'm going to send the username and password to the BombBomb account for those of you who want to try and play with it. But it's bombbomb.com. And we're going to watch a couple of minutes here of this video, not the whole thing.
Hey everyone, Steve Passanelli with BombBomb. You know, last year we released a series of training classes that you guys told us that you absolutely loved, and we haven't done one in a long time. So we wanted to bring something back totally new, totally fresh, that's going to help you convert more leads using video. So why are we doing this? Well, last year we conducted a survey, and we asked realtors just like you what your biggest challenges were in lead conversion. And we received 2 responses. Number 1, you didn't have a process, or your process wasn't quite as effective as you would like it to be to generate, number 2, more replies and more responses. And that's what we're going to focus in on this 3-part video training series. We're going to start off with a video about buyers. Then we're going to move into a video about sellers for the second one. And the third video is going to be all about follow-up, because we know that they don't always respond to that first email. What's the second, the third, the fourth email that you can send to generate higher responses? Remember, this is based off of some of the best realtors around the country using video in their business, and you're going to be implementing these same exact strategies. Okay, here's our first case scenario. You get a buyer lead, and that buyer has a request on a specific property. Now, right now you could be sending out an automated response. You might be using a system out there that's sending out that email for you. You're responding quickly, which you know you should do. And hopefully you get a response from that automated email that's going out. But here's where video comes into play. This is your chance to make an amazing first impression on someone. You see, a lot of times when someone goes online and they fill out a form, they're filling out several forms. You might not be the only agent responding to them. And video can be an incredible differentiator when you respond in your email message. And in this case, we're going to show you exactly what to say in the video, and we're going to show you exactly what to put in the text. This isn't going to be a high-level overview with the goal of getting a response. We need to remember what our goal is here. Our goal isn't to make a client on email number 1. Our goal is to simply engage that person, find out more about who they are, get them to either call us, email us, or send us a text message. And if they do that, our first email is a success. So let's talk about this lead that has a specific request on a property. Chances are they might be a little bit further along in the process, but there's also a chance that they're not, and we need to identify where they are as quickly as possible. All right, I just received an internet lead. His name is Jeff. I'm sitting in front of my computer. I'm ready to send him a video email. Now, video email is 2 components, video and a text component. We're going to start off with the video here first, and we're going to follow a simple 3-step process. If you do these 3 things, we found it's going to generate you more replies and responses. So what are the 3 steps? The first one is make the new lead feel at ease for selecting that property. Number 2, provide them with a detail, at least one detail about that home or that area that they can't find online. And then of course, number 3, a call to action. All right, so let's start off on the first step. The first step is to simply make the person feel at ease about their choice. You know, the real estate transaction process, or the real estate process in general, usually comes with a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress. So we want to make sure the person feels at ease. When I was buying my home, I wanted to know a lot of things from the realtor. If it was priced too high, if there's something wrong with the property. So if you can make them feel at ease about their decision to inquire about that home, you can build that sense of rapport, build rapport a little bit faster. Step 2. You're going to want to give them one detail about that property that they can't find online. So this sets you up as the area expert, the knowledge broker. And when you give that detail, you're positioning yourself in a very good place to have them say, hey, this person probably knows a little bit more information, about this property. We need to engage and get in touch with them. And finally, step 3, you want to provide a call to action. If we go back to old school sales 101, they teach you to provide 2 specific times and have them choose one of the times. Now, one thing I do want to mention here is in this email that we are sending, we're actually asking for an appointment? Do they want to see that property? Now you might be thinking, well, Steve, we talked about simply getting a response here first, but we need to think about where this prospect is in their life cycle. This is someone right now that has a question about a specific home. And all of the top realtors that we've talked to, most of them say you immediately ask if they would like to see the home. And that's what we're doing here with this video, but we're building a bit of rapport at the same time. As I said, you're positioning yourself as the knowledge expert. So the video and the text is going to ask for a viewing of the property. Now, if it doesn't work, and there's a chance it might not work, you're going to learn in video 3, email 2, 3, and 4. That's going to help us out with this process. But if you follow these guidelines, which I'm going to show you how to do right now, we know that you are going to get more replies using this simple 3-step strategy. All right, so here I am in my BombBomb dashboard. I'm going to show you the exact process, step by step, on how to get more replies and responses from your leads. And it's going to start here with this send button. If I click this send button in my BombBomb, either on my laptop or desktop computer, this is going to enable me to quickly and easily send a video and add text. Now don't worry, if you want to do this from your iPhone or Android device, we're going to be covering that in the second video. The first thing we want to pay attention to when you're sending any emails, of course, the subject line. That's what's going to entice the person to actually open your email. So if I go up here to the top of my screen and I delete video email from BombBomb and I replace that with video : and then the property address, we found this is a fantastic way to get your emails open. How will you know your emails are open? Because it's going to tell you the quick send is set up to give you a real-time alert when your email is open and your video is played, so you know the best time to reach out to that contact. So video : 1621 Spruce Street. I think you're really going to like that subject line. They're going to open these emails, and again, you're going to be able to see, you're going to be able to test it for yourself. Now the next thing we want to do is add in the text. Now it's a short amount of text, so you can type it in yourself, but in this case I have it pre-written over here. You can have it pre-written somewhere else as well, or you can have a template set up in BombBomb with the text there for you. Since we're doing it from our sender option up here on the right, I'm just going to copy and paste this in. The template would be another topic here altogether. Now there's a few things that I need to make sure I adjust in this template. Thanks for reaching out to me about this home. Obviously we don't want to have first name there, and this is Jeff. So we type in Jeff. Watch this personal video above for some important details. I'd love to share more and show you the home. Does, and we want to choose time 1. We want to be very specific right here. So we'll say does Friday at 4.
Now I've got always get to the halfway point. I'm going to send this to you guys. I already put in your Microsoft. I'm going to send this to you in our chat so you can watch this if you would like. I sent in chat also the 14-day trial for BombBomb, so you can sign up for a 14-day trial if you would like. If you sign up for the 14-day trial and you send a BombBomb to someone, hopefully a client or a lead, and send us a copy of the BombBomb so we can see it in your Microsoft Teams MEGA-16 group, and you will get points for that. Also, I put in the Microsoft Teams group a link that has 4 more videos that are more recent from BombBomb that talk about sales conversion and how you can use BombBomb as a objection handler as well. So there's one agent here, when someone hangs up on them, they send them the sweetest BombBomb you've ever seen. So it actually is very interesting that she's had some responses and people called back later and actually connected with them. So you can use BombBomb for a lot of different reasons. We've got 4 different color personality types. Does anybody remember what the blue personality type is?
Data.
Okay. Engineers. Yes, exactly right. What about the green?
Filling.
Yeah,
Earth.
earthy.
Yep. Earthy, high EQ, emotional intelligence. Yes. Okay, good. Now yellow.
Extroverted, bubbly, bright.
Okay, social, bright. I would definitely say that extroverted. You're extrovert. That's a perfect explanation. And the red, like me, I'm a little red.
Drivers, right?
Drivers. Yep, leaders. Okay, so the extroverts tend to be very good at elevator speeches, connecting with people, striking up conversations, keeping conversations going. Obviously, there's a relationship business. There's a business based on relationships and forming those relationships. They don't have to be best friend type relationships. It can just be, this person is super good at what they do. They're a rock star. They're the best of the best. If you need someone, no nonsense, call them because they're the ones that are the experts. That's a good relationship to create. Your yellow personality is going to try to make friends from all their clients. That can be problematic, but because they're sometimes don't look at you as a professional anymore, they look at you as a friend and they want you to do favors. So a lot of yellow personalities take the social stuff and then they end up trying to have, figure out how they can deal with the what comes from being yellow personality, just like the reds, the greens, and the blues do. Elevator speech is your opening line. Let's say you're in an elevator and you're on the 20th floor of a building, you jump in the elevator and 3 people come in. Raise your hand if you're the kind of person that is not going to say anything to them. Okay. Now, that means you're not an extrovert. Raise your hand if you're someone who's probably going to mention something or strike up a conversation. Okay. So we've got about a split 50-50. We're talking about deep-seated personalities here. This is one of those things that it is what it is. If we are not normally outgoing and we want to be a real estate professional and we want to get to know more people, then we have to learn that skill. We have to learn how to do something that's just not already inherent in who we are. So we're going to talk about the Ford script. And actually, I'm going to put you guys in group breakout sessions, and you guys are going to be using the Ford script on each other. And it's super fun to watch. The purpose of the Ford script is to get the client involved in a meaningful conversation that starts from somewhere, and this is tried and true. This is not something that obviously I came up with. This is business 101 and it's used out there a lot. And I'll bet you in your lifetime, people have used this on you and maybe you didn't even realize it. After going through this, you will then recognize when someone's taking you through the Ford script. You can call them on it or not, but they're trying to get to know you for whatever reason. And so there's effort being put in. So at least you can respect that if you don't want to call them out on it. But it's a great way to let them know that you care because right now the Ford script is not about them talking, but it's about them getting you talking. So they're interested in enough to try to get you talking, and that is an interesting thing in its own, and it's relationship building. People love to talk about their passions, and the Ford script is about usually their four passions. First being family. Ask questions to get them started talking about their family. Always use their name in a conversation if you can. How's the family? How old are the kids? Or if they're brand new into life and you don't know them yet, are you married? Do you have kids? And then, oh my gosh, yes, been married now 18 years, got 3 kids. Wow, 3 kids. What are their ages? Now, that's going to turn into a whole conversation of its own. People love to talk about their family and their kids, especially if you seem like you are actually interested. If you're already asking them the next question before they finished answering the first question, it's something's going to feel off about that. So, this is where we're going to put our good listening skills to work. The O of the Ford script is about their profession. What do they do for work? What line of business are they in? Great way to ask that. So, what line of work are you in, or what business are you in? Probably maybe not the best way to ask. You know, uh, what's your job? But what business or what line of work are you in? This is something else, people, oh, I work over at Dell. Oh, that's interesting. How long have you been there? And then people will talk about what they do, and that's a conversation that will usually take off on its own as well. So you take them from the family to the occupation. Sometimes you don't even get that far. It just turns into this long conversation, and now naturally you're talking about other things, and the forward script's out the window, and it was enough to get the conversation going. It's great. But sometimes you'll find that the conversation starts naturally ending and you want to keep it going. So this is a way to keep it going. And you learn a lot about people actually through this, whether it's a lead, whether it's a friend. So I want you guys to use as part of your homework, taking through some unsuspecting people, which could be your spouse, could be your kids. Obviously, your kids know a lot about your family, but it's, I want you to take a couple of people through the forward script and just see how well this works. Maybe it's a person that you just meet at a city council meeting or something like that. Next one is recreation. What are their hobbies? What do they do when they're not working? A lot of ways you can ask this question. You golf? A lot of people use the forward script recreation and just simply ask, do you golf? And people will say, no, but I play basketball. Because they, for whatever reason, they'll be like, nope, but I do like playing soccer or something like that. So this is a great way, and as soon as you get them talking about, this is a great way to lead them to a conversation of something they're really passionate about. Whether it's basketball, whether it's golf, whether it's soccer, these are people's, huge passions outside of work. So it's the third thing that people love to talk about. So it's a great way to get to know someone as well. I'm going to be putting you guys in groups of 2, and you're going to put each other through the forward script, and you're going to learn a whole lot about them. In fact, it's really cool just how much you learn about someone. So hopefully you're not making this stuff up because there's been a couple times where I put people in groups and the person, one of them was just making it all up because I thought it was make believe. And the agent was really confused about them for a really long time about all this made up stuff. You can do make believe if you want, but what a great way to get to know your fellow real estate agent here at the company, your coworker. So hopefully this is not made up, but it can be if that's what you choose. D is dreams. This is going to be the larger things. A lot of times this is not going to be quite as esoteric. It could be vacation spots, things like that. So, but this is the really big one. Where are you going to retire? Those kind of stuff. These kind of questions. Sometimes you could call this the fireside talk. You're sitting in a lawn chair. It's 10 o'clock at night. You're sitting around the campfire, and everyone went for a walk, and you're sitting with someone you don't know that well, and you're just having a conversation with them. And some people are so not yellow that they have a hard time keeping a conversation going. You follow this, then there's going to be no need to even worry about it because now you're confident in keeping a conversation going, and you're not going to have to worry and get all nervous about that, which, by the way, Vanessa Van Edwards teaches people a lot about the forward script and how to use it. So again, family, occupation, recreation, dreams. When people respond, when you ask them a question, they tell you, you can tell them a little bit about yourself if you want, but really you should be responding with things like this. Wow, cool. Things like that. Just usually one word responses, and then ask another question. They may ask you a question, answer it. It's not supposed to be a one-sided conversation. It's supposed to be, a conversation that actually goes somewhere. So I'm going to put you in a forward group for 10 minutes in groups of 2. This is going to be 5 minutes aside. So I'm going to work real hard to make sure that you are not with a staff person or with someone who has their video off. If you intend to be part of the forward group, I need to have your video on so that I can put you in with your group. So you guys get to decide who's going to go first. I usually say, let's do the person that has the lowest alphabet first name and go first. And so then they're going to ask the questions for the person who has the highest level alphabet in their first name and take them through the forward script. And then once you feel like you're good, then we're going to cut it off, and then you're going to flip. So maybe at the 5-minute mark, if it's still going, you're going to go ahead and flip. Then I'm going to bring you back to group again. I'm going to mix it up, put you in with someone else, and then you're going to do it again. So this is a way to get to know 2 of your classmates really well and practice the Ford script live right now. All right, so I've already got my breakout sessions working here. I'm almost done with them. I can always see the yellows because the yellows are the they get all fired up, they got big smiles, they're happy because they got their social time, they're doing good, and the reds are like, oh my god, I'm so exhausted. That was
But what
a
about
lot.
someone like me? I was a finance guy, numbers guy, and now I'm like smiling all the time. Am I schizophrenic or what? I don't know.
Oh no, you see, we have like in each 4, we could be 50% red and 50% green. It's gonna be interesting when you take the personality test because we're gonna do so on the reputation management day, which is going to be next Friday. And it'll tell you exactly what color. And I'm going to put you in groups together with your color. And then we're going to talk about what other colors need from you and what you need from other colors. And it will help you understand your clients a little bit better. It's a really cool day. It's super fun. Probably one of the most fun days we have in Make It Together. Okay, so how did it go?
It went
Did we
great.
successfully use the Ford script?
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
It
That was
Yes.
awesome.
I had a good time.
It felt very natural.
Very good. Very
Meeting
good.
people, yeah. Andy's a cool guy. You should. Great to get to know him, man. Awesome.
Well, so we successfully implemented the Ford script on the first go round, huh?
Mhm.
All right. Anybody struggle with it?
Kind of like you, because
I did.
Okay. Wells, I'll put okay. So talk to me about your struggles.
My first one was just asking the first question, like just to come off family. I think I ended up asking, how do I ask about your family? It seems off to me for someone I don't know to come off and ask me about my family. It's like, what?
All right. Who wants to give Wells some tips on what you did that worked really well?
Well,
Angela.
oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Be interested. Hold on. May I say? I'll be brief. I promise. Be interested in the other person. Don't be self-conscious. If you're genuinely interested in them, focus on them, and then that way you won't be nervous.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Angela, you're up.
I had Robert, and he was really easy to talk to. And I just asked him, like, "Are you married?" And he said, "Yeah." And then I said, "Well," and all I had to do is like ask him a couple questions, and he was telling me all about his family. So it was really easy. And then we both like sports a lot, and well, we're both in real
Nope.
estate, so we were talking about real estate.
Just the first question, just the
Okay.
outcome. How do we?
Yeah, just I just said I asked him, "Are you married?" And then he said, "Yeah, I have a wife." And then he said he has a mom and dad and brothers and sisters. And so you basically just have to ask like 1 or 2 questions, and the person's going to start talking because everybody loves their family. I mean, most people love their families and want to talk about it.
Well, you're about to find out if they love their family because they're going to tell you all about that too. Great. Thank you, Angela. All right, we got a bunch of hands coming up. So, all right, Wells, we got 2 more people that wants to help you with this. First, Corby, and then Iris.
So I did the Ford script with Iris, and the first out of the bat, I said, "Iris, you look like you'd be a great mom. Do you have any kids?" And then she told me
Yes.
I think she said 3 kids and 5 grandkids or something. Just opened up the door. So that worked out really well.
Yeah, so, sometimes a conversation can start a little kind of weird, but then someone starts talking and then it goes and then it's all of a sudden that's gone. Because remember what Vanessa Van Edwards says, how you leave the conversation is more important than how you started it.
True.
Yeah, so just get it going. Awesome. Anybody else? Because we're going to go right back in and we're going to do it again, but you're going to get to know 2 more classmates.
Gabriel is a pretty cool dude. I recommend everyone to reach out to him.
Nice. Okay, we are making friends. Okay, welcome back. I hope you got lots of social time, got to meet a couple of your classmates, got to practice the Ford script, got to get to see what a little bit of this looks like, feels like. So, feel good?
Felt great.
Yeah.
Great.
You're going to be able to implement this with other people?
Yes, sir.
Yes. If
All
anything,
right.
I need to not,
Too easy,
I
too
should not
easy.
be too socialized when I
I'm
need to.
trying my best. I will do my best.
Okay, so the goal this weekend is going to be to try and it will not try to go ahead and test this out at least 3 times this week. That is what my homework is for you. Test it out. I got a fan right here.
Oh,
Do we
Okay.
need to post this to the teams or anything like that?
You'll get an email, and the email has the homework. And so I am not shy about sharing the homework. Hopefully you guys are catching up with that. Right after class, remember there's going to be an email that's going to go out, and it's going to have your exam information and for the exam for this class. And it's everything that we spoke about, so no surprises there. This is a pretty easy exam, so you may or may not need to watch that video. Okay, we've got 40 more minutes, and we are going to jump into the next one, which is the objection verbatim new leads. All right, we're going to go over these. So this is the 5 elements. So lead name, we know their name. The agent name, your name. Brokerage name, obviously we know that. And then the source and the property they're inquiring about, the address. So let's look at the V1, which is someone who answered. Goes something like this. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property? Set the appointment. And then, are there any other properties that you would like to see? And then someone else from my firm may call you. Just let them know that Jack has already helped you. When you accept a new lead that comes from Realtor.com or Zillow, or Facebook for that matter, when we're running specific Facebook ads on new listings that are coming, we know the address. So we have a button that says, are you interested in showing this property? They register on our website and they want to see it. So they've already told us that they want to see it. So then this is a very important script then, because we're setting an appointment to go and show them the property. Does anybody know the distinction between when you need to have a buyer rep to show a buyer a property and when you don't need a buyer rep to show a buyer a property?
Yes.
Okay, Isa, what is the distinction?
If it is a listing with our broker, then we do not need a buyer rep agreement unless, actually, you still need it if you don't represent the seller. And if you do,
Well, you were right. You said if we have a listing agreement, we don't need a buyer rep agreement. So you were exactly right. Okay, Gabriel and then Angela.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say the same what you just said. If they're within the brokerage, we don't need it, which ironically, I just happened to have the same question that I asked offline to Lisa and she answered that. But yeah, if you're within the brokerage, if the listing's within the brokerage, we don't need a buyer rep. But if there's any other listings that the client may want to see outside of that, then we do have to get a buyer's rep. But aside from that, we do have to explain the IABS every single time to everyone.
So what form do we have to give them if we do represent the seller?
Is that a me question or is that a whole question?
That's a whole class.
the IABS.
What? Maybe one more?
Intermediary.
No, would not be intermediary yet.
Unrepresented.
Oh, the
Tenant rep
unrepresented.
agreement?
Consumer notice.
Not the consumer notice.
The IABS.
Unrepresented, that we represent the seller.
Buyer's representation.
Seller's rep.
All,
Okay.
all representation disclosure.
This disclosure, yes, because if we don't have a representation agreement with them, we still owe fiduciary duties to the seller in that case.
Yes. So the IABS says, the TREC says that there's 2 things we have to do. We have to explain representation, and the IABS does that. And then we have to tell them who we represent. So if you have an unrepresented buyer and you're taking that buyer to your listing, you have a duty to tell the buyer that you represent the seller, unless what? I'm going to go through this whole thing and explain it all so you get it, but I'm just picking from the class to see where we are in the baseline. Unless what?
They have an agent that represents them.
You would still want to use this form.
If you're at an open house, I thought you
Yes,
didn't have to do that.
that's it. Good job, Angela. Okay, so we're gonna give Angela and Isa a gift card. I think this is not your first gift card, Isa.
I know,
Okay.
I'm excited. I just don't know how to get them. I haven't
That's Miguel. Miguel is the hander out of gift cards. He already has them on his desk waiting for you guys. I don't know how to get them to you, but that's Miguel. Okay, so if you are working with a buyer and you're going to show this buyer another firm's listing and you don't have a rep agreement with that buyer, you are not allowed to open the door under any circumstances to bring them inside. They have to sign a representation agreement with you first. You guys listen to the video that I played for you on Wednesday that had the skit and the role play. And it said, you know, there's some formalities that we have to get through beforehand. There's some disclosures that I am statutorily required that we go over before I am authorized to open the door for you. Will you bear with me? If you watch that video again and you listen to the words carefully, it's very, very helpful because you're telling them the absolute truth. You are not authorized to open that door for them until you get through the statutory requirements. And that is going to be the buyer representation agreement, even if you're going to hard code that buyer rep agreement to that specific property address. You're going to formulate a fiduciary relationship with you and that client due to the practice changes that NAR put in place. If that is our listing, we already owe a fiduciary duty to the seller, and we are required to show that property, and it has nothing to do with representing that buyer anymore because we already owe that seller the fiduciary duty. We can sign a buyer rep agreement, and you're right, if we do sign a buyer rep agreement, then it must require an intermediary form because both the buyer and the seller are going to both be under the same brokerage. So if it's our listing and we take them inside and they haven't signed a representation agreement, we owe them this form that says, I already owe somebody in this client, in this situation, fiduciary duties, and it's not you, it's the seller. And anything that you tell me, I'm going to be required by law to tell the client so that the buyer's not tricked into thinking that somehow we're looking out for their interest or that we're being nice to them and they don't know. We have to tell them, hey, everything that you tell me, I'm going to be telling my client. So we can't trick them. So lots of forms that have to be used in the right situations at the right moments. So let's go back to our scripts for a moment. So there's a couple of scenarios. First, a brand new contact. We know the property address. We have the 5 pieces of information and they answer the phone. They may not answer the phone and we might leave them a voicemail. So here's a script if they don't answer the phone. And here is a role play. That's a 1-pager that is, I'm going to put you guys in groups. One's going to be the agent, one's going to be the buyer. But before we do that, I am going to ask for somebody in the class to volunteer to role play with me.
I'll do it.
Who said that?
Jeff.
Okay. All right. Because Jeff, you and Gabriel kind of went at the same time. Gabriel raised his virtual hand and you said you'll do it, but I think you beat him by a hair. So we're going to start with Jeff. Jeff, I want you to be the buyer, but normal buyer. Don't make it overly difficult. Sometimes people like to just, play crazy buyer. You're not a crazy buyer. You're actually interested in seeing this property and you reached out to me asking me about it. So you pushed a button on some website somewhere because you're interested in 123 Main Street. And now I'm calling you back based on you going to Zillow and clicking a button. You can handle the call however you want, and I'll handle your objections as you go. But here is the basic script that all of you need to get really familiar with in being able to answer the call and set the appointment, because this is all about setting the appointment. So it's going to be ring, ring.
Hello?
Hi, Jeff. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property?
Oh, I'd love to see that property. Are you available tomorrow at 4?
Well, that's my line.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. Absolutely, Jeff. I'll meet you at 123 Main Street tomorrow at 4. Are there any other homes that you'd like to see?
No, actually, I was kind of fixated on this specific property. It looked like it was the one I'd really want.
Okay, great. I'm going to put you on my calendar for tomorrow at 4 o'clock over at 123 Main Street. If you come across any other properties that you'd like to see, please let me know so I can add them to the list.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the property myself. By the way, if somebody else calls you from my firm, just let them know that Jack Stapleton's already helped you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No problem with that. I'll let them know.
Okay, I just sent you a text with my phone number. If you need anything in the meantime, just please let me know.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. See you tomorrow. Okay, how did that sound? Did you know when you guys go into our sales meeting on Tuesday that most of the phone calls sound just like that when they're setting the appointment? It's just no different. And after an agent puts this into play a couple of times, they're just kind of blown away that they're like, wait, it worked. It was so easy. How is it that I was making this so complicated? It should be that easy. I'm going to ask you guys a few questions though, because why would I ask them if somebody else from my firm calls them? Because that's kind of weird, right? Why would I ask them that? And there's a purpose. Anybody know the purpose?
Because ISA should be reaching out if if it's a company lead, correct?
No, no, no. I could see how you'd think that, but no, as soon as you click off the call task is gone. It's actually nothing to do with us, and I know that Rosny knows the answer. So, Rosny?
Because other brokerage is gonna be calling them.
That's right. So we're kind of tricking them here because I know that we do spend money on Zillow and Realtor.com, and those leads do come in. And when people click those buttons, you're going to find that Zillow is selling and Homes.com and Realtor.com is selling the data to 5, 6 different firms at the same time. So when that client clicked the button, all these agents got the same piece of information at the same time. So lots of different companies are calling this poor, unsuspecting client. They have no idea that happened. They have no idea 5 or 6 different companies are calling, and so they think it's the same company and a bunch of different people company, and they're just really confused. And I am not going to sit there and educate the consumer about what's about to happen to them. And so I just make it very easy and let them know if somebody else calls you, just let them know Jack Stapleton's already helped you. So what happens then, the second firm calls him, he's like, oh, nope, Jack's already helped me. They're like, huh? Yeah, no, Jack's already called me. He set the appointment. And they don't know how to handle that objection. They have no idea. They say okay and they hang up. So you have just told them what to do if somebody else, because what used to happen in this scenario is we would set the appointment first, and then somebody else would set an appointment the day before, and we wouldn't know that happened, and it would mess us up, and we would show up and we would get ghosted and we wouldn't know why. And so we tell them, let them know Jack Stapleton's already helped you. And then like, nope, Jack's already helped you. Like, okay, so, Mohammed already helped you or Tina already helped him. That is why we use that script. Now, I've also sent them a text message. I've invited them to let me know if there's any other properties they want to see and if they have any questions in the meantime. Now, I don't know if this property is available, do I? Because they just called me out of the blue and I called back lickety-split. So the very next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call the listing agent. I'm going to set the appointment. And it very well may be that I find out that the property is pending. So then I'm going to go in the MLS in the subdivision. I'm going to try to find something near it, something like it, and the same number of stories around the same size of the property, all of the things, and I'm going to call them right back. Hey, Jeff, this is Jack Stapleton. Hey, I just scheduled an appointment with the listing agent on that one. And guess what I learned? They're actually already under contract and they're in the option period. Now, they're going to know in the next couple of days if the buyer's really going to move forward. So if you still want to see that property and you want to put in a backup, that's possible. But I was looking around in that neighborhood and I actually found the property one street over at 126 Bruce Street. That property is 1,400 square feet. It's the same size, same number of stories, 2 years newer. And photos in the inside look very similar. In fact, I just sent you a link to that property. If you'd like to see that one, I can show it to you as well. And then ask them how you'd like to proceed. Well, let's go ahead and see it. Maybe I want to put in a backup and then let's go look at that other property as well. Great, happy to do it. But what we want to do is set the appointment because what you don't want to do is get them with the lender and do all this craziness because their goal in that moment was to set an appointment to go see the home. And if we try to do business differently than the way the consumers want to do business, your conversion rate tanks. Zillow, if you're part of the Zillow Flex and you don't follow this script, they won't let you continue with Zillow. They will cancel your contract. They want you to set the appointment and go meet them in the real world. And then if you get rejected in the real world, that's fine. But we're not supposed, and Zillow calls us out. We're not looking for lazy brokers who are just going to try to pre-qualify our clients over the phone. That's not how it's done. If you're willing to meet our clients out in the real world and try to get hired, then we'll continue on with you guys. That's how Zillow puts it to us. They really want us to go meet the person in the real world. So right now, we're not converting when we're having this conversation. We are appointment setting. And we're appointment setting to go out in the real world and get hired for the job out there. Does that make sense? So the phone call is an appointment set. We go then to meet them at the appointment with our suit and everything needed for them to sign our contract to hire us for the job, and then we get to work. But Jack, what happens if they don't sign the agreement? I don't know that that's happened yet. I don't know that we've had a consumer that's refused to sign their buyer representation agreement. People don't like conflict, and people just scribble their name on everything. It's dangerous. People don't read contracts. It's just, I'm not going to comment on that. But the reality is we haven't had a situation where someone just refused. But when we're also got enough information to let them know, hey, this is the scenario. We'd love to show you this property. And if you don't want to sign the contract, I totally get it. We have to have something signed that's a touring agreement to bring you inside. If you would like, I can hard code it to this property. And we give them the tools that they need to be able to overcome their objections so we can show them the property and then hopefully build that relationship and build that rapport and then put them in the gateway and go show them something they're really gonna buy. But chances are there's like 0.01% chance that they're gonna like this home. The first home they see and meet an agent, typically they never buy that home. You're gonna go show them 10 homes before you're gonna find something that they actually are gonna love. All right, I'm gonna put you in groups of 2 again, and I want you guys to take each other. In fact, I'm gonna put you groups of 3 this time, and you're gonna rotate. Everyone be the agent once, and everyone be the buyer once. There's never a bad time to practice some scripts with some fellow Realty Texas agents. How did that feel? Did it go
That was
well?
fun.
Like a
That was fun.
robot.
Sorry,
No,
we couldn't
pretty
get
good,
all the
pretty
scripts
good.
up.
All right, Jeff.
No, I'm sorry, we couldn't get all the scripts up. We kind of went through and after finally finding it, saw that we had most of what was on the script, but we couldn't pull it up initially when we got into our group.
Angela, how did you guys do?
We took a picture, Sasha, and Tasha took a picture as well. So we just read off our phones. And at first I felt kind of like I sounded robotic. And then Tasha said she did too. And then the second time we read it, it was way smoother. So it was pretty good. And Andy winged it and he got it perfect, even though he had nothing. So it was great.
That's good. That's part of scripts is internalizing it so that it can roll off your tongue sounding professional so that we know exactly what to say so that we sound professional every time. I think what's really interesting is when people are in the Tuesday sales meeting class, they listen to some of the calls and how unprofessional sometimes they sound, but when they follow the script, it just sounds so clean. So thank you for practicing. I love it. All right, Andrew, what do you got? I heard you did a good job.
Oh, that's amazing. Uh, I was trying to go with the flow and trying to get it going really nice, but then what tripped me up was that I was making sure that I didn't miss the parts in the script, like, hey, if anybody calls you, make sure that you tell them that I'm working with you. So like I would flowing until I was hit some of those parts, and it kind of threw me off. So it, like you said, it's just practice.
How many times do you think you need to practice this before you put it in place in the real world?
Think okay, 10 times.
Okay, so I've got it in the homework tonight, and in fact, I already sent it to you. So in all of your inboxes, the homework is already there, and in that homework at the bottom is to practice this 10 times. And so you guys did it the first time, sounded a little robotic. You did it the second time, got a little better. By the time you've done it 10 times, you've got it down. So much rather practice in our groups with our fellow students instead of our customers out in the field. Iris and then Kyle.
So in our group, we have a very good discussion, and I kind of love the fact that we were looking for solutions, to just to have a conversation about rejections or what could happen if, what if the other person has already a representation agreement or something like that. So that's a good thing because it gets you to kind of like have the answers before people ask you the question. So, and the other thing that I think it will work perfectly is memorization in the beginning, and then it will flow as a normal conversation.
I mean, that's exactly the point, is that I need you guys to remember this. That's why it says verbatim afterwards. 100%. You need to memorize this script so it's absolutely verbatim. Hi, Iris. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. Realtor.com said you're interested in 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property? I mean, it's verbatim. And then you can slow it down. So instead of when you're on the phone trying to figure out and think about what you're going to say, you're spending more time listening to what they say. That way you're going to be able to retain it more. But if you're so focused on what is in your head and trying to figure out what you're going to say, sometimes they say things and you completely miss it. And then we pick it up later in the sales meeting call, like, oh my gosh, I didn't even hear them say that. So it helps us be better salespeople on the phone and more effective. Kyle, I see your hand up. What do you got?
It's really just saying that, Jack. Muhammad Corby and I we exchanged in 3 different ways. We went through it in all roles, and we realized that this script is what we have to stick to, and we just need to memorize it and get comfortable with it. It is spot on.
I mean, this is a combination of Zillow's and Realtor.com script. This has been tried and true with literally millions of agents millions of times agents have used this across all the Zillow partners and the Realtor.com partners. This is an industry standard script. It's not even mine. And so we've put this into practice since we've been in the Zillow Flex program. It's incredibly successful. Just remember, sometimes some of the data is missing. So you might not have the source, you might not have the address. And so that's what the scripts I sent you are. If it is missing a source, if it is missing a address, then you also have that committed in memory so that you don't have to figure it out. And once you've got the gist of it down, then it becomes very easy because we're not trying to pre-qualify them over the phone. We're not trying to find a reason not to meet them. Are you already represented by an agent? Do you have a pre-qualification letter? None of this? This is ridiculous. We're trying to set an appointment and go out there and meet them in the real world. And seriously, as Zillow says, a lot of agents say, oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to waste my gas money. Well, what we've learned is by asking the questions that your conversion rate goes from 4 out of 100 to 1 or 2 out of 100. So those extra trips that you're making out there is very worth it because the people that you try to qualify and ask a lot of questions, they won't work with you. That's what Zillow has found out. That's what we found out. And so we just want to make so clear to you guys. This is someone has called in asking for help. They reached us. We're setting the appointments and we're going to go out there and we're going to get hired. But the first thing we do is just deal with the appointment, get the appointment set, then schedule with the listing agent and get the listing agent's information. Once you have the listing agent's information and it's active, then I call them back. We'll talk about what we have a conversation with them on the second phone call, and they don't even know that we're calling, by the way, on the second phone call. And we're going to ask a couple more questions. But on the first one, we're setting the appointment, getting them off the phone. We've shown them that we're easy to work with, we're easy to please, easy, and now we're going to call them back and have a subsequent conversation, but we're going to deal with that one on Monday. It is 4:59, so we've got a couple more things. We've got about 3 more minutes, so we're going to be getting out on time. Again, your email is already in your inbox and your exam is already ready for you. Can I get a volunteer, someone to raise their hand to read for me? All right, Lewis, would you read? Okay, thank you. Would you read the first 5 on this list?
Sure. It takes sales reps an average of 8 tries to reach a lead. 2. Best time for calls is 4 to 5 p.m. Worst is 11 to 2. 57% of clients' buying journey is done before you even meet them. 80% of sales require 5 follow-up calls. The
Okay.
average sale rep, oh, sorry, thought it was 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
The average sale rep only tries to reach a lead twice.
Okay. Would someone else read the next 5? Thank you, Wells. You were on mute though, but I'm sure you're doing a fabulous job. Let me help you.
You're just so sweet.
Okay, I lost my screen. It went to something else.
Okay.
I can do it.
Oops.
The
Okay.
last 5.
All right, let's go that route. Thank you.
Okay, for 5. The average sales rep only tries to reach a lead twice. 6. 50% of leads who become qualified are not yet ready. 7. Nurtured leads produce 20% more sales opportunities. 8. Just 2% of cold calls result in an appointment. 9. 98% of prospects who convert do so by the 6th call attempt. 10. 80% of sales calls go to voicemail, and 90% are never returned.
Okay, I recommend that you print this out and put this somewhere on your goal board and remind yourself of these things because sales is not one and done. We are going to be chasing these people. We're going to be following them around. We're going to be helping them. And we're going to continue offering our help until they're ready to receive the offer that we are providing. And we're going to be calling lots of people, continually offering help. How can I help? How can I help? How can I help? Here is our follow-up strategy. This is the smart plans that we have. So day 1, when the lead is entered into our system and it ingests it from the third party, email goes out immediately. A call task is generated for us to call them. 15 minutes after we call them, our system automatically sends out a text message and depending on how we followed up in the room, answered create room or no answer, and then it goes into the intent to reach. So this is assuming that they didn't answer the phone. This is the journey that they're going to go through. So then the next day it falls into intent to reach. 8:30 a.m. a call in Amy's department, the call is served. It's not even served before 8:30 a.m. And when people come in at 9:30, they make that first call. So the email goes out immediately. The call is queued. The team in there makes the call, and then again, a text message that goes out. If again we say that it was a no answer after we leave the voicemail, then the next call task is queued for 4 o'clock that afternoon. So then a text message is queued right after. So then day 3, we have a morning call. Day 4, a morning call. Day 5, a morning call. Then if they still haven't answered the phone, it falls into our last chance pipelines. And we're going to call them on day 6 twice. We're going to skip a day. And then on day 8, we're going to call them twice. This is our smart plans that have been we've been using for the last 2 years now, and very, very successful. It works very, very well. Here is a list of our action plans. So we have 4 different action plans based on different types of clients. So this was just what the script is and what the text message and emails look like, but we've actually broken them down here. If we know they're a buyer, we have a new intent to reach, last chance, and incubate scripts specifically for buyers. If we know they're a seller, we have scripts just for them. If we know they're a tenant, we have scripts for them. If we don't know what they are, we have scripts for them. They're a little bit more vague, but in the text message. So we have 4 different text messages for each one of these days. Each one of these events is duplicated based on the 4 client types. And then we've duplicated that from English to also Spanish. So we also have them in Spanish. So if they've said that they're a Spanish lead, then we also have that. So our smart plans are duplicated 8 times basically. And then we have our own smart plans that says Realty Texas, and then you have your own as well. And then you have the ability to install ours and modify them. And that's pretty cool. So Amy McAllister will be showing you guys how to install them and how to change the smart plans. You can change the text messages if you want. You can change the emails if you want that's going out. And so in the email that I sent you guys is the actual verbatim scripts and the text messages. You can go through every single one and you can read them. You can see what it's saying and determine if you want to change them up or not. We've had several agents that have changed them up and done a really good job with that. So remember, we have a exam to take. You already know about that. You've got a little bit of extra credit as well. Gabriel, I see your hand up as I'm opening up our email that I just sent. Go ahead.
Did I hear correctly in terms of the? I heard the English and Spanish, but did I hear correctly? Are there Spanish scripts, or is
Yes.
it just the? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
100%. We have an entire set of Spanish scripts ready for that are already in use. And
My
so,
tongue got me too. The Spanish it twists on me every so often.
yeah, well, we're super excited that we have them, but our issue is that we don't have enough Spanish speaking agents to keep up with the amount of tasks that we have. So Amy's always begging them to come in and clear out her tasks because she'll have 30, 40 overdue tasks every single day, sometimes more.
Sounds like a good problem. I'll be there to help, brother.
All right, I'm opening up the email that I just sent you so you see it on the screen. Recap. Yes. Okay. This is the scripts. I want you guys to practice this. I'm asking you guys to practice the scripts someone at least 10 times. Also, practice your Ford scripts. The Ford scripts are right here. The regular scripts are here. You've got your IABS. We also have a sight unseen addendum. If a client wants to purchase a property sight unseen, we have special documents for them to sign. I want you to see that and be aware of that. And if you have a sight unseen situation, you need to talk with your sales manager about that because that's very dangerous. We also have notice of unrepresented buyer. When you work with the seller and the buyer chooses they don't want representation, we have a special Realty Texas form that they are to sign as well, and you need to get with your manager just to let your manager know that that's going on. We have found the biggest issues in real estate have been over buyers who don't have an agent who can act as their psychiatrist and counselor through the transaction. And they think they don't want an agent, but all of a sudden they start needing help, and they're the ones that misbehave the most. They already have a difficult personality, but they think they're overconfident and they get into the transaction and they have no idea the timelines. They go into the breach because they don't know how to keep up their promises, and it turns into a nightmare. So we want to make sure that we have you prepared for that. Here is the exam answers. There's a extra 50 points for a Easter egg built inside here, but this is your homework right here. Ford script, the mega script, practice your UVP. Hopefully you're all doing an open house. If you're not, please make your 20 calls, but one or the other this weekend. If you're not doing an open house on Saturday and Sunday, please put in 20 calls. If you are doing an open house, great. Make sure you put in the points for it. We have these, we recommend that you get a mirror for your computer so you can see your micro expressions when you're making your calls. Here's a really great mirror. In fact, there's two of them here. You can get either one of them. They're less than 20 bucks and they clip onto your computer screen. I've got 4 videos here from Vanessa Van Edwards, How to Talk to Anyone with Ease, 5 Science-Based Hacks on Likability, Vanessa Van Edwards TED Talk, which is phenomenal, and the Kobe Bryant video, the rest of it that I told you that I would have in here because you only watched the first few minutes. So we are officially class dismissed. Thank you everyone for an amazing day. I'm going to stick around for at least 10 minutes to get all of your questions answered because I know we're going to have quite a few, starting with Isa.
Yeah, so I pushed myself maybe a little too hard and I took the exam of one of the classes at 2 a.m. And due to that, I failed it and now I can do it again. But my question is, since it's already past the 24 hours, does that mean it doesn't count anymore towards my points or how does that work?
Go ahead and take the exam. We're asking everyone to take the exam you did. So this is a makeup. So you're still good. Go ahead and add the exam back into your exam taker and go ahead and complete it for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you for asking. All right, Iris, Sherry, and then Jeff. Iris, you're up.
Hi, Jack. So I have a question. I'm assuming that we're gonna meet with Amy and she's gonna walk us through the system and how that works. Because I would love to help with the Spanish speaking. I already completed the ISA training, but I haven't had the opportunity to start making the call. So if you can put a note or something, or just I'm sure that we're gonna do like a mini boot camp for that, because I'm very interested in learning and start doing it.
So you have to schedule an appointment with Michael Potter, and Michael Potter checks off all the boxes to make sure that you've done your pilot and you've done everything that's required for the department to get in. So remember, I'm going to put this slide back up because this slide talks about what's required in order to get in the department. Either you need to take the Ready, Set, Sell or Mega. So by the time you've finished today's class, which you did, then these three things have to have taken place. Take the the systems readiness assessment and the core ISA video, which is actually in the department, and then your pilots. If you've done these three things, then Michael will ask you to go to realtytexas.mobi, find the open schedule item, and just go ahead and schedule yourself. But how you schedule to go in the department is realtytexas.mobi mobile, realtytexas.mobi, and you'll see an item there for the ISA ones. You just put yourself in the schedule and you've now taken that time slot and you'll work 3 hours in the department. Sherry, you're up next.
Hi, so I've been doing everything with the class since day one, and I realized that I haven't get email that relate to MEGA-16. The last email I got from you is about the car show. So I contact Lisa and she said maybe like I have to enroll whole thing. So I went in and enrolled the whole entire MEGA, and then maybe that will show you on the side that I'm in the class.
Okay, nope, you did not enroll, so you are now, I just did that. And I'm going to take this email and I'm going to email it to you right now so that you have it. Sherry, okay.
And I
there
can
you go.
forward you all the other emails that you missed, Sherry.
And so I just
Great.
did that one.
Thank you.
Jeff, my pleasure. Jeff, you're up.
So I saw that in the email you did the Easter eggs for Vanessa Van Edwards again. So I had already submitted that because that was part of one of the last emails you sent us as well as watching all of her videos. So just as far as the homework you need from us now, you want us to watch the Kobe Bryant video, and what else to go along with these videos?
Just follow that email in that section, and that's it. We're going to practice the Ford script on a couple of unsuspecting people. You're going to practice with someone the scripts for the 5 things, which is the appointment scripts. Hopefully, you're going to show up and do an open house this weekend. But if not, then you'll make your 20 calls. Yep. And if you have any questions, reach out to Lisa. She's going to be
No,
happy.
I already have an open house. Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it. You've been doing a lot of them, so good job with that.
I appreciate it.
Yep, Sherry and Gabriel, I both see your hands up still, and then Elisa. Gabriel and then Elisa.
Yeah, just for clarification on these Easter eggs, they don't have to be done the same day. They just have to be met or done within a certain deadline.
Yep, that's right. The Easter eggs need to be done before the end of class. So it's really helpful to keep up with the points if you can, so that Lisa doesn't get behind, but there is no exact deadline for the Easter eggs. Is that right,
Gotcha.
Lisa? We don't, yeah, she's saying yes, so fine.
Okay, I was just making sure so I don't drive myself crazy down staying up midnight trying to do Easter eggs.
No. Remember, in minis, I told you guys, as long as I have all of your points,
Yes, ma'am.
everything turned in by the 26th.
By the
then
26th.
you're
By
good.
the 26th. Okay, awesome. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good weekend. Thank you, guys.
Have a good weekend.
Hope it's profitable.
It's going to be a good
Yes,
weekend.
ma'am. I'll let you know.
All right, Elisa, you had a question too. Your hand was up.
I did, but I think I answered my own question, which was a dumb question now that I think of it. If you know how you're through the app, the calls are monitored, and then I wanted to find out if the emails are as well. Obviously, I'm pretty sure they are, right? As they come in and stuff.
Yeah, so uh, let's let's talk about monitored.
Not monitored, but
They are backed up and they are absorbed into the
Okay.
room. So when you go
Okay.
to the history tab, you have all the text messages, all the
Perfect.
voicemails, all the recorded calls, and the emails, and then the notes are there. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Absolutely. Who else has got something? Everyone's good. I guess everyone's taking an exam. Now I know what's going on. Makes sense. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. I will see you all on Monday at 9 o'clock for our next edition of Mega, which is the referral-based business on the 9th. And hopefully you all attend the morning huddle at 8:30 on Monday. And for those of you who are going to be stopping by the car show tomorrow, we are still preparing for that. I'm excited about it. So hopefully we see you there. And I know we got a lot of open houses. So I can't wait to hear more about the open house in Sur Ranch this weekend. So lots of stuff going on.
Looking forward to talking to you later, Jack. Thank you.